Chapter 1. You are the dash. What do you think you're doing out here, Naruto? An out-of-breath and seemingly irate scar-faced, brown ponytail wearing Chunin Yumino Irika asked rhetorically to a young blonde boy with whisker marks on his cheeks. He already knew, of course, everyone his level and higher knew. Naruto had been caught leaving the Hokage Tower with the forbidden scroll of seals, the scroll with tons of Konohagakure's secret and most well-guarded techniques ever amassed. This was right up there with treason, even for a child like Naruto. Hence why Irika had hunted him down and found him deep inside of the forests outside of the village walls. Said boy simply held his hand behind his neck, rubbing it while grinning sheepishly. "I found you, Irika-sensei." Irika's eye twitched. "Idiot. I found you." His expression then softened. "Naruto, what on earth possessed you to take the scroll like that? Don't you know it's forbidden?" Naruto chuckled like a goof for a moment before standing up and looking proud of himself. "You caught me fast, Irika-sensei. I only had time to learn one jutsu from the scroll." That one tidbit of information made Irika's eyebrows rise under his headband in surprise. "But everything's okay now because I can graduate. That's how it works, isn't it? I get the scroll and learn a jutsu from it, and I can graduate even if I failed." There wasn't an inflection of lie in his voice at all that Irika could decipher. Not that Naruto could effectively lie to a ninja his level anyway, but he was completely sincere. He honestly believed what he was saying. "Naruto, who told you this? I have to tell you now right off that it's not true. Someone lied to you," Irika asked, seeing Naruto's face drop from one of triumph to disbelief. "What?" he said in a panicked voice. But Mizuki-sensei was the one that gave me the test. He said it was a makeup for the graduation exam." Hearing the despair in his voice worked Irika's heart for the boy. He was deceived by someone that should have had his best interests at heart and was to be used as a scapegoat. And what could Naruto do? To trust your sensei to do what was right was no sin, no crime. If it were, then Mitarashi Anko would be locked away or dead by now for what her sensei had done while she was under him. Irika shut his eyes so that he could think. Naruto was lucky he was the first one to find him. Others would have probably destroyed him before he even knew what was going on. Speaking of which, Irika sent out a pulse of chakra so that he could see if anyone were around. It was one of Irika's best techniques, sending out the pulse of chakra to get something of a momentary sonar image of his surroundings. The secret behind how he was able to tell if anyone in his class was slacking off or goofing off even when he had his back turned to the chalkboard. Naruto looked up at Irika, his eyes on the verge of tears. "Irika-sensei, am I in trouble?" Naruto had no idea what to do in case he were. "Fight, Irika?" Yeah, as if. He may have had a lot of bluster, but he wasn't a fool when it came to his own capabilities as a ninja. He knew Irika could pick him apart if necessary before he could even do the seals for his new super strong technique. And what good would beating up Irika do even if he could somehow pull it off? If he did that, he definitely wouldn't be a ninja afterwards, which meant no Hokage for him. There was no reason to even fight. Irika sighed before letting out another pulse of chakra. No one around yet. What was he going to do? He placed a hand on Naruto's hair. "To be frank, more than likely. But you were just doing what your sensei told you to do to become a ninja. If you come with me, I swear on my status as a Konoha Chunin that I'll do whatever I can to vouch for you and help you get out of this," he said with as much conviction as he could. He could see the subtle movements of Naruto's body. He was trying to decide whether he would run, fight, or just give up. If he ran and Irika couldn't catch him again, the next person that found him would leave Naruto a bloody smear on the forest floor, and the sad thing about it would be that he really didn't think that too many people would care if that did indeed happen. Poor kid, Hokage-sama was right about him. Naruto looked at Irika intently. Mizuki had already lied to him today apparently. Who's to say that Irika-sensei wouldn't either? But he did give him his word. Not just his word as a chunin of the village. And if there was one thing Naruto took seriously, it was people giving their word. "Do you promise?" Irika gave him a reassuring smile. "I just gave you my word, stupid." He sent out another pulse absent-mindedly. He needed to get Naruto back to clear his name quick. As long as he kept doing this, he was burning right through his chakra rapidly. "Now let's get going," Naruto dashed. His pulse actually got something this time, and it was coming at them fast. "Naruto, look out." Irika tackled Naruto to the ground just as a massive shuriken passed right where he had been standing a second earlier. Nice work, Naruto, Mizuki stated as he appeared standing on a tree branch looking down at him, and Irika, who had gotten back to his feet, standing defensively in front of Naruto. Now give me the scroll. Irika's fingers flexed right by his kunai and shuriken pouch on his thigh. He already knows you deceived him, Mizuki. You should have been a bit faster, or maybe you couldn't find your own decoy. Maybe you should be the one going back to the academy. Irika took a moment to pat himself on the back for riling Mizuki up. Mizuki sneered at Irika before turning a kinder look to the young boy behind the scar-faced Chunin. Naruto, did you ever wonder why everyone hates you? Everyone in the village knows about it, but you. Naruto glowered at Mizuki. I don't care what you have to say, you bastard. You tricked me. Now who knows what's going to happen to me? If you think you're getting this scroll from me, you're going to have to walk over my cold, dead body to get it. Mizuki frowned. He really wanted to take the demon brat down a peg, but he was going to die whether he told him the truth or not, so it didn't really matter in the end. He shook his head before taking another large shuriken from his back. Well, that was the general idea when I had you take it from me, Naruto. No one would miss you once you were gone. Trust me. Irika looked back and saw that Mizuki's words cut deep inside of Naruto from the change of expression on his face. Even he knew it was true. Mizuki. Irika growled lowly, surrender now. I don't want to have to hurt you. It doesn't have to be this way. Mizuki let out a loud bark of laughter. Why would I possibly surrender? All I've got standing in my way is a lackluster schoolteacher and the talentless dropout dead last of his class. If I lose to a glorified babysitter like you, Irika, I deserve to be punished. Naruto, Irika said firmly, keeping his eyes on his fellow teacher. I'm going to need you to stay out of the way. Can you do that for me? Get far out of the way so that you don't get caught up in this fight. He would have told him to go and get them some help, but if he went to anyone else other than himself, Naruto would probably have been immediately detained or even killed. It would have been a boy who cried wolf scenario. Naruto nodded hesitantly and picked up the scroll. However, the second he made his move to leave, Mizuki launched 3 shuriken at him. The only thing that saved him was some spot-on marksmanship from the instructor seemingly on his side in this situation, Irika. You're going to fight for that little monster, Irika? Mizuki shook his head as he saw Naruto vanish into the woods. I thought you were smarter than that. You know you can't beat me. All this grading papers for the last several years made you lose what little talent you have. Clearly, you couldn't move up. Irika wanted to laugh in Mizuki's face. Oh well, he was about to get his in just a moment anyway. Obviously, he had been whipping himself into shape for this little plan of his. But it wasn't like Irika had just been sitting on his ass doing nothing. Being the teacher he had free reign and plenty of reason to head to the library, not just to gather extra material for his lectures. He also dropped in from time to time in the section set aside for exercises and jutsu. And while there was never anything too high level in there for all to see beyond basic and at the most intermediate techniques, that was never really a bad thing. Basics were basic for a reason, because they worked, and the tactics and theoretical ideas in tome were more than enough for someone like him. It helped him develop his sonar technique all on his own. Being the teacher he also stayed after school plenty of times to finish his work for the day when Mizuki simply got to head home as he was simply his assistant. Seemingly a good thing, but Mizuki had to isolate himself to set all of this up, to plan and prepare. How much could he train and improve on his own? Irika didn't have that problem. All teachers were at the very least Chunin by prerequisite, and they all trained together regularly after school to ensure their skills stayed sharp in case they were needed. He never remembered Mizuki ever getting that memo, as it was an ask-receive basis for that privilege. No one was going to make you train. Being the teacher he may have been just a Chunin, but he was a Chunin with every single battle scenario worth memorizing and remembering ingrained in the back of his brain. Mizuki may have been treacherous and cunning, but Irika could be just as cunning as he was, and he had the technical nuances of being a ninja all locked up in his head. While they may have been on a similar level of strength, and while Mizuki may have been slightly stronger than him, he knew he was better. Mizuki simply thought he was better, but in a straight-up fight, Irika was positive that Mizuki couldn't beat him. Naruto's no monster. I learned that a long time ago. The only monster I see here is you, turning a student's trust into a weapon against him for your own bidding. Irika held a kunai in his right hand, ready for combat. Mizuki chuckled and drew his own kunai to humor Irika. You should have just left Irika. I tried to talk you out of this just so you know. Why are you defending him? He's just the dashed. Irika cut him off sharply. I'm done listening to you talk. The next words I want to hear from you are your pleas to Ibiki to stop. With that, both men flew at each other in a blur of speed. At least it was a blur of speed to Naruto, who knew full well he couldn't move that fast on his best day. Irika and Mizuki met on the ground, clashing their kunai against one another in a test of strength. Mizuki had a smirk planted on his face, while Irika's face was one of focus and intent. In a burst of energy, Mizuki overpowered Irika and threw him off balance before making a move to stab Irika and end the fight. Irika let the kunai sail past his throat, coming short of slashing out his esophagus, and returned with a short backhand with his free arm to Mizuki's face that the man blocked. Irika was not deterred and fired off a side kick that caught Mizuki in the body, sending him back. It was just as he thought. Mizuki wasn't that much better than him, if he was at all. He hadn't used any jutsu yet, but then again Irika hadn't either. Mizuki growled at being the one to take the first hit in this fight and threw the kunai in his hand at Irika. Irika simply used the kunai in his own hand to deflect it and came back in to press his new advantage. He was armed. Mizuki wasn't. Mizuki stepped back as he saw Irika coming in to attack him and threw a handful of caltrops from his pockets right in his path to keep him from advancing any further. Irika was forced to stop in his tracks or have his feet impaled by the spikes, but he was forced to take his eyes off of Mizuki, who immediately responded to Irika's situation. He drew the large shuriken from his back and threw it. Irika had ample time to prepare a kawarimi to switch himself out for protection, but the shuriken sailed right past him. What did he throw at? He missed me by a mile. The sound of the shuriken sailing off into the distance and cutting through things rang out. Even something that sounded like a person. Naruto. Mizuki chuckled. Did you really think that brat could hide from me, Irika? It was either let me kill him or let the others kill him once they found him. I just did it faster than they would have. I'm not surprised he didn't see it coming. He was ranked dead last for a reason after all. His gloating was cut off when Irika's fist slammed right into his nose, spraying blood with the impact. All Irika wanted was to beat Mizuki to a bloody pulp at the moment. After all of the things that Naruto had to deal with, and he was cut down by someone like Mizuki before he even had a chance to change the way he was seen by the villagers. One punch wasn't enough. He wanted to make Mizuki suffer for this. He never got to apologize to Naruto for being so hard on him all the time. He never got to tell him how alike they were and how much of himself he saw in the boy. But he could at least clear his name at Mizuki's expense if nothing else. Mizuki was reeling after the first punch from Irika. But after clearing the tears from his eyes that sprang from getting his nose broken, he realized that Irika had gotten sloppy. His punches stopped being crisp and started looping far more than before, and he almost completely forgot about the kunai he had in his hand, while Mizuki remembered that it was still there. Mizuki shot out a short punch as a counter to one of Irika's emotional haymakers and hit the man right in the throat, delighting in watching his eyes bulge out. It was a pity, though, a little harder, and he could have watched him strangle to death and been done with it. Irika dropped his kunai to clutch at his throat, trying to catch some air after nearly having his larynx smashed by Mizuki, allowing the silver-haired man to pick up the discarded weapon and drive it into Irika's shoulder to the hilt before he could aptly defend himself. He was only able to avert it from going into his heart. Mizuki scoffed. You're being irksome, Irika. Just die already, he said, standing over the fallen instructor. All of this simply to protect that useless monster. I bet you feel proud. He held his heel right on Irika's throat, slowly descending it to crush it under his sandal. Irika choked out a cheeky response. He's twice the shinobi you are for sure. But then again, what's 2 times nothing? Seeing Mizuki's face twist into that scowl almost made the fact that he was about to die slightly better. I'm good enough to kill you, apparently, Mizuki said right before he planned on stomping right on Irika's neck, planned because it never came to be. An orange blur came out of nowhere and plowed right into him, sending him flying back. Watching the battle between Mizuki and Irika made Naruto feel completely out of his league. They weren't even using any jutsu. There was no way he was going to step into the midst of that. He'd get killed by accident. Every move was fluent and flowed. Either one of them would thrash him before he could finish hand seals for any of the jutsu he knew. Except for the new one, of course. He'd smash anybody with his new jutsu. But then Naruto was stunned. Mizuki really was trying to kill him. Once he got out of sight so that Iruka and Mizuki could fight, he started skulking around the battlefield, making use of his new jutsu to cut off any escape routes Mizuki might try to take once Iruka started kicking his ass. And then he felt his own death and heard Iruka shout his name, getting him to look from his cover out at the battle between Mizuki and Iruka, talking about how he had just died and how Mizuki had been planning to kill him all along. Seeing Iruka explode in rage after thinking that he died brought some happiness to Naruto. At least there was someone out there that would feel something if he just up and kicked the bucket one day. It was better than he thought it was at least. But when he saw Mizuki take the advantage over Iruka and move to finish him off, he couldn't take it anymore and sprang to action. Luckily, Mizuki figured he had killed him with that shuriken and never saw him coming when he slammed right into him, taking delight in the fact that he sent him flying with a glorified body check. He stood in front of Iruka and glared out at Mizuki. "If you try to lay one more hand on Iruka-sensei, I'll kill you," he threatened. Mizuki stood up and dusted himself off before laughing at Naruto. "What exactly can you do? I just beat the only threat here. I'll kill you right out in one shot. Come and try it then. I'll send it right back 1,000-fold." Naruto roared at him, clenching his fists tightly. Mizuki must have taken that as a personal challenge because he came storming right in to take Naruto out. Naruto made a cross sign with his index and middle fingers on both hands as a large cloud of smoke engulfed the field. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. When the smoke cleared, the entire area was filled to the brim with copies of Naruto. Every nook and cranny of the area was filled with them, even all over the branches of the trees. "What's the matter, Mizuki team?" one of the Narutos shouted. "Yeah, I thought you were going to kill us all with one shot," another quipped. "Well, since you're not coming to us, we're coming to you." And with that, the countless number of clones descended upon Mizuki and began beating the daylights out of him. The numbers were simply too much for someone like him to handle alone. Iruka was astonished. Less than 18 hours earlier, Naruto couldn't make one regular Bunshin. But here he was able to fill an entire forest clearing with the most complex clone jutsu known to Konoha, and he had done it seemingly effortlessly. That had to take an ungodly amount of chakra. How could he dash? "Oh yeah, that da?" In a matter of moments, Mizuki had been beaten to a pulp by Naruto and his countless Kage Bunshin, leaving one remaining Naruto standing over his prone form grinning sheepishly. "I guess I went a little overboard, huh?" "Not really," Iruka thought to himself. "Hey Naruto, come here for a minute and close your eyes." The boy blinked but curiously did as he was asked, allowing the wounded Iruka to quickly swap out the boy's goggles for his own headband. "Now go ahead and open them." Naruto looked at Iruka strangely when he saw that he was no longer wearing a headband. "Congratulations, you graduate." Iruka wasn't sure if the sunshine hitting him in the face came from the sunrise or from the smile that spread across Naruto's face once his words had sunk in. The next day, Naruto had gotten one hell of an earful from the Sandaime Hokage after returning the scroll of sealing with Iruka the previous night. Naruto wasn't sure what he was more angry about, the fact that Naruto had actually gotten away with the scroll, or that Naruto had actually gone through the Hokage himself to get it. And people called Oiroke no Jutsu, sexy jutsu, a stupid waste of time. Anyway, after getting chewed out for half an hour, the kindly old man told Naruto he was proud of him, and that protecting Iruka the way he did showed that he did indeed have the will of fire. He supported Iruka's decision to allow him to graduate and proceeded to give Naruto all of the information he needed for orientation the next week, where to go for the actual orientation itself, where to go to get his ninja ID photo taken, etc. Anyway, Iruka asked him to meet him at the academy the next day. Why? He didn't know, since he was told orientation for new genin didn't happen until next week, but he figured he would humor his teacher and show up. He proved the previous night that he was someone Naruto could trust, and for that the least he could do was show up when he was asked to. It wasn't like Naruto was doing anything else either to not do so. With that in mind, Naruto headed through the streets of Konoha towards the academy. Iruka sat on the edge of his desk waiting for Naruto to show up. He was very glad that he showed the skill needed to graduate last night. But the conversation he held with the Hokage after Naruto headed home stuck out in his mind. Flashback. Iruka sat in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage who had lit up his pipe as he waited for Iruka to speak. For some reason the man had something else he needed to talk about regarding the events of the evening. Iruka looked like he was thinking on how to address the issue, but eventually opted to just speak. Hokage-sama. Mizuki came this close to telling Naruto about the you-know-what. If he hadn't cut him off when he did, it would have gotten out. The Sandaime nodded and let out a puff of smoke. Sometimes I wonder why I don't just tell him myself. I kept it a secret because it was supposed to help him be a normal boy like everyone else. But as we all know, that didn't exactly turn out as anticipated. You yourself can attest to that. Iruka nodded in concession to that. Do you want me to tell him? Iruka wondered. I think I'd be willing to, and I think he might take it better if he hears it from me in case another person like Mizuki tries something. The old Hokage laughed. I don't believe that after what Naruto-kun did to Mizuki, there will be too many people lining up to attempt to use him for anything. As if Naruto-kun himself would let that happen again. He learns his hard lessons well enough. No, I don't think that will be necessary, Iruka-kun. I have someone I intend to have tell Naruto-kun himself when I can get him to return to Konoha. I appreciate the thought, though. I just want him to enjoy his first days as a genin before I let him know about such a dark secret. He hasn't had a normal childhood, as we all know, even as far as orphans go. He at least deserves to get a normal experience as a genin. Iruka couldn't even imagine having the pressure of holding back what Naruto had the responsibility of doing right now, and he was doing it unwillingly and unwittingly as a child. Knowing that an entity of chakra that nearly obliterated your home and snuffed out countless lives was sitting behind a construct of ink on your belly would turn the hairs of lesser men gray with stress. Iruka blinked at realizing what his leader had just said. Wait, you mean you're going to tell him at some point? From the way you just put it, I would agree with never telling him. It's worked so far. Hiruzen shook his head. I'm risking Naruto-kun's spite by not telling him for as long as I have. But one day he will need to know. The burden placed on him isn't just going to disappear, Iruka. No matter what he does, it will always be the elephant in the room. To anyone that doesn't know Naruto-kun personally, they will always see the shadow of the Kyuubi over him, if they ever even see him at all. I could reiterate to the village over and over again that he is a hero, but that would do no good. They must come to their own conclusion on the matter. Unfortunately, for the most part, it is usually the wrong conclusion. In flashback, Iruka-sensei, Naruto called out, sounding kind of hesitant. He slid the door to the room up at the top of the rows open and looked around before seeing Iruka at his desk. Hey there, sensei. You wanted to see me? Iruka sighed before smiling. Yes, I did, Naruto. I wanted to say that I'm very proud of you for proving that you were good enough to graduate, and also for saving my life. Naruto grinned widely as he started walking down the stairs towards Iruka and rubbed the back of his neck in what had to be his signature posture. No problem, sensei. I mean, you saved me first, didn't you? I just returned the favor, heh. Iruka smiled warmly at the boy. Well, how about I teach you something in return for helping me out yesterday? Hearing the word learning from Iruka sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. Learning was usually associated with lectures. Lectures were boring. Naruto hated boring. Naruto slowly backing away towards the door. Oh, that's okay, sensei. I didn't do anything big. And besides, I don't need it. I graduated, right, Databeo? Iruka gave Naruto a deadpan look. Naruto, I was going to teach you a jutsu. The word jutsu stopped Naruto right in his tracks, and he seemingly teleported right into Iruka's face. A jutsu? You're going to teach me a jutsu? What is it? Is it a giant fireball? A tidal wave? What is it, Iruka-sensei? Iruka calmed Naruto down. I'll teach you this jutsu, but I want you to listen to me, okay? Naruto stood still and had a face of intent listening. Iruka cleared his throat. Now, as I said, I'm very proud of you for what you accomplished, and you should be too. Naruto beamed a smile at that. But you should know that things are only going to be harder from this point on. I want you to take everything I'm telling you to heart, as if I've never tried to tell you anything before this. But this time I want you to really listen to me and take note. Naruto frowned, but he was getting a jutsu out of this. All right, Iruka-sensei. I'm listening. Iruka nodded and continued. You're going to be a ninja of Konoha, and that means that you're a soldier of this village. just like me. And just like me, you need to be ready to defend the people of this village with your life and do missions important to our prosperity. Naruto wanted to yawn. He knew this already. You have a responsibility to be the best that you can be. Whenever someone, especially another ninja, tells you something important, you need to listen. You also need to work at your weaknesses. Now tell me, what are you good at? Naruto immediately started. I've got the Oiroke no Jut dashed. Be serious, Naruto. Iruka said seriously. Naruto squinted at Iruka. Why did no one take that move seriously? It's an effective technique. Alright. I have Hinge, Kawarimi. I can't do the Bunshin, but I have Kage Bunshin now, ha. He tapped his chin in thought. My taijutsu is awesome. He felt Iruka's glare on him. Okay, my taijutsu could be better. And my jinjutsu. He trailed off. Iruka sighed and patted Naruto's head. That's okay, Naruto. You're just starting out, but that's what I mean. You have to get yourself together. You need to get all of the academy katas down and finish learning the taijutsu. I know you still have all of the take-home things I gave you for when you all were learning them, and I want you to practice. But Iruka-sensei, I'm a good fighter. Naruto whined. Iruka shook his head. Those are the most basic forms there are, Naruto, made so that everyone can learn them, and they're good for branching out further for original styles later. It's a fantastic stepping stone. Everything you've learned in the academy is a stepping stone. The concepts of the 3 jutsu you had to learn are all rooted in the basis of many other far more complex jutsu. Kawarimi and Hinge are 2 of the most adaptable ninjutsu in existence, hence why we teach it. But I'm going off on a tangent. You're telling me. Naruto told himself, still listening intently. Iruka rested his hands on Naruto's shoulders. I know you can be a splendid ninja if you put your mind to it, but you need to work hard. I don't want you to slack off like you were doing in the academy, because if you do it out in the real world, it can get you killed. Tons of genin die on their first real missions because they weren't ready for what the life entailed. I don't want that to happen to you. So if nothing else, I want you to keep these things in mind. Naruto saw that Iruka's expression was completely genuine, and he had said these things out of concern for his well-being. Okay, Iruka-sensei. I'll try. Good. I'm counting on you to prove me right. After all, when you're Hokage, I want a raise for being the guy that was behind you all the way. He got a chuckle out of Naruto before he made a motion with his head. Now come on, let's teach you that jutsu I promised. Yada, Naruto shouted, almost making a dust cloud on his way out of the building. I'm getting an extra jutsu right out of the academy. Nobody else is getting that. Iruka's sweat dropped and followed him out. Iruka had brought Naruto outside to the obstacle course field that was now deserted, seeing as school was not in session. Okay, Naruto, I'm about to teach you a move that I created myself. Hearing that Iruka had created his own jutsu made Naruto stare at him in awe, making Iruka feel pretty cool. People never think he's cool, so it was refreshing. Did you really make your own jutsu, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked, gasping when Iruka proudly nodded. Wow. Yep. Iruka rubbed under his nose pridefully. It doesn't need any hand seals, and it's pretty simple in theory too. It just takes a burst of chakra, really. It's kind of wasteful, but for someone like you, I don't think you'll have any problems with it, especially after your little exhibition on Mizuki. Naruto laughed, remembering what he had done to get his rank. Alright, it's called Chakura Hankuriya no Jutsu, Chakra Echolocation Jutsu. It can be used to find things around you, like finding the location of things that you can't see. It's really good for tracking, or for scouting ahead for traps, or all kinds of things. It's a great sensor technique. Naruto squinted at Iruka throughout his entire explanation as if deep in thought, eventually unnerving the man. Naruto, do you have a question? Naruto simply kept staring at him with his closed eyes expression before he pointed abruptly. That's how you were always able to find me when I did stuff. Iruka face-faulted, seemingly validating Naruto's theory. Damn it, I knew I wasn't making mistakes of leaving tracks. Do you have any idea how insane that kept driving me? I thought I just sucked at hiding. I was about to throw all those stealth lessons away and start just running in before fights since it looked like I could never stay hidden, Databeo. Iruka stood up and rubbed his face. If one thing was for sure, whenever he did his pranks, Naruto definitely got some training in. So you started wearing that orange jumpsuit because I kept catching you and you decided to just discard all of the stealth lessons? Naruto looked away. No. I started wearing this last year, remember? Well, that was when I had the idea to paint the Hokage monument. Huh. I had it all planned out at the start of this school year. I just needed to test it. That and orange is awesome. Irika looked at him strangely. Jutsu lesson temporarily on hold so he could make sense of this. Wait. So you wore an orange jumpsuit to help you pull that off? Naruto nodded with a huge grin. Yeah. See, I started painting before the sun came up, and I kept painting all through the sunrise in the suit. No one could see me when the sun wasn't up because it was pitch dark out, and during the sunrise dashed. Irika's jaw dropped. The idea was actually brilliant. In the early sun, Naruto's jumpsuit would blend right in as the sun hit the mountainside, making the mountain glow orange. And as the sun rose over the direction of the mountain, anyone looking that way would be blinded by the sun, even if they could distinguish Naruto while he was working. Did he even know how tactical that was? He needed to make sure Naruto cultivated that before he lost it. This kid might be able to write a book on tactics when he got older. Irika shook that thought off for later. He wasn't letting this one go. All right, Naruto, now it's really simple. All you have to do is gather your chakra throughout your entire body and exert it outwardly in a single layer burst. You should get a feeling of everything around you. Closer objects should give a stronger presence than things further away. Got it? Naruto nodded. I've got it, Irika-sensei. He placed his hands in the ram seal. When Irika gave him a questioning look, Naruto blushed out of embarrassment. I kind of don't know how to focus my chakra without making hand seals yet. Irika shook his head. That's another thing you need to work on, Naruto, but it's all right for now. Naruto did as he was instructed and projected his chakra outwards in a quick burst. He looked at Irika after doing so and blinked blankly. So how was that? Irika scratched his head. I don't know. You have to tell me. Did you feel anything? Naruto shrugged. How am I supposed to know? Can you tell me what it feels like when done right? Irika took a moment to think. I'll be right back. Just yell for me when you're ready to do the jutsu again. I'll hear you and come running. Just see if you can feel which way I'm coming from. That should work. With that, Irika disappeared from sight, leaving Naruto to build his chakra again. Naruto stood for a moment before getting an amount he thought was good before shouting at the top of his lungs. All right, Irika-sensei. I'm ready. He waited a second before letting the pulse go. He felt something moving at 7 o'clock and turned in the corresponding direction. Got you, Irika-sensei. A few seconds later, Irika made it right next to Naruto. You felt me coming from all that way? He sounded surprised. That was from 400 meters away. That's a quarter of a mile. He tried to hide his shock under a guise of indifference. That's pretty good for just having gotten the jutsu down, but you need to get better at sensing things and reacting before they get close. If someone was throwing something at you, being able to sense it wouldn't do any good if you still can't dodge it. You'll get better the more you try it. Naruto had been expecting something big and flashy, but this was cool to him as well. Huh. No one's ever going to sneak up on me again with this, Irika-sensei. I'll get better with this jutsu than you are, and then I'll rename it to something cooler, Databeo. Irika curled over by a tree with a rain cloud over his head. Why does everyone say the name of the jutsu isn't cool? I think I came up with a great name for it. Naruto ignored his thoughts on his jutsu and kept talking. I mean, it explains what it is and all, but you've got to come up with something that just screams badass. Something like, I see you motherfucker jutsu, or get out here and get your ass kicked jutsu, you know? Irika coughed and got over his momentary lapse in self-esteem. Well, that's it, Naruto. That's all I've got for you. Naruto smiled up at the man. Thanks for everything, Irika-sensei. I promise I'll make you proud. I know you will, Naruto, Irika said. But remember the most important weapon a shinobi could ever have. A kunai? Naruto guessed. No. A log for kawarimi? Well, yes. But that's a lesson a lot of ninja don't know until much later, so good for you. Naruto grinned widely at the compliment while Irika continued. I'm talking about your mind. He accentuated by tapping his temple. Your mind is the most dangerous weapon that an enemy can encounter, especially your mind. Because I'm not really sure what goes through it 90% of the time, and anything you can't anticipate is always scary. Naruto nodded. Right. My mind is scary. Got it. Irika palmed his face and dragged it down. Ugh. Just don't be afraid of learning things, Naruto. Trust me, the smarter you are, the tougher you are to beat. Just look at Hokage-sama. They call him the professor because of all of his amassed knowledge. The better understanding of things you have, the stronger you can be. Naruto laughed. Well, then I'll just have to get smarter than the old man too. Thanks a lot, Irika-sensei. I'll see you later. Naruto turned and took off away from the academy. I'm going to get some ramen. Wait until I tell everyone I passed. Irika watched Naruto leave with a smile on his face. Konoha wasn't built in a day, I suppose. Heh, I think he actually listened to me more today than any other time in the last 6 years. Hiruzen was watching Irika and Naruto's impromptu session from his crystal ball. Good work, Irika. It seems that you're one of the most willing shinobi out there when it comes to passing the torch to the next generation. The old man let out a fond laugh. If only we had more shinobi like you in our ranks. Chapter 2. Too many questions, not enough answers. It had only been 1 day since Naruto had learned Chakura Hankyurai no Jutsu, Chakra Echolocation Jutsu, and he had barely stopped using it for the entire day before. Once he ate and bragged about his graduation to Tuchi and Ayam at Ichiraku Ramen, he went straight home and pretty much sat on his roof for hours, just sending out pulse after pulse, scouting for anything he could sense. It was unarguably the stillest Naruto had ever sat for the longest period of time. Why didn't more people take the time to learn this jutsu from Irika-sensei? As a matter of fact, why not teach it in the academy? It was so cool. Anyway, after doing that for a few hours of mindless entertainment, funny though, Irika said it was wasteful on chakra. He didn't feel like he had been doing anything, but that was a whole different matter. After he was done playing with his new jutsu, he headed inside. He still had a week to wait out before he was to be at orientation, and he had nothing to do. He promised he wouldn't pull any more pranks, and he wasn't going to be able to top painting the Hokage monument anyway. He had absolutely nothing to do that night. There was no need to go to bed early or anything. He didn't have to be anywhere the next morning for an entire week, but he still didn't have a thing to do for that period of time. You need to get all of the academy katas down and finish learning the taijutsu. Irika told him he needed to finish learning the taijutsu. Naruto always assumed he was passable in taijutsu because he was. It was the only thing he decisively passed no matter what in the academy, because it didn't require him to learn anything or pay too much attention. All the attention he paid was in the beginning when they went over the most simple basics provided, how to punch and kick. That was it. He knew nothing else formal about it. Not how to dodge and parry, not even how to properly block. He never even really got reprimanded in taijutsu class because more often than not when they would spar he would win. He couldn't beat kids like Kiba or that asshole Sasuke, but pretty much everyone else he was able to at the very least hang tough against, because he launched an assault right when the fight would start. Even when he got hit, he would just work on through it, counting on the fact that he could take more punches than his opponents. His style was no style. He was a hard-nosed brawler, and it had suited him fine to this point. But he promised that he would try that, and he didn't have anything to do, and it was too late to go out and run amok. What he forgot, however, was that he had never bothered to even keep his stuff together from the academy. When he got homework or some other handout that he didn't do right there on the spot, it usually got forgotten among some clutter, and he hadn't touched anything on taijutsu in forever. Hence the rest of his night awake was spent with him digging all over the apartment for his stuff on academy taijutsu. When he had woken up the next morning, 2 hours were spent with him retrieving the rest of his scrolls on taijutsu, and by the time he had finished that and had some breakfast, he was too bored to just sit in his apartment or read them. Deciding to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, he left the house in search of somewhere interesting that could help him hold his attention long enough to get to the practical application of the academy taijutsu, because after learning basic stance and punches and kicks, Irika went into lecture mode for about a month after that, killing Naruto's buzz, so to speak, and letting his attention on the matter drop. At least this time I can skip all of the boring stuff and just learn the cool moves in the scroll, Naruto thought to himself as he walked through the village. He held the scroll in his hand, looking at it as he navigated the village streets on autopilot. He didn't really need to keep his eyes ahead of him. People usually always gave him a wide berth when he was going anywhere, something he didn't really understand, but that was the way it had been for as long as he could remember. That was okay. All he had to do was show them how awesome he was, and then everything would change, which was going to happen any day now that he was finally a ninja. Kids would be asking him for autographs. He'd hear people reference his greatness, even in conversations where his name wasn't even in the topic. Appraising eyes would be on him every time he went into public. Yep, he couldn't wait. I can't wait to show everyone how much ass I kick. I've got to go learn this taijutsu so I can get started. With a huge grin on his face, Naruto sped off towards the verdant forests of Konoha to find somewhere to get to work. Naruto was incredibly disappointed when he finally reached his spot in the forest he had chosen to train at. The Academy Taijutsu scroll only had a few basics: how to throw textbook punches, kicks, how to block to minimize damage, how to notice your opponent telegraphing an attack, just those basics. The most advanced thing in the scroll he found was how to trap a limb, and that was where that little hint of instruction stopped with the words, "From here utilize advanced grappling knowledge." When the hell had they gone over that? And why didn't he have a scroll on it? Naruto growled and stood up to go through the motions that were actually provided in instruction on the scroll, as he really didn't know those things actually except for the punches and kicks. Blocking was harder to get seeing as he needed a training partner. And then he proceeded to slam his head off of a tree as he realized that he had a built-in training partner from the jutsu he had learned from the Scroll of Seals. With a clone made via Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto had him play living dummy as he directed the clone to hold its hands out and catch his punches and kicks so that Naruto didn't have to smash them up on a tree. It would always dispel after blocking a few, but he could always bring out another one no matter how irksome it was. This went on for 30 minutes before Naruto decided to drill his defense. Making a clone that was grinning at the potential prospect brought along by his order, which was to punch and kick the original Naruto while he tried blocking, parrying, and eventually catching the punches in his grasp. He set himself in his basic stance and prepared for practicing his blocking, which didn't really work out too well for him right off the bat. Naruto's clone immediately took to pummeling his creator, per his orders, not even letting Naruto reset himself to try again. And then it basically devolved into Naruto rolling around and brawling with himself on the forest floor. Ow, you bit me. The original Naruto shouted before dispelling his unruly clone with a hard smash over the head. Stupid troublemaking Kage Bunshin. Naruto stood back up and smashed his fist against a tree, forcing the leaves to shake violently. A kunai then deposited itself right above where his hand was against the tree, forcing Naruto to turn around and let out a pulse to determine his attacker's exact location. Naruto turned in the exact direction. He felt a living presence with a serious look. "Who's there? You might as well come out. I can find you no matter what." Naruto sounded pretty tough, but that kunai came close to pinning him to a tree, and the other night, while playing with his new jutsu, he had gotten used to sensing distance. He sensed the person that did that from about 500 feet away. That was scary aim even though they missed, and he hoped that they had missed on purpose. After a few seconds, a brown-eyed girl with brown hair put up into buns came out, looking over Naruto warily, the favor being returned right back to her. She had on a sleeveless pink Chinese top and dark green pants. The thing Naruto noted was that she had on her own headband signifying her as a ninja of the village, and he had left his at home, only planning to wear it once orientation took place. Naruto pulled at the kunai she had thrown into the tree trunk out with quite a bit of effort as he kept his eyes on her. How hard did she throw this thing? Finally, he managed to pull the kunai out and held it out in front of him suspiciously. "Why did you throw that at me?" he finally asked. The girl spoke up with conviction in her voice. "For the last 45 minutes, all I hear from my spot training in the forest is a lot of yelling and shouting, and then a bunch of cursing, and finally someone starts sounding like they're going to tear the forest apart. Let's just say I don't like leaving things unsolved, and leave it at that. Now who are you?" Naruto still didn't really drop his guard. Mizuki wasn't supposed to try and kill him either, and that still happened. Uzumaki Naruto. Future Hokage Databeo. You have to be a ninja first before you can try being Hokage, kid. Naruto got a tick mark on his head from how she was talking to him. Naruto snapped at her. "I am a ninja. I'm no different than you." The girl didn't verbally respond. She simply audibly tapped the metal of her headband. "You need one of these to distinguish yourself as a ninja of this village. So where's yours?" Damn it. So most of this could have been avoided if he had just worn the headband. He wasn't leaving that thing home ever again. "I didn't bring it. I didn't know I would need to actually identify myself today." I don't even have orientation until next week. The girl's distrustful look switched over to one of amusement as her seemingly hostile posture straightened up. She walked over to Naruto and ruffled his hair. Ah, you're just a baby rookie, huh? She grinned at him as he shook her hand off of his head. Oi, Naruto replied crossly. You're treating me like a 5-year-old. I'm a legal adult now, a fully fledged ninja. Of course you are. The girl pinched Naruto's cheek, taking pride in the twitching eyebrow signifying his ire at the current predicament. Such a big tough ninja that hasn't even put his headband on yet, or even gone on a mission. So precious. Naruto's voice came out distorted due to the girl's grabbing of his cheek. You know you're not any older than me, so you can't be that much farther advanced. She raised an eyebrow. I've been a genin for a little over a year. That's an eternity compared to a newbie like you. I'd squash you if we were ever to fight. Oh yeah. Naruto felt insulted. Who did this girl think she was? Why did everyone think they could just walk all over him all of the time? Even when people don't know him at all, it still happened. How about you put your money where your mouth is? The girl once again looked sufficiently amused by his statement. All right then. You're lucky that my team broke off for the day so that we could all train on our own. So now I've got some time to play with you. Follow me. She finished by taking her kunai back out of Naruto's grasp. Naruto flexed his fingers in anticipation as he followed this new girl into a clearing to fight. This was his first legitimate fight against a ninja since Mizuki, and he was going to make her eat her words. The girl stood out in front of him with a confident look on her face. I'll go easy on you and wrap this up in 3 minutes, Naruto-chan. She taunted. Naruto grit his teeth. She was seriously messing with him now. Oh yeah? I don't know who you are, so I know damn well that you don't know me. I'll tell you this though, don't underestimate me. Naruto broke out in a rush right at the kunoichi, planning to just knock her block off and be done here so he could be productive again. The girl's jaw almost dropped at how straightforward this guy was. The space between them was 30 yards. 30 yards that he had to cover before he could even think of taking a swing at her, and he wasn't even that fast. Hell, one of her teammates hopping towards her on one leg would probably be faster than this kid was moving. She had to refrain from shaking her head as she pulled out a set of shuriken. She really didn't want to hurt this kid. Naruto ended up falling onto his face as sharp pains hit him in multiple places on his body. Naruto rolled over and looked at his legs to see multiple shuriken sticking out the front of them going down. He looked up in surprise at his female opponent who had a displeased look on her face. If that's all you've got, then go home. I could have killed you right there and been done with it if this were an actual battle. Naruto's eyes widened. She was right. He barely even saw anything coming at him, and she hit him flush. Ignoring this, Naruto pulled the shuriken out of his legs and stood back up. She hadn't hit him anywhere vital or even anywhere important. So she was using weapons, was she? Naruto reached into his own supply pouch and let off a barrage of shuriken at the girl, who simply smirked and threw more of her own, hitting each of Naruto's and knocking them out of the air. She was looking too smug for him to just quit and leave. Not without hitting her once. Not without just giving her one good one to prove he wasn't pathetic. Naruto lifted his hands and made a cross seal with his fingers. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. The young girl's eyes widened as she saw one Naruto multiply into 12. She was so surprised she almost missed his shout of go. That spurned all of them into action. The sight of so many Narutos charging in at her and the realization that they weren't regular Bunshin and were real almost made her run away, but she got herself under control and focused. It didn't matter if there were 12 of him. 12 times 0 was still 0. Naruto planned on giving her the old Mizuki special, but he figured she was a genin and Mizuki was an elite. Sending that many would be complete overkill, so 12 was enough. He thought that right until a bow staff appeared in her hands in a puff of smoke, and she began decimating his clones. Seeing a girl his age masterfully handle a 6-foot-long staff so effectively, his clones weren't even getting close enough to mount an offense, was disheartening. What did he have? What? Was he going to just flood the field with clones like against Mizuki and beat her to a bloody pulp because she had skill that he didn't have? He didn't even think that Team Sasuke could beat this girl. Who are you? Naruto asked once she finished mowing his Kage Bunshin down. The girl set the head of her staff on the ground in her hand and wiped her brow. It took you long enough to ask. How rude. My name is Tenten. So are we done? Naruto frowned. What did he have other than the Kage Bunshin? That was his trump card, his best technique, the strongest thing he had. He could have kept making them for as long as he wanted, but she would have just kept killing them off. And he didn't like his own chances of getting close to her the way his replicas had been put out of commission. No, a win was a win, and he would be damned if he was just going to lay down and let this girl beat him without at least trying to triumph. Naruto channeled his chakra and formed his hand seal again. Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Okay, seeing a rookie that hadn't even had a day on the job make solid clones was an eye-opener for Tenten, but this was ridiculous. She was surrounded on all sides by Naruto's clones that were giving her a wide berth to avoid the staff, but it was only a matter of time before he sent them in. She knew this. It was only logical. Tenten quickly pulled out 2 scrolls and set them on the ground while making a short set of hand seals. Go! Naruto shouted, ordering his Kage Bunshin to put Tenten down hard. Sushiryu, twin rising dragons. Tenten's scrolls unraveled upwards in a swirling pattern of smoke as she jumped between them and began unsealing weapons from the scrolls surrounding her. She then proceeded to mercilessly bombard Naruto's horde of copies with every single weapon she had amassed inside of her scrolls. Not just the standard fare of kunai and shuriken. Tenten pelted the poor clones with Fuma shuriken, a mace, sickles, sunban, katanas. She even threw out a few broadswords, and everything she threw hit. Nothing she flung at the Kage Bunshin missed its mark. All of them forgot about attacking and simply focused on surviving, but there was nowhere to go. They were in the middle of a clearing, the closest cover was 60 yards away, and Tenten wasn't taking prisoners. In a matter of moments, Tenten had cleared the field of every single image of Naruto she had been aiming at. She landed back on the ground, and her scrolls went slack as the field was covered in the leftover smoke from all of the clones. Tenten grimaced at her handiwork. She knew she hadn't missed a single one. They were far too slow for her to miss on her worst day. She looked around for the real Naruto. She hoped she hadn't injured him too badly with all of that. She might have gone a little overboard. Kid, are you still alive? Say something. She began walking and looking about the field that was hazy from all of the Kage Bunshin smoke that was steadily dispersing. The area finally cleared up and Tenten couldn't see Naruto anywhere. There was no blood or anything either, signifying if he ran away or not. A poof sound directed her attention behind her where all she saw upon turning was a flash of yellow and orange before a fist closed in on her face. Dynamic entry. A green blur came from out of nowhere and plowed a flying kick into the side of Naruto's face, sending him flying off from his surprise attack on Tenten and sending him sliding through the amassed weapons from Tenten's jutsu. The blur turned out to be a boy their age in a green bodysuit, orange leg warmers, bandaged hands, and a red headband around his waist as a belt. He had a black bowl-cut hairstyle and large eyebrows over round black eyes. He stood protectively in front of Tenten in a fighting stance. I cannot allow you to harm my teammate. Such an underhanded attack on my youthful female comrade. Lee, Tenten said questioningly as she saw Naruto struggling and failing to pick himself up off of the ground. Her mood turned from confusion to annoyance. Lee, that was what he was supposed to do. We were sparring. He was supposed to try and hit me. The boy now identified as Lee stood up out of his stance and looked at Tenten in a puzzled manner before his face turned apologetic. I am sorry, Tenten. I simply saw him appear and attack you from behind, and I just acted. I apologize. Tenten shook her head. Whatever. I'm not the one you need to apologize to. I'm not the one that got blindsided and knocked senseless. She turned her head towards Naruto, who had finally pulled himself into a sitting position. Naruto sat on the ground rubbing his face and clearing the mass amounts of weapons around him so that he didn't get cut or stabbed by anything. What the hell hit him? 1 second he was so close to nailing that Tenten chick right on the chin, he could see the fear in her eyes, and then he was over here 40 feet away and feeling like chewing would be a pipe dream in the near future. He stopped thinking when he saw the object of his last attack kneel down in front of him with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry about that. My hot-headed teammate jumped the shark and interrupted the fight. Naruto looked at her eyes, exuding remorse for his appearance. He dabbed at his face with his hand and pulled it away. When he was hit, his face must have dragged across the ground quite a bit from the blood he saw when he touched it. He must have cut it up on any of Tintin's myriad of weaponry. Are you all right? A smirk crossed Naruto's face suddenly. I told you I'd last more than 3 minutes. Naruto then noticed how concerned she sounded and gave her a reassuring grin. Sure, I'll be fine. This will all heal up by tomorrow, he said loudly before clutching his jaw. He had opened it too far to talk. He looked over and saw a strange guy in green. He must have been the douche that hit him. He probably fractured his jaw. I am terribly sorry for kicking you, the green guy said frantically. It's just I was not aware that it was a spar. I thought you were trying to harm my teammate, and I just jumped right in and dashed. Lee, Tintin cut him off from speaking any further. I think he gets it. You're sorry. Lee stopped moving around and spazzing out. Yes, Tintin is correct. I apologize for harming you. The boy bowed to him before straightening out and giving him a smile. I am Konoha's beautiful green beast, Rock Lee. Did his teeth just sparkle? Naruto figured he must have been concussed or something and shook it off. Well then, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage Dadabayo. What a youthful goal, Lee shouted to the skies. I myself have high dreams, as does our dear Tintin. I wish to be a world-famous ninja known only for my taijutsu, and Tintin wishes to be a ninja on par both strength and reputation-wise with Tsunade. Naruto just nodded once he heard Tintin's dream. He had no idea who that was. He rubbed his jaw again once Lee's goal registered with him. Well, you're off to a good start, both of you actually. Naruto looked at the weapons surrounding him. You didn't miss once. Tintin smiled at him before it fell. Wait, I missed you. Naruto shook his head. No, you never threw anything at me. You just destroyed all of my clones. After you cut down a few, I hid in the smoke and hinged into one of the weapons that you threw. That was really scary though. Tintin held out a hand and helped Naruto to his feet. You almost got me. If Lee hadn't kicked you, I would probably be face up looking at the clouds right now wondering what happened. Naruto grinned at her widely. Hinge no Jutsu, transformation jutsu, is super useful. I was never going to get close enough to do anything to you the way you were fighting. Rubbing the back of her head sheepishly, she laughed a little. What can I say? I like weapons. She then let out a sigh. But now I have to pick up and reseal all of these. Lee gave her a rigid salute. I will help you retrieve all of your ninja tools, Tintin. With that, he ran off around the entire clearing, picking up the weaponry. Naruto was shocked at his speed and then turned to Tintin. So that's why it looked so easy for you to hit me if he's your teammate. That guy is insane fast. You have no idea. Tintin agreed. But you weren't bad. Yes, I was. Naruto looked down. You said it yourself that you could have killed me right at the start. And even then, the only way I could even get close was with that trick. Well, duh, Tintin said with a roll of her eyes. That's what a shinobi is supposed to do. Catch their opponent off guard and finish them off. It's not like you had any weapon to get near me with anyway. You had to fight like that, or you would have never gotten near me. Naruto's face lit up at that. Actually, I did have a weapon more dangerous than any of yours. Tintin looked at him, anticipating his answer. My mind. Tintin blinked at him before bursting into laughter, forcing her to double over and hold herself up on her knees. Your mind? Okay, then whatever you say. She finished with a giggle. Yash. Lee deposited all of Tintin's weapons in a neat pile by her 2 scrolls and saluted her. Tintin, Guy-sensei sent me here to retrieve you so that we could take a mission. You should hurry and get back to our training ground. Lee turned his attention to Naruto. It was nice to meet you, Naruto-san. I hope I will see you around the village one day. With that, Lee ran out of the clearing away from Naruto and Tintin. Tintin sighed and walked over to her scrolls, quickly sealing her tools back inside of them. Whoa! She looked at Naruto oddly, getting him to continue. That was cool. How did you do that? Tintin almost face-faulted. That was just me sealing my weapons back up. I learned how to do that in the academy, didn't you? Naruto looked away sheepishly and mumbled. What was that? She asked him. I said I was the dead last. He shouted before going silent, expecting her to start making fun of him, laugh at him, or just start treating him like everyone else did, ignoring him. Tintin gave him a warm smile. But you graduated, didn't you? Graduating last is better than not graduating at all, right? She pocketed her scrolls and patted him on the shoulder. You know, Lee was the dead last of our class last year too. Naruto looked up at her with bulging eyes. Yep. He can't do any ninjutsu and barely passed, and now look at him. I would rather have him on my side than any of those others from our year. So don't worry about it. Naruto couldn't believe it. That guy had been the dope too? How did he get so good? He was so fast I don't think anyone in my class could even touch him. Tintin put up one finger. He trained very hard. She then turned to leave the field. See you around, Naruto. If you ever want a rematch, you can usually find me here on days where my team doesn't meet. Naruto watched her leave and waved at her, getting a wave back. He looked at the field he had just used to more or less get his ass kicked. So that's how strong a genin is after 1 year of being a ninja? His face formed a small grin. Well, it looks like I'm just going to have to get better than that, won't I? After getting bored with the monotony of just going through taijutsu katas for hours, Naruto headed back into town. The cuts he had suffered from his little scuffle were steadily healing, but he still had to head home to grab some bandages, making him look like he had lost a fight. He basically had, but he still didn't like looking like he did in public. He simply kept to himself and wandered about, thinking on what he had done today. Tintin kicked my ass. All those Kagebunshin were useless when it came to getting close to her. She was really good with those weapons. I almost got her, though, after I did that trick with Henge. Huh, so that's what Irika-sensei meant by my brain is my most dangerous weapon. Naruto's wandering had taken him from the business and residential districts of Konoha he normally found himself frequenting and brought him over to the side of the village that was more focused on military matters. He hadn't been here much because there was never really any need to do anything except go and hang out with the Sandaime Hokage for a bit. That actually didn't sound like a half-bad idea, come to think of it. With a new course of action set in his mind, Naruto headed towards the Hokage Tower where once he arrived, the guards gave him a cautious look. He got that look more often than not, but in this case he figured they had some reason to look at him like that. He had just broken in 2 days ago and stolen a scroll full of village secrets. As he headed towards the office, he greeted the pretty secretary that let him go inside, where he found the old Kage sitting at his desk with a lit pipe in hand. You shouldn't smoke that stuff, Sarutobi-jiji. You're already old enough. Don't let the smoke kill you faster. The old man chuckled at Naruto and put his pipe out for the boy's benefit. Naruto-kun, what can I do for you today? He then got a good look at his face. What on earth happened to you? Naruto grinned awkwardly. I kind of got into a fight with an older genin a little while ago. The old man frowned disapprovingly. You shouldn't be picking fights with your comrades, Naruto-kun. You should know better than that. I'm disappointed. Naruto looked down ashamedly. He didn't even bother telling him that Tintin more or less started it, as he didn't think that would go over so well as an excuse even if he had. I'm sorry, Gigi. I learned a lesson, though. She kind of handed me my ass for most of it. Hiruzen's mood improved and he let out another aged chuckle. Well, you are just a fresh genin, Naruto. She's been at this for at least a year if she's older than you from the way you sound. A year of hard training and field experience while you were still in the academy makes her a better shinobi just out of principle. About the academy, Naruto figured he might as well ask while it was fresh on his brain before he forgot. I was going over some stuff about the academy taijutsu. All it had was the basic stuff, and the only thing it said on anything else was something I didn't even had. I checked later and I couldn't find it. Something about advanced grappling knowledge, but I don't have anything on that. The old man stood up and rested his hand on Naruto's shoulder as he led him out of his office. I'll show you this now since you're a shinobi now, Naruto-kun. Come with me. The Sandaime Hokage led Naruto out to the roof of the tower where he proceeded to use Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker jutsu, to take them to a building at the top of the Hokage monument. Naruto looked at Sarutobi, who started walking ahead of Naruto towards the building. Can you teach me how to do that, Gigi? Naruto asked excitedly. Maybe you can teach it to yourself, Naruto-kun. The Hokage motioned for Naruto to catch up with him. After the boy caught up, he proceeded to open a massive set of double doors. Behind the set of doors lay a massive room with row after row of books and scrolls. Where are we, Sarutobi-jiji? Naruto wondered. He had never been anywhere near this place before. When he went to the top of the Hokage monument, All he ever did was go to look off over the edge at the village. Hiruzen smiled. This is the Konoha Archive Library. Located here is tons of information on things like village history, ninja both past and current, and all sorts of other things. Naruto deflated. I thought this was going to be cool. All this place has are a bunch of musty books and scrolls. Hiruzen shrugged. Oh, I was going to say that I thought a few ninja techniques were here as well, but if you aren't interested, he baited Naruto, and he didn't let him down. Hold on. Naruto stopped Hiruzen. You say that there are all kinds of stuff here like jutsu too, right? There are a few if you actually comb through and look. Hiruzen knew he had him now. Just the prospect at learning a new jutsu had Naruto ready to go. Well then, let's get going then. Naruto yelled before a harsh shush sounded out from the man seated at the front desk. A middle-aged man with close-cut black hair and a small, high ponytail, a goatee, glasses, and a long white jacket, open to show a dark orange shirt and black pants. The man sighed. You can't just yell in the middle of this place, you know. This is a facility for quiet study. Please don't disrupt the shinobi here to work. Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, Aji-san. It won't happen again. Hiruzen chuckled and patted Naruto on the head. Naruto, this is Ikeda Atsudo. He is the head of Konoha's cryptanalysis squad. Wow, Naruto said as he looked at the average-looking man. You must be a really important guy then, huh? I'm just a basic librarian when I'm not needed to work. The man smiled slightly. Heh, a bookworm's good for something in a hidden village after all. Now what can I do for you, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen led Naruto closer to his desk. Well, Uzumaki Naruto-kun here just graduated, and he would like to go through your library to see if he could find something on advanced grappling techniques to bolster his academy taijutsu. And some cool jutsu. Naruto cut in loudly before covering his mouth suddenly. Sorry, I forgot. Atsudo waved it off. It's all right, but I'm kind of iffy on exactly where the volumes on taijutsu are. He looked at Naruto appraisingly. He is a shinobi, isn't he? Yes. He is a recent graduate. Hiruzen assured him. I most certainly wouldn't have brought him if he weren't. He simply neglected to wear his headband today. Isn't that right, Naruto-kun? Naruto was sure there was a lesson in that comment somewhere. It was the second time today that he almost got himself into trouble for not wearing that thing. He just wanted to keep it looking good for orientation. If he had worn it, he would have gotten it all scuffed in his little scrap with Tintin, or it would have gotten all sweaty, or he could have lost it. He was trying to be responsible. Yes, Gigi. Naruto said as if he had just been lightly scolded. Atsudo nodded. All right then, next time make sure you wear it. Only shinobi of Konoha or those with express permission from the Hokage can come in here and examine our archives. Now let me get someone to help you. Shiho. He shouted out into the mostly still library, getting Naruto and Hiruzen to sweat drop at the hypocrisy. A surprised yelp came before some swift rummaging noises. Seconds later, a girl with blonde hair darker than Naruto's tied back in a ponytail with a red hairband and glasses that looked like swirls were in them, where her eyes should have gone on her face, came out and stood in front of Atsudo's desk. Her hair had occasional strands sticking up, making her look slightly disheveled. She had on a long dark red dress and a long white coat like Atsudo, only she held her coat together with a black headband worn like a backwards sash around her waist. Yes, sensei? What can I do for you? Shiho said once she had gotten to the front. Atsudo smiled at the girl and turned to Naruto. This is my genin apprentice Shiho. If you'd like, I'm certain she'd help you find anything it is that you are looking for here. Shiho, go ahead and say hello to the Hokage and meet Uzumaki Naruto. The girl turned around and saw Naruto, who gave her a tentative wave. The girl returned it with a smile. Hello, Hokage-sama, and hello, Uzumaki-kun. I'd be happy to help out. All I was doing before this was just putting back some of the books those other lazy ninja didn't bother with. Speaking of which, did you finish that? Atsudo said with a look that had a dangerous gleam in his eye. Shiho recoiled slightly. I was almost done, but then you called me to meet Uzumaki-kun. Sorry, sensei. The man laughed. It's all right, Shiho, as long as it gets done before you head home for the day. Now, if you would, please help Naruto here get situated. Hiruzen sighed. Well, I have to get back to the office and complete my work. Please take good care of Naruto-kun here, if you could, Shiho-chan. With that, the old man bade everyone farewell and returned to the Hokage Tower. Atsuta waved for the two youngsters to leave him to his busy work. Now both of you go on and show Naruto what the library has for a young ninja like him. You can finish your work later, Shiho. Shiho nodded and motioned for Naruto to follow her into the archives. Come with me, please. After they started walking for a bit, Shiho started talking. So this is your first time here? Naruto laughed and placed his hands behind his head. Yeah, I just graduated the other day and Gigi brought me here so I could figure out something that I couldn't find on Taijutsu from the academy stuff. While the academy Taijutsu is more of something that was used as a building block to help keep students in shape and give them a base in learning more advanced styles later. Shiho replied succinctly as they kept walking. Yeah, Naruto said, squinting. Irika-sensei said that too. Shiho nodded and smiled. Well, you graduated. That's good for you. I graduated last year, but I wasn't able to actually become a ninja due to well-related circumstances. I shouldn't say. Naruto looked at her sorrowfully. Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry. I'm probably making you feel bad with all of this, aren't I? Shiho waved off his concern. Oh no, don't worry about it. Because of Sensei, I'm still technically an active shinobi and I still do missions from time to time, but I'm here more often than not. It actually might have been the best thing to happen to me. Atsuto-sensei found me after it happened and extended an invitation to be his apprentice in the cryptanalysis squad. I actually like doing that more than I would have liked being a shinobi. Fighting never really was my strong suit in the academy. I wasn't too good at the practical parts. If I hit you, it would probably feel like a paper bag brushed against your face. She said with a slight laugh as she threw a fake punch at Naruto that brushed against his cheek jokingly. Naruto let out a laugh himself. Heh, you never know. I'm not too good myself. I just got a bit of a beatdown today myself. But it's going to be alright. A Hokage never lets a little setback stop him. Shiho liked this Naruto kid. There weren't too many shinobi around her age heading to the library for her to talk to, and he didn't treat her like a useless nerd so far. It didn't seem to bother him that she wasn't a real ninja at all. You want to be Hokage Uzumaki-kun? Naruto grinned at her. You'd better believe it, Shiho-chan. I'm going to be the best Hokage there ever was. You'll see. Then when you're the head of this department, we can run this village, Databeo. Both of them turned down an aisle as directed by Shiho. That sounds good. Just make sure you give me a raise, okay? She said as she trailed her finger along the edges of the books to find her place. Okay, here's a book on basics of shinobi combat. She said as she placed it in his hands. It's a good read, and it's pretty helpful. Naruto looked at the book. Essential knowledge on shinobi tactics, styles, and skills. Ah, Shiho-chan, I just wanted the taijutsu scroll on the grappling stuff or some cool-looking style, so I could see if I could learn it before orientation so that I have more cool moves to show off. Naruto whined. Why are you making me read this? Shiho rolled her eyes. Because all of that stuff you want is all well and good, but if you don't know how or when to use it, then it's not going to help, is it? She questioned. If you did end up getting a new style from out of here, and then somehow learned it well enough to use it by orientation, you still wouldn't have any knowledge on what to do with it. Like if you wanted to engage from 100 feet away, how would you get there? Run right at them and hope they stand still and wait for you. Naruto blushed as he realized that little plan of action didn't exactly work out today against Tintin. Okay, he said begrudgingly. I'll read this then, I promise. He gave a defeated sigh as Shiho gave him a victorious smile and a V sign before taking him to a table to sit and read at. Shiho seated him and patted him on the back. Okay, Uzumaki-kun, get started reading this, and I'll see if I can find the stuff on taijutsu that you want. She looked back towards the archives and slumped her shoulders. I really wish there was someone else working today other than me and Sensei, though. Help would be nice. You need help? Naruto vacantly made the seal for his strongest jutsu after cracking the book open with a bored look. I can do that. Taju Ukage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone jutsu. A puff of smoke surrounded Naruto and Shiho before revealing a dozen Narutos all looking around blankly. There you go. Help Shiho-chan find what she's looking for. I'll just stay here and read, he said distastefully. The clones looked at each other before shrugging. Better to do this than to read. Poor boss. The clones thought before one turned to Shiho. Okay, Shiho-chan, where do we start? Shiho stared at them in disbelief before poking the one closest to her. They're all real? That move must be so complex. What is he doing here then? He must be a genius or something. The clones all blushed in embarrassment. Actually, we were the dead last this year. But that doesn't mean anything. Shiho nodded. Not if this jutsu you have here has anything to say about it. Now come on, let's go find the Real Uzumaki-ku in his scrolls. Naruto simply read along while his clones and Shiho went searching through the place for what he asked for. He promised her he would read this, and she was a nice enough girl. He didn't want to upset his new friend right after meeting her, just because he was too much of a blockhead to try and crack a book for once. A ninja's style is an approach to combat that makes use of that ninja's strengths and talents. It then proceeded to give off a list of different catalog styles and the direct page number to skip to, something Naruto was thankful for as he didn't have to read the whole thing if he found something he liked. Long-range, mid-range, and close-range styles. Remembering how Tintin fought, he flipped to the section on long-range. Marksman, that sounds like her all right. Marksman, a style more suited for support than for direct attack, is most useful in events of surprise attack to take down multiple foes before they can react, weakening an enemy's defenses and diverting their attention away from the main attack. A marksman's best bet in a fight is to stay at a distance from an opponent to keep out of the enemy's range and safely bombard them with accurate attacks. Good reflexes and impeccable hand-eye coordination are the hallmark of a good marksman. Marksmen are usually weak against wind-type ninjutsu, as their weapons must fly through the air to reach the target. Naruto sighed. Man, if only I was a wind type, or even knew how to be one. Then Tintin would have been done for. He laughed to himself at the thought of a chibi Tintin throwing stuff at him and Naruto just lifting one hand and blowing it away like paper. He kept reading through styles such as puppeteering, which sounded cool, but they were all from Sunagakure, and Naruto couldn't even find that place on an unlabeled map, let alone actually know someone from there, so no dice whatsoever there. He read about Sensor Ninja, a type of ninja able to detect the presence of others through their chakra. He was pretty new at that as he couldn't really use Chakura Hankyuria no Jutsu, chakra echolocation jutsu, far enough for it to be effective enough to call him a proper sensor yet. He eventually lost himself in the book, jumping around and reading parts that he found cool enough to pay attention to for the better part of an hour. Uzumaki-kun. Shiho ran back to his table with a scroll in hand. I found the scrolls you were looking for. She placed 3 scrolls on the table. This is what me and your clones worked out as what you might like to use. Naruto looked up from his book. Oh, I know. Shiho looked at him strangely. How would you know? You were here the whole time. Why would you possibly know what I had done with your clones? That thought caused Naruto to pause. Why did he know? He remembered doing stuff with Shiho before climbing the bookcase to grab the scrolls at the top, it almost tipping over and Shiho screaming, causing him to lose his balance and fall. That was what jumped into his head about 2 minutes ago. Shiho had a thought. I'll be right back, Uzumaki-kun. While Shiho left to head back into the archives, Naruto looked over what she had left. 3 scrolls, Yawa Ashi, soft foot, Umiti, long blade hand, and Nabaken, sticky fist. Yawa Ashi, soft foot, was out almost immediately when Naruto read it. Not only did the name turn him off as it made him sound like a ballerina, it didn't seem like his kind of style. It revolved around using your legs for feints and neglecting the use of your hands to deal damage in exchange for kicks. The hands were never used, even when it came to blocking. Head movement and simply being elusive were the touted defenses of the style. It required good coordination and fast feet. Naruto didn't even know how to train to get fast feet, and he tripped on his own feet walking down the street from time to time. He wasn't too coordinated. Umiti, long blade hand, was a cool concept, but the practice turned Naruto off from learning it. It required you to build up the hardness of the tips of your fingers and the knife edge of your hand for powerful chops and straight hand thrusts that could be shoved right through an opponent. It sounded cool in practice, but the training to get your hands that strong in the first place, however, was to repeatedly break your fingertips and pinky side of your hand enough times while learning the strikes that the bones would calcify and harden over time to increase hardness. The only good thing about that style to Naruto was that he would have to drink more milk. The last style hooked him in. Nabaken, Sticky Fist, went right along with what he had caught notice of in the Academy Taijutsu text of advanced grappling. It basically compounded on what to do after you had trapped a limb on your opponent. After grabbing an enemy's arm or leg, you would either pull them in and deliver shockingly powerful punches, forearm and elbow strikes, knees, shoulder shots, headbutts, and short joint attacks powered by physical strength and momentum to disable your opponent and keep them close or keep them literally at arm's reach and pick apart their open defenses with fast looping kicks. It was also the simplest to train. All it required was someone willing to take a beating in order to learn its nuances due to how close one had to remain to an opponent to launch attacks, and willing partners to be training dummies. Naruto had an abundance of both, as this fit in best with his Take 3 to give one brawling style, and he had Kage Bunshin to beat on for as long as he needed. Naruto's head snapped up suddenly. Shiho-chan, what was that all about? You've got to be joking. He cried suddenly. He left his book and scrolls on the table and rushed through the archives to find Shiho standing with a smile on her face. Naruto dropped to his knees in front of her. Please tell me you're joking, Shiho-chan. I can't afford that. Shiho was fighting hard to keep from laughing out loud. I can't afford a 30,000 ryo fee for library use. Shiho broke down and started laughing. I'm sorry, Uzumaki-kun, it was a joke. But it did end up proving my theory right. How did you know I said that? I was all the way over here. You told my clone, didn't you? Naruto said plainly, as if it was unimportant. Shiho just stood there counting the seconds until it hit him what he had just said, and realizing that him being his year's dead last might not be so unfounded. Wait, you told my clone. How did I know about it? Shoo, Shiho said, trying to settle him down. I don't know, but you obviously get your clone's memories after they get dispelled. Do you know what this means? Naruto shook his head and a shine reflected off of the girl's glasses. You could read like 7 books at once as long as you use you clones and still get the information they got from it. Naruto's face lit up. So I can make my clones read these books while I train and do actual cool stuff. Shiho nodded. Yada. Shoo. The sounds of others audibly shushing Naruto erupted from all around the library, breaking Shiho into a mess of giggles as Naruto apologized quietly. Make some more of those Kage Bunshin, Uzumaki-kun. There's so much you need to know before you become an active ninja. You won't be a dead last by the time I'm through with you. Shiho grabbed onto Naruto's wrist and swiftly dragged him through different aisles, loading him up with books. He had to wonder what part of her wasn't conditioned to be a field ninja, because she was dragging him and half a dozen books around the place like they were weightless. Chapter 3. The First Day of the Rest of Your Life. Naruto had been frequenting the library pretty much every day with a few clones. He wanted to make enough to fill the library with them, but both Itsuto and Shiho weren't going to tolerate a library full of Narutos when only one was more than enough to raise a ruckus and cause a disturbance, thus forcing him to keep the clones at a minimum, usually around 6. Naruto pitted his clones. Shiho had them reading the books she picked out to help him along in his knowledge as a shinobi. She was a nice enough girl, but reading was still ultra boring. Not even a new friend could make him think otherwise. She didn't even have him learning cool stuff like he wanted. After she realized how much basic knowledge he lacked, Shiho saw to it that she drilled something into his head to make sure that it stuck, and her sensei didn't have any problems with her doing that, especially since she had Naruto's clones helping out keeping the place organized. By the end of the week, one of the things drilled into his head was how to replace books and scrolls that other shinobi had checked out and returned. Naruto's clones went over basic tactics and combat strategies. Yes, at least things that Shiho thought a genin needed to know anyway. In addition to that, she introduced him to the immediate geography of Haino Kuni and its surrounding nations so that he didn't look a complete horse's ass when he went outside of the country on missions. While Naruto's clones suffered indoors, he took his business to the woods where he would go over his taijutsu. His choice of using Nabaken, Sticky Fist, seemed like the most tailor-made for him at the moment, but he had to make sure his taijutsu was decent enough for it to even work. This led to him doing the thing from the other day, working with his clones to trap melee attacks like the Academy Scroll instructed him, as he realized it wasn't in the other one due to it being an intermediate scroll. He would have skipped straight to learning the new style if he hadn't been training his moves in the exact place he had been trying to the other day, where he once again ran into Tintin, this time with some kid with long brown hair and white eyes. Naruto didn't like that guy straight from the first meeting, as he looked at him like he was stupid when he told Tintin what he had been doing when she found him again. Tintin quickly informed him that he should finish learning what the Academy Scroll had to teach him before anything else. When he got all haughty and asked her how she knew, she just gave him a deadpan look and asked him if he wanted her to go get Rock Lee or someone worse. Naruto politely declined that offer and took her word for it for two reasons. She already proved she could beat him, so what could it hurt to actually listen to someone that proved they were stronger than him? And he didn't even feel like seeing Lee so soon after getting drop-kicked in the face. He sure as hell didn't want to see someone that Tintin labeled as worse. She had a point as well that she had the benevolence to explain to put it in perspective for him. Naruto could start from the Nabakan Scroll and master every little thing on it. It wouldn't do him any good knowing all of the slick techniques available after latching onto an opponent if he couldn't even get a hold of them in the first place. After an interrupting grunt from the guy that Naruto assumed was her teammate, as well as Lee, Tintin ran off, leaving Naruto to his own devices once more. The problem was that Naruto's taijutsu wasn't necessarily bad per se. The issue was that when the spars in class started a few years back, Naruto kind of dominated. It was the only thing he was really good at when they began. He never really had to study for the entire year, because he was always able to outlast his opponents and wear them down for a win. Everyone else kept getting better and learning technique, while Naruto coasted on his laurels for as long as he possibly could in the category, since he hit just as hard, if not harder than anyone else, and could take 10 times the damage others could before calling it quits. And he wound up coasting all the way to graduation in this case, as it was his one saving grace on his grades. He wasn't really bad in practice, when you factor in how much punishment he could take before dropping, but take that away, and he would have failed that too. Good thing he was so damn stubborn, huh? Nevertheless, he was still taking punch after punch from his own Kage Bunshin. He was simply having trouble getting the timing aspect of catching an attack down. The clone doing the punching was absolutely loving his job for the day as well. Naruto had been at this for 4 days at this point, between the reading and messing around with his echolocation jutsu. And while there had been improvement, today you'd have thought it was his first day. Grinning wildly as his fist connected with his creator's face once more, he let the original get settled again before gleefully throwing another punch. However, this one was caught at the wrist before a return fist dispelled the clone. Naruto panted as his Kage Bunshin disappeared in a puff of smoke. He rubbed his sore, bruised face. Finally, he laughed to himself. I got one. I got one. I got one. I finally got one. He winced at a particular stinging part of his face. It took long enough, damn it. He didn't know why it was so hard, but the reason was that his clones knew how he would try to trap a limb. They altered their punch and kick style to keep him from ever getting a hold of them. So it wasn't really that he was doing it wrong. He was simply not adept enough at it to take on an opponent that knew what he was going to do. Man, I have to get that ID picture taken today. Naruto picked himself back up off of the ground. I hope these marks go away before I get there. Naruto decided that the best way to train was to work his taijutsu, which would work his Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, at the same time, and he would also release random bursts of Chakura Hengari no Jutsu, Chakra Echolocation Jutsu, as a short break. Iruka said it placed a decent drain on him to use it, but so far Naruto wasn't feeling it. Naruto placed his hands in the ram seal to begin charging the pulse. Chakura Hengari no Jutsu, Chakra Echolocation Jutsu. Naruto let loose the jutsu only to hear a sharp cry of pain from a decent distance away. What? Naruto looked around himself before taking off in the only direction that he felt anything big enough to be a person. Who's there? I know you're over here. He arrived at the place where he felt the presence and saw no one. Someone's messing with me. Naruto fired up another sonar pulse and felt the person quickly leaving the area. He felt like chasing after them, but he had things to do. And if they hadn't attacked him when he revealed that he knew where they were, they must not have been dangerous, right? Besides that, once they reached a populated area, he wouldn't have been able to pursue any further. He had trouble pinpointing exact people in decent crowds. With that thought in mind, Naruto headed off towards the Hokage Tower to get his ninja ID picture taken. Hinata finally stopped running once she finally reached the village itself. She had found Naruto and decided to follow him to see what he had been doing. Seeing him fail obviously hurt him, and she wanted to know if he was okay. Her surprise was imminent when she saw him make a physically solid clone that could actually fight, and she almost yelled out for him to stop once she saw it start beating on him. Only after a few tries, when she saw him actively trying to counter by catching its punches and kicks, did she realize it was training. Did she relax and simply watch with her Byakugan active so that she didn't have to move. She watched right up until the point where he let off that weird pulse of chakra. A spherical wave of chakra expanded outward from Naruto's body, and she sure as hell wasn't ready for something like that from him. From her point of view, when it hit her eyes, it felt like the strongest camera flash she had ever felt in her life, and she had to cry out in unexpected pain at the sensation, which tipped Naruto off to her presence. From there, she simply ran away as fast as she could lest he find her and actually ask her embarrassing questions on what exactly she had been doing there. She nervously activated her Byakugan again to ensure that Naruto wasn't near her again, and once satisfied with that, went on her own way, still somewhat shaken by her close call of being discovered by her object of admiration. Naruto cursed his revamped schedule as he walked away from the Hokage's office. He intended to do something awesome for his ID photo, but with all of the stuff he had been doing, he simply didn't have the time to set it up in time for his appointment. It was nice to see the old man smile at him and compliment him, thinking he was starting to take things seriously, but he would have rather had the fallout that would have occurred if he had done something outrageous instead. Oh well, there was always another day. As Naruto walked through the hall to exit the tower, a small boy ran into his knees. Naruto looked down and frowned. "Hey kid, watch where you're going. And what are you doing running around with that shuriken in your hand?" The boy was wearing a yellow shirt with the Konoha symbol on it, gray shorts, a long blue scarf, and a gray helmet with a hole out the top for a tuft of hair to stick out of. He looked up at Naruto with a glare. "You tripped me." Naruto got an angry look on his face. "You tripped over your own feet and ran into me clumsy. Don't blame me for your lack of balance." With that, Naruto walked past him and down the stairs to leave the building. As he kept walking, the boy ran out and stopped at the top of the stairs. "Don't you know who I am? I'm the Hokage's grandson. Apologize to me." Naruto scoffed and didn't even turn his head. "The Hokage himself only gets me to do stuff because I actually respect him, because he earned it. If you want me to apologize to a brat like you, you'd be better off trying to make me yourself with action, because being his grandson doesn't mean anything in reality." After saying that, Naruto hid his hands from clear view as he let out a pulse of his jutsu, allowing him to feel the shuriken that the boy threw. Naruto simply stepped to the side and let it fly past him. "You'd better watch out with that thing. You might hurt somebody." The boy simply stared at him in awe until he disappeared from sight at the bottom of the stairs. A man with a dark long-sleeved shirt and dark pants, wearing his headband to cover his entire head like a bandana, came up behind the boy, adjusting the sunglasses on his face. "Honorable grandson, there you are. You shouldn't run away like that, not while in the midst of my lecture. You do want to be a powerful shinobi one day, don't you?" He then noticed that the boy wasn't paying attention to him and was looking down the stairs. "What do you see?" The boy just kept on staring. "Who was that guy?" he asked, more to himself than to anyone else. Naruto stood right behind a corner at the bottom of the stairs with a wide grin on his face. "I love that jutsu so much. Oh man, that probably looked so badass. I wish I had made a Kage Bunshin to let me know what it looked like." Naruto shut his eyes and walked away grinning until he himself bumped into a solid figure. When he opened his eyes and looked up, a plume of smoke greeted his face, forcing him to cough and hack somewhat. Naruto cleared the tears gathering in his eyes from the smoke and saw a man with brown eyes, short spiky black hair, a beard, and his headband around his head with a cigarette in his mouth. He wore the stuff he saw a lot of Konoha ninja wearing: the black long-sleeved shirt, the black pants, and that vest with the pouches on the chest. He also had a strange sash with the kanji for fire on it. "Sorry there, kid." Naruto stopped rubbing his eyes. "Why are you apologizing to me?" He really wasn't used to this. People didn't apologize to him. As a matter of fact, most adults glared at him if they even bothered acknowledging he was even there at all after something like this. "Not this guy, though. I was the one that ran into you." The man had a calm smile on his face as he answered, "Well, sometimes you've got to remember that kids younger than you are prone to accidents and the like. Just like ignorant people are going to do ignorant things. There's no need to try and look cool all of the time you see. Cool just happens, you can't manipulate it. Naruto blanched, thinking the man might have taken offense to what had just happened between him and that kid. So, you saw what just happened? The man nodded. Naruto's train of thought then shifted. Hey, what are you talking about? That was cool. The man shook his head and took another drag of his cigarette. Nah, like I said, cool just happens. You just graduate the academy. Naruto blinked before grinning at the man. Whoever this was getting on Naruto's good list. He hadn't been condescending or an outright asshole to him once yet. Yeah, I actually have to show up for orientation tomorrow. What? The man took on a thoughtful look. So what have you been doing for the week? Naruto was about to open his mouth and go into full, colorful detail about just what he had been doing, from learning both of his new jutsu, to the people he met, to the fight against Tintin, that he was going to edit down substantially to fit his own ego, of course, when a lesson learned hit him from Shiho's brutal method of force-feeding his Kage Bunshin information. Information is one of the most useful tools at a shinobi's disposal. Even simple information such as a person's day-to-day life or events that have transpired in the past, ranging back decades in some cases, can be a powerful weapon to be used one way or another, either as a point of leverage or a talking point in somewhat hostile negotiations. Naruto shut his mouth and rubbed the back of his head. Just stuff, huh? Trying to keep busy. He so wanted to tell this guy about his Kage Bunshin, or about Irika's echolocation jutsu that he used so much, or anything. But the sooner he could put some lessons to practice, the better things would be in the long run. Or so Shiho had said when his clones griped. The man chuckled and walked on past Naruto, heading up the stairs and leaving him alone. Naruto looked at where the man had been for a moment before moving along his own way. The bearded man walked through the halls until he finally reached the office of the Hokage. He knocked on the door and opened it up to walk on in. Hiruzen looked up and smiled. Ah, Asuma. What can I do for you today? Asuma stood in front of his desk and spoke with the cigarette in his mouth. Hey, Dad. You know how you send out requests for teams? Hiruzen nodded. Well, I've got one request that should be easy enough. I'm sure there won't really be anyone else jumping at the chance to take him. Hiruzen's eyebrow rose in curiosity upon hearing Asuma begin to make a request. He never requested anything. Naruto just couldn't shake the feeling of someone following him as he walked the streets of the village, sending out regular pulses of Irika's jutsu that he was starting to like just as much as turning his head to look for things with his eyes. It took basically the same amount of effort. He noticed that there was something following him, but he just didn't feel like turning around to see what it was. It hadn't tried anything yet, and he was hungry. Whatever it was could wait until he got to Ichiraku Ramen. If you're still following me when I get to the ramen stand, I'm going to have to mess you up, Naruto shouted to whoever was following him. After walking a few blocks and another check to see if he was still being followed, he shook his head. Just as he entered the stand underneath the curtain, he formed a Kage Bunshin that made itself scarce before anyone that cared could take notice. Taking his seat at the counter, Naruto immediately called out his order. Oi, Tuchiaji, one large serving of miso ramen with roasted pork fillet, and keep him coming. The middle-aged man running the stand gave Naruto a half salute and got to work on his order. You've got it, Naruto. Coming right up. Ayam leaned on the counter while Naruto waited on his food. So Naruto-kun, tomorrow, right? That's the day you become a ninja. Naruto laughed to himself. Yep, I can't wait. I'm so excited I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. I'm going to kick so much ass tomorrow. It's going to be great. His attention was directed downward as a large, steaming bowl of ramen with the works was placed in front of him. Naruto grabbed a pair of chopsticks and broke them apart. Idiotic kamasu. The blonde stopped the chopsticks full of noodles just short of his mouth as the memories of his Kage Bunshin and his little stalker came into mind. With Naruto's Kage Bunshin. Across the street from the stand, the Kage Bunshin stood with a sweat drop on its head as it stared at a square rock, looking intently at the real him eating at the stand. Naruto kicked at the rock twice and deepened his sweat drop when it scuttled away from him a few feet before continuing to watch the real him. Rocks aren't square, Naruto said absently. Upon hearing his voice, the rock abruptly turned around before being thrown off to reveal the little kid he had met at the Hokage Tower earlier. Why have you been following me for so long? Can't you see it's chow time? The kid pointed at the clone with a shaky, accusing finger. How can you be over here? You're supposed to be over there. I heard you yell from over there. You're not real. Ow. The clone rapped the boy on the head. Well, you said ouch, so I must be real enough, right? He stared at Naruto in awe. How did you do that? Naruto grinned widely at him. I'm a ninja kid. Pretty cool, huh? The boy then got a determined look in his eyes. All right then, I've decided. You're going to train me now, boss. The clone almost face-faulted itself into oblivion. What? Who decided? Why would I want to train you? And what's with the boss stuff? I'm calling you boss because you're going to be training me. And I've decided on you because, well, you're awesome, boss. And this thing with the making two of you as well as being able to discover my location just proves it, Kore. The clone blushed under the praise before sighing once he thought of the kid being impressed at noticing a square rock was out of place in the middle of a street. Yeah, whatever, kid. I don't even know your name, so it's going to be kind of hard for whatever training you think I can give you. Besides, don't you have a teacher already? Konohamaru. The boy mumbled, facing the ground. My name is Konohamaru. His head snapped up abruptly. But no one ever calls me that. It's always honorable grandson. Even though my name should be easy to remember. No one ever sees me for me. They only just see me for the things that my grandfather did. I want people to acknowledge me. Naruto frowned as he heard the boy explain himself to him. It was kind of like him. People seemed to prefer to pretend that he simply didn't exist, and he had no clue why. At least Konohamaru had the luxury of already knowing what it was they saw when they treated him that way, and it wasn't so negative. Still, the kid strangely reminded him on himself, especially at that age. He wished he had the balls to go up to someone and ask them to train him, though. All right, Clone Naruto sighed. But there's not really anything I can teach you. He scratched his head. Well, there's one thing. It could work for you, and it seems to be effective on most of the people I use it on. The clone thought to himself, boss doesn't need to actually go do this himself, does he? Well, Konohamaru asked excitedly once he realized that Naruto was going to teach him something. Naruto patted the boy on the head. All right, the jutsu I'm going to teach you requires you to do quite a bit of studying. Come on. Let's get started. With Naruto. That didn't really work out so well for Naruto's Kage Bunshin. Naruto sighed and made a bunch of Kage Bunshin. Go with the kid and stay hidden except for one in case you get dispelled again. This might be a really long day. The clone saluted him and took off towards Konohamaru's last location to make sure the kid wasn't freaking out at watching his instructor for the day burst into smoke. Naruto took in a sigh of relief and inhaled the aroma of the new bowl that Ayam had just set in front of him. There is no way I was going to be stuck doing that all day. Stuck doing what, Naruto-kun? Ayam asked curiously. He seemed really comforted about something. Naruto laughed and gave her a megawatt smile. Nothing, Ayam-nichan. I'm just talking to myself. The next day, Naruto arrived to the academy super early that morning and sat down before sighing to himself and pulling out a bunch of small sticky notes that Shiho made his Kage Bunshin write down and carry home before they dispelled. Yesterday had been very troublesome for the existence of realistic replications, if the way his Kage Bunshin had to deal with the stuff happening around them was any indication. Konohamaru's attempts to go through with research for the jutsu Naruto planned on teaching him ended up in pain and anguish for Naruto's clones, even though it was always Konohamaru that got them in trouble. Maybe teaching a kid the Oiroke no Jutsu wasn't the best idea in the first place? Anyway, Konohamaru eventually got it just in time for his instructor Ebisu to show up and take him away. Flashback. Honorable grandson, it's time for you to stop associating with this rabble and come with me, Ebisu said, tilting his glasses up as he looked down on Naruto coldly from a tree limb. Naruto returned his look with a glare of his own. Guys like this are always looking at me like they have a problem. What is their deal? I don't even know who this guy is, and he looks like he's trying to set me on fire with his eyes. No, Konohamaru shouted. I want to go with Naruto. I actually learned something today. Check it out. Oiroke no Jutsu, sexy jutsu. In a puff of smoke, Konohamaru turned into a beautiful naked brunette woman that winked at Ebisu. Hey there. How do you like my jutsu? Naruto smirked to himself. He had actually gotten it down after just a few hours of practice. Ebisu, on the other hand, was mortified. Honorable grandson, what kind of deplorable acts have you been coerced into by this ruffian? This jutsu is far below someone of your stature. The only guaranteed way to achieve a shortcut to Hokage is through my teachings. I'll show you the way. Naruto growled. Boy, can you forget the damn way that he looked for a second and think about what the kid just did. Ebisu stopped pulling on Konohamaru and looked at Naruto, who he had expected to say something at any minute, just not something like that. He expected a challenge to fight or something. But hearing this boy perceived as a dead last have anything to say to him irked his ire. Oh, and what would that be, besides making himself a public nuisance and besmirching his name in your tasteless influence? Naruto's I twitched. He so wanted to fight this guy and show him what was what. But he promised too many people he'd stop acting like a bother and getting into a fight with another person so soon after being scolded for it wouldn't bode too well for him. Naruto grit his teeth and continued to speak. He did a transformation, you idiot. Was all he really had the self-control to get out. Ebisu looked at Naruto expectantly, as if to say, that's all you had to say? It took a few seconds, but the facts of what he had just uttered had finally dawned on Ebisu, as his eyes slowly panned down to Konohamaru, still trying to break his grip. After realizing that Konohamaru had indeed used a jutsu that he hadn't even come close to teaching him, yet he let go of the young boy in shock. Honorable grandson, this is incredible. To learn such a jutsu in one day. Naruto wanted to yell at this guy so much for changing his tune so abruptly. Of course it only took a day. Konohamaru bellowed before running back over to Naruto. Boss taught it to me. Naruto patted Konohamaru on the head. Yeah, but now you can use it to turn into other stuff. All you need are the hand seals now since you already get the idea of turning into a different form. He pointed to Ebisu. That guy can do that for you later. Konohamaru frowned as he looked over at Ebisu. But boss, he doesn't teach me any cool jutsus like you do. How am I supposed to get to be Hokage fast if I don't learn any jutsu? You idiot. Naruto said, there isn't a shortcut. Nothing you do will make the way to Hokage any shorter or any easier. If you really want to be Hokage one day, you're going to have to prove that you're better than me. Konohamaru gulped at that. You need a lot of guts, and you're going to fall down a lot. But if you work your hardest one day, you can be Hokage. After me, of course. Konohamaru stared at Naruto as he started walking away from both him and Ebisu. Fine. You're not my teacher anymore. From now on, we're rivals. Naruto chuckled and waved absently over his shoulder. Yeah, fine. I couldn't keep teaching you stuff anyway. I have to start my ninja career tomorrow. And flashback. And then there were the clones that had been combing through the library for anything with a jutsu in it. The old man couldn't have been lying when he said that there were a few in there somewhere. He wouldn't have done that. But he would be damned if he had found any yet, because he sure hadn't. And whenever the clones came across anything that Shiho thought he would need, she pulled that particular clone away from searching and proceeded to make it read whatever it was. She kept on claiming seniority over him to get the clones to read what she told them to, and accentuated the fact that he would have to learn how to take orders he didn't like, so he might as well get used to it. Poor clones, better them than him though. Hey. Naruto looked up to see a boy with black hair and a ponytail giving him a pineapple look, looking at him lazily. What are you doing here, Naruto? This is for students that graduated. Naruto flicked the metal on his headband around his forehead. He still wore the goggles as well, just around his neck. He might need them at some point, so why not? You see the headband, Shikamaru? That means I'm a ninja just like you. Ugh, troublesome. Shikamaru rubbed his neck before going off to find his own seat, leaving Naruto back to his own devices. Hinata's breath hitched in her throat when she saw Naruto sitting in class. Naruto-kun passed after all. I'm so glad. However, she still really hoped that he hadn't caught on to her tailing him the other day. Huh. Take that, Ino pig, I got here first. Naruto turned his attention to the top of the stairs where he saw an out-of-breath Sakura and Ino. Sakura looked down to his level and put on a sweet face. No way. Is she looking at me like that? When Sakura began moving his way, he took a chance that he probably knew the results of beforehand, standing up to greet her. Hi there, Sakura-chan. Get out of the way, Naruto. Sakura bowled him over and moved directly to the seat beside him. "Good morning, Sasuke-kun." She pleasantly greeted the boy in question seated directly to her left. Naruto picked himself up off of the ground as a bunch of the girls in class began fighting over who was going to take that seat. What the hell was that for? Shiho says being nice to girls will get them to like you. And she hasn't hit me once all week. Sai, I just don't get girls. Naruto leered over at the object of all of the commotion, one Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto smirked to himself. It was only a matter of time at this point until he could go and prove that he was better than Sasuke was. Let Mr. Popularity there enjoy his last day as top dog. Once things got going, Naruto would be the one seen as the best. With that in mind, Naruto took his seat and went back over the notes that he had placed in front of him on the desk with much trouble to his attention span due to the harping on by all of the girls around Sasuke. Seriously, how could that bastard keep a stone face in the middle of that? He had to have nerves like a river stone to not let it show that it was bothering him one way or another. "What are you doing, Naruto?" He looked up to see a boy in a hooded parka with fur lining the edges. He had red marks on his cheeks, rather feral features, and a little white puppy on top of his head. "Why are you studying? That's kind of the opposite of what you should be doing here. School's over now." Naruto chuckled nervously. "Well, a friend of mine just wanted me to go over some stuff that was supposed to help me out. Nothing big." How was he supposed to say he had clones running about the library every day this week going over things? That would have probably made him a laughingstock. Kiba grinned, showing off sharp canines. "Well, you can study all you want to. It doesn't matter. Me and Akamaru are going to blow right past you, whatever it is they have us doing now. Right, boy?" A yap of affirmation from the puppy on his head sounded out. Naruto stood up out of his seat and held up a fist. "Yeah, right. I'm going to get out of here and hit the top in record time. Then you can all tell your children one day how you were in class with the new Hokage heh. They don't let class dobes be Hokage." One random boy shouted out, engulfing the whole room in laughter. "Shut up," Naruto barked back. "I could probably beat anyone in this room right now." Could he? Yeah, he could. He knew none of these guys were as good as Tintin was. He had been training all week, and he was sure no one else had done anything. And he was Uzumaki Naruto. He was that awesome. Of course he could. None of that stuff is going to matter once we get out of here and the missions start. We're all Jinin now. "Well said, Naruto," Irika said as he entered the room with a clipboard. "You're all, as of this day forward, official shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. You are all expected to carry out your missions to the best of your ability for your home and for your comrades. I just want to say that I am proud of you all, and that I wish you all luck in your future as ninja and kunoichi of our village." He gave his short speech a moment to sink in before clearing his throat. "Now I'm going to begin the announcement of the squads formed for the duration of your tenure as Genin." This got everyone in attendance's collective attention. All of the would-be Jounin sensei were in the office of the Hokage looking through his crystal ball at all of the rookies. Hiruzen looked at Asuma, who had foregone the cigarettes due to the room being so crowded. "Is there any particular reason you asked for the addendum to your team, Asuma?" Asuma smirked when all eyes fell on him. "Trying to put me on the spot, huh, Dad? Alright, I'll explain it afterwards." Irika continued listing off names on his clipboard. Team 7 will be Akimichi Chuji, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Your instructor will be Hitaki Kakashi. "Shinaro," Sakura exclaimed after hearing her team. "Take that, Ino pig. True love conquerors all." Ino placed her cheek in her hand in a dejected fashion while Sakura continued to celebrate. Sakura turned to Sasuke with hearts in her eyes. "Now we'll be on the same team, Sasuke-kun. Isn't that great?" Was the stoic Genin's response. Naruto had to bite back a snort of laughter at that. It was clear that Sasuke cared so much about his predicament. Team 8 will be Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino with Yuhi Kurenai as your Jounin sensei. Irika said as the three young ninja mentioned all acknowledged that he had been heard. Team 9 is still in circulation, so we'll move on to Team 10. Team 10 will be Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Uzumaki Naruto with Sarutobi Asuma. "Oh," Ino said as her head slumped onto the desk. "I've got a lazy bum and the dead last on my team. Why me?" Naruto rolled his eyes at Ino's words and kept his eyes on Shiho's notes. "Why did she give me these?" The only thing that's been useful so far was the one that told me we were going to be broken up into squads like all genin were. Other than that, these have been a waste of time. And that's all for now. Irika concluded, you will all be picked up by your respective Jounin sensei after lunch. Until then, get together with your team, get to know them, and one more time, good luck to all of you. Irika spared the class one last glance before leaving the students on their own. Naruto picked up his notes and stuck them inside of his jacket, just as Ino came down from her seat behind him with her hands on her hips. All right, you and Shikamaru are coming with me. Troublesome, Shikamaru said before pointing his thumb in a direction. What about Chuji? What about him? Ino asked, still sounding short-tempered about how the teams panned out. Shikamaru and Naruto both pointed towards the door, where Sasuke walked out, being audibly trailed by Sakura, trying to curry his favor as they were now a team. Do you really think he's going to be welcome eating lunch with them? The lazy boy said before motioning Chuji down closer towards where they were. Naruto spoke up. Yeah, it's all right with me. Chuji can come on over, no problem. The plump boy in question took a seat next to Shikamaru before breaking out a bag of chips that he began to snack on. Naruto looked at a slightly fuming Ino, and Shikamaru, who had both of his eyes closed as he leaned back in his chair. So I guess we're teammates now, huh? He said with a slight laugh, losing it when Ino glared at him. Alright, it's pretty simple why I chose Naruto to round out the team instead of going with Chuji in the end. Asuma said, while he's not really smart, I think that Shikamaru is hiding a major brain somewhere, so he'll be the intelligence. Ino is bossy enough to keep both of them in line. And Naruto is going to show more than enough effort during actual training to inspire the other two to improve. Besides, with a Nara to hold opponents in place, I'm sure that the kid is going to have some knockout power to him sooner rather than later. Hiruzen sighed. You know Kakashi wanted him for his own squad, right? Asuma smirked and placed a cigarette in his mouth. And where is he again? All of the other Jounin in the room snickered quietly when it was clear that he wasn't there at the time. Oi, Kurenai, the bearded man said when his cigarette was snatched from his mouth by a stunning raven-haired woman with striking red eyes. Kurenai tossed the cigarette aside. But to take him onto your team, aren't you a bit concerned about the you-know-what? Asuma shrugged. Why should I be? Has anyone ever even heard of any episodes taking place with the kid? Ever? At this point, he might as well not even have it for all of the influence it has over him. He's going to work out just fine on my team. I know he will. Nodding at the points his son made, Hiruzen then gave a knowing smirk. I believe Naruto-kun is going to have a few surprises for you already in regards to his performance on your team. It's been a week. A random shinobi said. He was the dead last of this year's graduates. How much could things have changed in a week? A week, Hiruzen thought. Try 24 hours. He looked at the man that had spoken with an even gaze. A week is far more than an ample amount of time for any competent shinobi to improve if driven. And I can assure you that Naruto-kun has an incredible drive. And that's why I wanted him. Asuma said before placing another cigarette in his mouth, making sure to keep it away from Kurenai. I mean, someone has to be the enthusiasm on my squad. I have a slacker, a loudmouth, and a knucklehead. It actually sounds like fun to me. He sparked up his lighter, placing it under the cigarette to start smoking. Ino had pretty much demanded that they all leave the classroom for lunch. Shikamaru thought it better to go along with it than argue about something he didn't care about. Chuji went along with him on that, and Naruto just didn't care at the moment. He was too excited thinking about the things they were going to do after their jounin showed up after lunch. They all ended up sitting outside on an awning next to the main academy building. Ino was eating her lunch quietly as she looked over her teammates. She wasn't terribly unfamiliar with Shikamaru, seeing as how both of their fathers were teammates and good friends. His grades and overall performance in the academy were abysmal, to say the least. He was always asleep in class, even after Irika woke him up multiple times a day. Lazy bum. And then there was Naruto. He wasn't a lazy ass like Shikamaru was, but his grades in the academy were even worse than his were. He consistently failed even when he would show up, and he spent almost as much time sleeping as Shikamaru. He was the slowest to get all of the jutsu taught in class down, and he couldn't even do Bunshin no Jutsu, clone jutsu, by the time of the graduation exam. How the hell did he pass anyway? She was cursing out Cammy in her head for giving her such a bottom-of-the-barrel team to work with. This was going to be terrible. Naruto wasn't even eating. He didn't have lunch with him anyway. He was simply grinning madly about finally being a ninja. He had his own team and a cool high-class jounin to teach him how to kick even more ass. Maybe he even had techniques that were as cool as the one Irika taught him. He didn't mind his team too much. Shikamaru was an alright guy, and Ino was bossy, but it wasn't anything he couldn't deal with, he was certain. Shikamaru wasn't really thinking about either of his teammates at all. He knew enough about Ino to know that she was going to be troublesome, but he knew how to handle her. Naruto, on the other hand, was just going to flat out be troublesome. Nothing he did or could think of would change or lessen that, so there was no need to waste the effort trying to deal with it. He was more concerned with Chuji on Team 7. He hoped his old buddy would be alright on that team, but then again Chuji was strong. He knew he would be fine. Alright, Ino stood up. I need our team to blow everyone else's out of the water, especially Forehead Girl's team. Naruto nodded fervently in agreement. Yeah, I need to wipe that superior look off of Sasuke team's face anyway. Don't worry, I'm right there with you, Ino. Ino glared at him, confusing him. Why was she upset? All he did was agree with her. Baka, you can't beat Sasuke-kun. He's the best genin in the entire village. She really hadn't been exposed to very many real ninja, had she? Well, he hadn't either until just this week. Naruto snorted. My ass, he is. I've met some of the other genin in this village. If Sasuke team can beat those guys here, and now I'll eat my goggles. Ino fumed at Naruto's claims of Sasuke's false superiority while Shikamaru sighed. Ino, isn't that counterintuitive to what you just said? You just said to beat Team 7. Well, Sasuke is on Team 7, so you're getting mad at Naruto for agreeing with you. But then again, I don't know why I care. This whole thing is troublesome. He looked over at Chuji. You might have been better off seeing if your team would actually eat with you. It would have to be less trouble than this. It's all right, Shikamaru. I don't mind. The agreeable, portly boy said as he popped open a fresh bag of chips before noticing that Naruto hadn't eaten a single thing since they got there. Chip. He offered to the blonde boy. Naruto noticed he was talking to him and smiled at him. Thanks a lot, Chuji. Naruto reached in and grabbed a few before Chuji gave some to Shikamaru as well. All three boys were seated and munching on chips, while Ino was crying over her rotten luck. Naruto grinned at her. It'll be fine, Ino. Stop worrying about it. I'm sure Shikamaru isn't as lazy as he seems when something important actually happens. The girl had to admit, he was right. He did graduate just like everyone else did after all. And what about you? Ino replied, running a hand through her light blonde locks. He might be able to get himself up for when big stuff happens. But what about you? You can't really turn stupid off like that. She knew Naruto failed on the other hand. Everyone did. It was so evident on his face when he came out of the academy that day. Why was he here? No one told her that. Naruto gave her a deadpan look. Yes, you can. Ino raised an eyebrow at him. No, you can't. You just can't fix stupid Naruto. Yeah, you really can. Trust me. Naruto insisted. Damn, he knew he was bad in the academy. Was it really that bad? Ino didn't even believe in him enough to think he was useful in a real situation. As far as she was concerned, Shikamaru was more useful in a high-stress situation. That was a heartbreaker. It's called a library, Ino. That place was pretty much invented so that stupid people could fix being stupid. Ino almost dropped her jaw at hearing that. Shikamaru actually opened his eyes to stare at Naruto in surprise, and Chuji actually stopped eating to gape at him. You go to the library? All three of them said at the same time. I sure do. Naruto said rather proudly. If it was able to get that kind of a reaction out of them, then he must have been doing something right. Every day since graduation. He neglected to mention that he was more or less tricked into going once by the Hokage, and then basically guilt-tripped into returning by Shio. Still, after you get used to it, the library isn't really a bad place at all. Kind of boring though, but Shiho's company made even that manageable. No way, Ino said in disbelief. The dead last that never even cracked a book to study for all of these years went to the library all this week in his own free time? I was barely under the impression that you could even read. Naruto frowned. That's mean, Ino. He was starting to get tired of all of the cracks at his intelligence. No, he wasn't smart, but there had to be someone out there stupider than he was. It was a basic law of the world. Somewhere out there someone had to exist dumber than him. Ino stopped trying to antagonize Naruto. Shikamaru cut in, getting tired of hearing Naruto be grilled over this. If he did, he did. It couldn't be a bad thing that he went all weak. You should actually be happy about it. Ino blinked at Shikamaru before turning back to her fellow blonde. Well, it's not like I'm mad at him for doing it. But why? Didn't you have anything better to do for the rest of the week? Like hang out with someone? Come to think of it, she never really saw Naruto anywhere with anyone. Shikamaru was at least usually with Chuji. Naruto shook his head. Other than play pranks, I really didn't. All I had to do was train and go to the library because I promised not to pull any more pranks. Unless someone gave him a seriously good reason to do so. Luckily for everyone, no one gave him a reason to do so yet. But he was feeling the pent-up need to vent in a pranking fashion on someone, and Cammy helped the poor bastard. He decided to unleash it on. Training too, Ino said. Naruto trained. Since when did Naruto actively train without being directed to by someone? He barely did it when Iruka had everyone doing things in class. Yep. Naruto grinned reassuringly at her before sticking out his fist. So like I said, everything's going to be just fine. We got through the academy in one piece. We can handle anything that gets thrown at us, right? Shikamaru looked up at Naruto before smiling to himself. It's going to be totally troublesome already, I can just feel it. But you've got it, Naruto. We can handle whatever. Naruto looked over to Ino with his vibrant blue eyes that exuded confidence before she smirked and flipped her ponytail back. Well, I suppose I have to agree, right? I mean, who else is going to dig you two idiots out of the fire when everything goes wrong? I have to be there to save both of you. I'm sure that we'll get Sasuke-kun to see how much better than forehead I am. Naruto laughed and threw his hands behind his head. All right then. So we're a team, right? Team 10. Team 10. Shikamaru agreed. Ino sighed. I'd still much rather be on Sasuke-kun's team though. She then perked up and winked. But yeah, Team 10. Chapter 4. How to Train Your Genin. Lunch ended, and the newly graduated genin all filed back inside of the classroom to find that there was a group of adults already there waiting on them. Team 10 decided that now was as good a time as any to start working like a team and sat in the same row next to each other, while most of the others were still spread out around the classroom. After everyone re-entered, Iruka took the front of the class again. All right, everyone. Iruka started. The men and women standing before you are your Jounin sensei for your duration as genin. Remember to work hard and remember everything you've learned through your time here in the academy. With that, the Jounin started going down the line, taking their teams away by the number indicated. Team 8. A beautiful raven-haired woman with remarkable red eyes said. She had on a mesh blouse with one long sleeve and a missing other underneath a broad, bandage-looking material that had a pattern of thorns on it. She had bandages wrapped around her upper thighs and her hands up to her elbows. I'm your Jounin instructor, Yuhi Kurenai. Come with me, and we'll get started. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino all stood up and walked out of the room with the woman when Sakura stood up. You skipped Team 7. What about our sensei? All of the remaining Jounin shook their heads with amusement etched on their faces as the next man stepped forward. You guys are going to be waiting a while for him to show up. Anyway, Team 10, I'm Saratobi Isuma, and I'm your sensei, so follow me. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru stood up and followed him out with Shikamaru giving a small wave to Chuji before they left for luck to him and how he would fare on his own team. Shikamaru was still worried about leaving his oldest friend like that all on his own, but he had to worry about himself at the moment and how he was going to do on his own team. Naruto looked at the bearded man they were following oddly, as if he were supposed to be familiar or something. Hey, have we met before? Naruto asked with his eyes closed in confusion. The man chuckled at the diminutive blonde. Hey, what's funny? You must not have a very good short-term memory, kid. The man said as they started walking outside. When he saw Naruto's face scrunch up in thought, we met yesterday, kid. You were outside of the Hokage Tower and ran into me after messing with my nephew. Huh. Naruto was still confused before he started piecing together what Asuma had just said along with his last name. Wait, you're Konohamaru's uncle? Then that means you're the Hokage's son, right? Asuma sighed. Well, that's not what we were really talking about, but yes, I am the Hokage's son. Wow, Naruto said with a grin on his face. So you must be like a younger, More awesome version of Hokagijiji, right? Asuma broke into laughter at hearing that. If nothing else, Naruto was going to be entertaining to have around on his team. Well, I don't really know about that. I don't even fight anything like the old man, to be quite honest with you. But I do, in my own humble opinion, think I'm quite strong. Ino gave Naruto a chiding look. Naruto, why would you call Hokage-sama that? That's disrespectful to his status in the village. Naruto shrugged. It's just what I've always called him. Ever since I was a little kid, I've been calling him Hokage-jiji whenever he came to see me, and he never corrected me on it, so I guess he liked it or something. Now Shikamaru and Ino had something else to think about. Why did the Hokage spend that much time with Naruto when he was little? Sure, he was an orphan and everything, but for Naruto to be comfortable about calling the man such a familiar name in passing, that's a whole different level of acquaintance. The newly minted Team 10 kept following their Jounin commander as he walked them about all the way to a training field where he instructed them to sit down in the grass under the shade of a tree while he leaned against the trunk. Shikamaru acquiesced far too easily for Ino's tastes when he plopped right down on his back and looked up at the sun poking through the leaves vacantly. Naruto swiftly did as he was told as well, just staying seated normally on the ground. Ino did so reluctantly and sat with her knees pulled to her chest as they all looked at their sensei reach into one of his flak jacket's pockets and pull out a cigarette. Ino watched him distastefully as he stuck the cigarette in his mouth. Those will kill you, you know. Asuma smirked and pulled out a lighter to spark his cigarette up. Girl, I think you'll find after you've been doing this for a while that compared to being a ninja, a little smoke can't even come close to being anywhere near as dangerous. He took a moment to enjoy his cigarette for a moment, taking in the expressions his genin all wore. Ino was calm, yet she had an air of annoyance about her. Apparently, she wasn't as pleased with her team selection, or her sensei, if the way she was lightly glaring at him and his cigarette was any indication, as she would have liked to be, but she was willing to deal. That was good. Shikamaru didn't seem to care either way. He was just waiting for whatever it was he was supposed to do apparently before he decided whether or not it was worth the trouble of actually doing it. This kid would need some serious motivation if he was to end up any good kind of ninja. He didn't appear to be as out of it as he looked while gazing up at the clouds. It was clear he was still paying attention. Naruto was barely able to hide his excitement. He was hardly able to sit still, and every few moments you could see a huge grin threatening to peek through his already happy expression. While there was clearly no lack of motivation in him, and he didn't seem to have any problems with the way the teams panned out, he was just happy as a clam to even be there at all. All right, Asuma thought to himself. Enough of the silent contemplation. Asuma tapped the ashes off of the end of his cigarette. From this day forward, I'll be your Jounin sensei. You will train under me, take missions under me, and I will be responsible for all of your well-beings from this point forward. He saw their faces receive that information. And now for the fun part. He thought with a smirk. That is, after you pass your final test to become Genin. Ino looked at him with a cocked brow. Wait, I thought we already did that? We just got through with graduation, didn't we? Asuma chuckled. Come on. Anyone can reel off a few memorized test answers and crank out the most basic level jutsu that pretty much any ninja can do right. After he said that, a sweat drop formed on his head when Ino's eyes turned to Naruto and Shikamaru, who laughed nervously and muttered, troublesome respectively. Right. Never mind. Well, regardless, that was just to scout out prospective candidates that actually end up being ninja. The truth is that there's a 66% average failure rate for kids at your level. Naruto's eyes widened. That's why Shiho-chan almost ended up not being a real ninja after all. Why didn't she tell me? Both Shikamaru and Ino looked at him in surprise after his outburst. As a matter of fact, why didn't Tintin tell me? Gah, I'm pissed. Asuma nodded. You say almost, so I assume she was one of the lucky ones that didn't end up having to be sent back somehow. She must have gotten someone to actively apprentice her. But most shinobi don't have the time for that, or they don't have anyone they're actually interested in enough to go through that pain in the ass process for, so the failed ones usually end up heading back to the academy, or in a lot of cases washing out altogether. He let silence settle over the field before sighing, getting the full attention of the group of kids. You know, I talked about it with Hokage-sama beforehand, and I have to tell you all, just to be fair to you, I don't really want a team. He surprised them. I have the freedom to make the test to pass you as tough or as easy as I want it to be, and I'm going to come up with something you'll never be able to pass. A task a full-fledged Jounin would have to take a second thought at accepting. He exuded the minutest trace of killing intent he could to enforce his threat, and seeing Ino's eyes quiver, he had to hold himself back from breaking his straight face. That's not fair, Naruto said loudly from the ground. You can't do that to us just because you're a lazy ass. Hearing Naruto say something brought something out of Ino. Yeah, even Shikamaru wouldn't be lazy enough to do something like that. Tough, Asuma said, shutting them both down. I'm a Jounin, an elite. I've earned my spot 10 times over, and I'd much rather not have to spend the next 5 years wiping noses and powdering bottoms. Even Shikamaru was fully attentive by this point. The normally lazy pineapple-haired boy sat up and stared Asuma down. So you're going to just drop us? You let us all the way out here just to tell us you're failing us like that? Just getting rid of all of us? No, Asuma said to him. I never said I was going to just get rid of you. I said I never wanted a team, not that I never wanted to train anyone. I'm willing to take only one of you as an apprentice. The others are out of luck. All three of them looked at each other before Ino spoke up. Which one of us? Asuma smirked. That's up to all of you. I don't know the first thing about either one of you, so how would I know? All I know is that I don't want any weak little tag-along. I want the best. Ino smirked back at him and flipped her ponytail back. Well, I can tell you that I am the best. My academy grades were twice as good as both of theirs were, probably combined. Yeah, Asuma said dryly. That doesn't really mean a damn thing to me. You could pass with flying colors and still be shit for a shinobi, just like you could have barely graduated by the skin of your teeth and wind up being the best there ever was. What happened there doesn't mean anything to me now. Ino shirked back at that. Naruto spoke next. So, what happens now? Asuma started walking away. Meet me back here in 3 hours. In that time, I'll come up with a way to determine which out of all of you is worth being a genin. With that, he vanished from the training field in a whirlwind of leaves, leaving 3 bewildered youngsters on their own. Meanwhile, Konohagakure Ninja Academy. The only team still remaining in the room was the group of Team 7, who were getting increasingly agitated by the wait for their sensei. Sasuke and Sakura were absurdly bored and could have actually been doing stuff with their time, and Chuji was running out of food to munch on. This guy was taking so long. The door finally slid open. Sorry I'm late. A black cat crossed my path, and I had to take the long way around to get here. A man with gravity-defying silver hair in regular Jounin garb and a face mask with his headband covering one eye stuck his head in the door with an expression that appeared to be him smiling. He opened his one eye and looked at the 3 with a bored expression on his face. My first impression of this group. You all are not quite what I was expecting. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. The faces upon hearing his lame excuse twisted in confusion once they processed his later words. Sakura looked at both of her teammates. What did he mean we're not what he expected? Chuji simply shrugged before Sasuke stood up. Sasuke said before putting his hands in his pockets. Let's just go. Chuji nodded and put up his snacks before following Sasuke out while Sakura sat there, still puzzled at her new sensei's first words to the team. What the hell? Naruto wondered as he walked the streets by himself to wait out Asuma's time frame. Did this kind of thing happen to Shiho-chan? Did her Jounin sensei not want to do this either and just got rid of the whole team because they could? I can't let it end like this. I can't just go back to the academy because of this. Naruto clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. Maybe he'll take me as his apprentice. Maybe if I show I'm more awesome than the others, he'll take me as a student. He has to. It's my only chance. But how am I supposed to prove it? Naruto kept walking for a moment before he steeled his eyes and headed back towards the training field they had met with Asuma on. Naruto returned to the field to find Ino and Shikamaru already there, the former glaring at the latter as he sat against a tree with his eyes closed. Naruto, Shikamaru said before yawning. We've been waiting on you to show up. Naruto gulped before he began walking towards the tree. Yeah, I'm here. He looked from Shikamaru to Ino, who was splitting her time from glaring at Shikamaru to glaring at Naruto. I thought I'd get here early and get some time to think before everyone else showed up. I guess that plan was good enough for everybody to use too, huh? Shikamaru shrugged. Well, I never really left. I just waited until you guys all did, and then I came back. This is a good spot. Ino stomped back here a few minutes before you did actually. So how are we going to do this? Naruto asked more to himself than to anyone else as he made his way under the tree with the others, but Ino heard and picked up on it. There's no way I'm going back to the academy now. Not after all I've done to get out of there. If this is how it's got to be, then I'm not just letting this pass me by. Ino said, voice full of determination. So if I have to prove it, I will. No, you're not. Shikamaru said, his voice having lost the disinterested tone from before to take on a more hardened one that showed he was actually serious. Neither of you are actually, he said, directing his gaze to Naruto to make sure he got the message. Ino smirked. So what are you going to do? Beat us both and take it for yourself, Shikamaru? That seems like too much work for someone like you. Naruto tensed up his muscles and spoke animatedly. I'm not going to fail, I can't. Not now, not after all of this, Databeo. I won't go back. If I have to fight you guys, I will. Shikamaru stood up from his spot on the tree. Well, you see, no one's going to be fighting anyone at all. He made a gesture of antlers on the top of his head and let a smile cross his face when he saw Naruto and Ino mimic his action. Kageme no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu, complete. Ino's eyes had panic in them. What is this, Shikamaru? She said frantically. Naruto struggled but couldn't move an inch. I can't move. Shikamaru put his hands down. This is my jutsu. Now listen up. We're not going to be fighting. None of us are. Why would they give that guy a team if he could just fail us for something stupid like he didn't want a team? Just because he has tenure or something doesn't mean he can just ruin someone's career before they even start. But what if he can? Ino said, I can't fail. My entire family would be totally ashamed of me. Naruto's eyes widened. He never said he would flat out fail us though. He said he would give us an exam we couldn't pass, but he didn't say anything about failing anyone just like that. Exactly, Shikamaru said, smiling at Naruto for pulling that answer out. So, as troublesome as it is, all we have to do is pass his exam, and that should be that. Ino wasn't convinced. But what if we can't? He said that a Jounin would have trouble with what he was going to end up making us do. How can you be so sure we'll get through it? Shikamaru let go of his jutsu, because there are 3 of us. A single Jounin might have trouble with whatever he makes us do, but 3 of us can more than likely handle anything he'll make us do. He kept looking between them in case anyone planned on attacking anyway, but calmed down when no one did after a minute. Okay, Naruto finally said, we're Team 10, aren't we? Naruto said with a slight laugh. We're not supposed to be fighting anyway, and Shikamaru's right. We can take whatever that chain-smoking team has planned for us. Ino sighed in resignation. All right, sure. We'll work together. But if we end up all being sent back to the academy for this, I'm going to spend the next year making your lives a living hell. Got that? Her tough facade dropped as she slinked down against the tree that Shikamaru had been sitting against for the longest time. So what are we going to do? Shikamaru kneeled down in the shade of the tree in a weird position with his hands forming a circle with his fingers with his eyes closed. Naruto and Ino looked at him strangely before looking at each other. Naruto whispered to his fellow blonde loudly, "What is he doing?" Ino shook her head. "I don't have a clue. Just wait." Naruto's whispers grew harsher. "We don't have time to wait. That Asuma guy is going to be here in 10 minutes. He's a Jounin, and he's Hokageji's son. That has to mean he's strong as hell." "Well, what do you want me to do?" Ino whispered back just as harshly, still trying to whisper though so as not to disturb whatever Shikamaru was doing. "I don't know the first thing about the guy. Or any of you for that matter." "Oh man," Naruto continued to whisper as he moved around in place nervously. "We're going to get our asses killed by this guy, and then we're going to go back to the academy, and I'm going to have to sit through those boring lectures for another year. I don't think I can do it." Ino started crying anime tears. "I don't either. I can't be the only one of my friends this year to go back to the academy. That's a popularity killer for sure. I'll be a social untouchable Naruto, just like you. No offense." "No, I don't blame you," Naruto said, crying just as equally as Ino was. "I wouldn't want that either, and if that would happen to you, what would happen to me? I don't think I can sink much lower, Ino, and I don't feel like finding out if I can either." What are we going to do, Naruto? Ino grabbed the collar of his jacket tightly. I don't know, Naruto replied just as desperately. Both of them hugged the other and started sobbing loudly. Shikamaru's eyes opened up. All right, I have a plan. He almost had his eyes bug out of his head when he noticed Ino and Naruto holding each other and crying inconsolably. Guys, Shikamaru said, not getting a single response from them. Guys. He said a bit louder before muttering troublesome and trying again. Guys. Naruto and Ino noticed he was finally back to paying attention and proceeded to let go of each other nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Shikamaru stood up. All right, if we're going to do this, then we need to know what the others are good at, so I'll go first. I'm not really much for fighting. I'd rather sleep or play shogi than do something so troublesome, but if I had to, I would say that my best thing is dashed. Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. A knock came at the door of the Hokage's office. Enter, Hiruzen said, placing some paperwork to the side to pay attention to his guest. The door opened to reveal Kakashi poking his head in. Ah, Kakashi, I was actually expecting you to come here at some point, but don't tell me you finished your test this early? Kakashi gave the man an eye smile. No, Hokage-sama. I decided I would wait until tomorrow, let them sweat it out a bit. Also, it seemed like more fun to let them dangle than to get it over with. Hiruzen shook his head at the masked man's relaxed attitude. Are you actually going to pass your team this year, Kakashi? You have a lot you could actually pass down to the youngsters if you ever actually chose to. Kakashi made a noise of neutrality. Maybe. It's up to them whether or not they pass, so who knows. Speaking of my team, I thought I was supposed to get Naruto Uzumaki to even out the team with Sasuke and Sakura. Hiruzen nodded. You were, until Asuma personally requested him yesterday. He hadn't made a request, and you didn't really ask for Naruto. He was to be placed there to balance things out. I know you didn't bother to ask for him since he was placed here, but you could have asked for him yourself to keep him. Hell, Sasuke was already guaranteed to be on your team regardless, so you could have reserved Naruto. A smirk then crossed the grizzled old warrior's face. You could have even shown up today before teams were being announced like all of the others, and probably would have ended up with Naruto when you found out he was on Asuma's squad. Kakashi face faulted on the ground. Damn habit of showing up late. He quickly picked himself up and cleared his throat. Well, I don't really have issues with my squad. And as long as he's with Asuma, Naruto should be just fine as long as he passes. Oh, he'll pass, Kakashi. Hiruzen assured his masked jounin. Of that I have no doubts, so you shouldn't even worry about that. Training Ground 24? Okay, time to break some genin. Asuma thought to himself upon entering the training field. He looked around and saw all three of the kids sitting under the tree he had left them at. He walked over to them and crossed his arms once he got close enough for the three to take notice of him. So have you come to a decision on which of you are going to be my apprentice civilly? Or will I have to fail all three of you and be done with it? Naruto stood up and dusted off his pants. You're not going to be failing any of us at all. We're not going to let a jerk like you just tell us he doesn't feel like being a sensei and kill our dreams like that. So we're going to give you a choice. Ino said, backing her teammate up as she got up to stand beside Naruto. Shikamaru stood up with a groan. As troublesome as it's going to be, you either pass us or we'll make you pass us. And you really don't want us to do that. Asuma let out a derisive snort. And how exactly is a group of green-as-grass genin going to pull that off? You'd be better off hedging your bets and fighting between yourselves for the one guaranteed spot. You know that you all have a snowball's chance in hell of actually beating me, right? Naruto grinned. Just pass us, and you don't have to find out. Asuma smirked. Well, that's fun, because I was needing a workout anyway. You brats can try. By all means, feel free to. Naruto smirked. That's just what we wanted to hear. Let's do this. As he said that, Shikamaru placed his hands in the rat seal. Kageme no Jutsu, Shadow Position Jutsu. Asuma smirked and jumped back away from the shadow the tree was casting over the field. I know about the Nara clan's signature jutsu. I'm not taking students I don't know anything about, he said before finding himself frozen in place. What? He looked at the ground, and there was no shadow stretching from the tree. What happened? Naruto smirked, as did all of the others as they transformed in puffs of smoke to all take on the appearance of Naruto. What's the matter, sensei? I thought you knew about your students. With that, the extra Narutos disappeared, leaving only one original Naruto in place. It worked, Shikamaru. Yeah, I can see that, Naruto. Shikamaru said as he walked out of some brush from behind Asuma. Asuma turned his head when Shikamaru allowed him the motion to do so. Ino, if you would be so kind as to finish this. Ino sauntered out in front of Asuma in a showy fashion, prompting the man to speak. You all set this up? What was the plan? Shikamaru elaborated. Naruto was to distract you with his Kage Bunshin hinged into us. That was good, by the way. You even had our mannerisms down perfectly. Naruto shrugged and rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Basics kill. Ino smiled over at him. Yeah, solid clones, Naruto? I don't even know where you would learn something like that. Prompting Naruto to blush more under the praise. Anyway, Shikamaru picked up where he left off. After Naruto distracted you and feigned my jutsu, I would catch you with the real one from your blind spot. You would be dodging what you thought was the real one, so you would be on alert, just at the wrong one. A mischievous smirk crossed Shikamaru's face. And finally, we were going to have Ino hit you with her jutsu and walk you right to Hokage-sama's office to pass us, so you couldn't screw us over. Ino waved from her place in front of Asuma before making the hand seal needed for the jutsu she intended to use. Naruto chuckled after that, drawing attention back to him. And then for all of the crap you put us through today, we're going to do something humiliating that you'll never live down in your body. Something like make you look like an idiot in front of that Kurenai lady. Shikamaru said you were standing awfully close to her for anything less than just a passing work relationship or something, which kind of brought up our second way to beat you. But somebody didn't want me to use that way. Ino glared at Naruto. You're damn right, I don't want you using that way. You'd better never use that jutsu, around me or else, got it? Ino said to Naruto threateningly before turning back to Asuma with a victorious look. Get ready to get used to us, sensei. We're not going anywhere. Asuma had a look of terror on his face before he started laughing raucously. What's so funny? Fine, Shintenshin no jut dash. Before Ino could complete her jutsu, Asuma disappeared suddenly. The genin all looked around. Naruto felt familiar seeing Asuma just disappear like that. No way, he knows that too? How could he have dash? It's a high-level skill kid, but I'm a high-level ninja, Asuma said as he walked into the clearing. He looked at all three in a pleased manner. That was good. I like that. His face turned grave. But seriously, if you ever try pulling any crap around Kurenai, I'm going to make you all pay dearly. Don't even think about it. Ever. He then noticed that they all were still ready to fight. Oh, by the way, you pass. All three of them blinked before standing up out of their fighting stances, two of them with confused looks. The other just slouched, yawned, and placed his hands in his pockets. What? Naruto said, conveying the thought he and Ino shared at the moment. Yeah, Asuma said with a laugh. That was just to see if you would all turn on each other and fight over the single spot or work together. I was actually expecting you all to fight with Miss Bossy and the airhead kid over there. Lazy ass would have ended up getting dragged into it, and I would have failed your miserable asses and sent you back. Didn't really expect you all to turn on me, though. That was entertaining. Damn, Naruto said as he slouched his shoulders. I swear I only sensed the first Asuma-sensei that entered the area. Naruto then told himself whenever he was doing anything like that again, he needed to send out a pulse every once in a while. They had wasted all that time with a clone when the other entered the area right after the clone did. He knew Asuma was coming. Too bad it was the wrong Asuma. Asuma placed a cigarette in his mouth. I was going to scare you all shitless one more time and then give you the option to fight over the apprenticeship. And if you turned that down, I was going to make you fight the clone anyway, seeing as how the point of all this was to ensure that you all act as a team. So all you really did was rush it all along. He finished and lit his cigarette. Knew it, Shikamaru said offhandedly. Are we done? We passed, so we're done, right? Asuma sighed. Shikamaru straight killed his momentum. Damn kid just didn't understand the concept of cool. He was trying to be a role model here. Yeah, we're done. Meet me back here tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp for your first actual day as Konoha Genin. Good work, Team 10. With that, he once again disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Shikamaru heaved a sigh at his day finally being over. Finally, I'm going straight home and taking a nap. See you guys tomorrow. He began to walk away from the field. Ino smiled. Well, that worked out better than I thought it would. I'm going to tell Dad I passed. Later, guys. Ino ran off in her own direction. Naruto just stood still watching them both walk away before a smile crossed his face, and he jumped into the air excitedly. Yada. I'm finally an actual ninja now. He landed and looked around for anyone that might have seen that before shrugging and walking away. That seriously wasn't cool, Naruto. He heard Ino say from a distance away. Damn it, Naruto said to himself before walking off with a proverbial rain cloud over his head. Tintin was simply doing target practice on bullseyes she painted on trees at the edge of the training field. She felt someone tap her on the shoulder, and she abruptly turned around and unloaded every shuriken in her hand at the person that had surprised her. She looked down oddly when she saw a log riddled with the weaponry she had just unleashed. You're so lucky I knew you were going to do that, Naruto said as he walked up beside her looking at the log she had murdered. How did you even sneak up on me? Tintin asked. She had been alert the entire time in case one of her team members came looking for her to help them train. I wasn't trying to. I just walked up to you and tapped you on the shoulder, Naruto said honestly. Tintin frowned. She guessed she had to chalk it up to her not being used to Naruto's presence. It was still something she needed to work on. Being surprised by someone that wasn't even trying to do it wasn't a good indicator of her awareness. Naruto glared at her, surprising her. You could have told me there was a second test. I almost looked stupid out there today. Tintin smiled apologetically. Sorry, that would have been cheating. But you said almost, so that means you passed, right? Yeah, you bet, Naruto said with a huge grin before he took on a pondering expression, complete with squinted eyes. But are you leaving anything else out that I need to know? Because I'm supposed to start missions tomorrow too. Should I tell him about the D-ranked missions? She asked herself. On one hand, knowing would soften the blow of the wind being taken out of his sails. It was better to see a punch coming than to be hit with one you had no clue was there. However, on the other hand, why should she? No one fucking told her she would be picking up dog shit and painting fences for missions when she started. Nah, he'll be fine. She figured, nope, you're all set. She chirped happily, confident in her decision to pass on the suffering to the next class of genin. Naruto kept grinning at her. Want to spar? He asked spontaneously. I haven't really done anything today. Tintin shook her head. No, but thanks anyway. This is the time of day where our sensei has us work on our own things. One of my team should be here any minute to get me. Or do you want a repeat of what happened the first time with Lee? Naruto paled and made a hand self to send out a random pulse to check if anyone was coming. Getting kicked in the face once out of the blue is enough, thanks. I just wanted to see if I'm any better yet. Tintin frowned and placed a hand on her hip. It's been a week. How good could you expect to get in a week, Naruto? You haven't even had a day under your sensei yet. Tintin began pulling her weapons from the bullseyes in the trees. But I've been training super hard, he assured her. Something's got to have changed, right? I still might not beat you, but I might do better than last time. Tintin let out a laugh. Unless you have a new trick like the one you used the first time, if we fight, I don't think you will. I'm ready for your little surprises, and you don't have anything new to get close to me. Just wait some more, and make sure you actually improve, or else you won't be any better than my teammate Lee, repeatedly challenging my other one Niji. What? Naruto said. Lee loses? To your other teammate? He hasn't beaten him once. Tintin shook her head and sighed as she picked up the last of her weapons. No. He works hard, and he's clearly far better than he was last year when we became a team, but he still hasn't beaten Niji. He sees him as his eternal rival and challenges him every chance he gets. The thing is, though, he does it every chance he gets, every day if Niji is willing, which means that he isn't giving himself much time to actually get better before trying again. I'm getting tired of watching him get beat up, but he doesn't listen to me. Naruto was surprised by that. Wow, your other teammate is stronger than Lee. Tintin nodded. Well, it doesn't hurt that Lee can only use taijutsu, and going up against Niji with just taijutsu is pretty much suicide if you aren't Gai-sensei good at it. He was the rookie of the year in our class. Everyone calls him a natural genius. Oh, Naruto said dejectedly. That meant that there was someone else out there way stronger than him too. He perked back up somewhat. Well, enough of that. What about us? What's going on with you and me? Tintin gave him an odd look with a raised eyebrow, begging him to repeat himself. What? Care to try again with how you worded that, or were you actually trying to hit on me? Naruto gave her a clueless look in reply. Huh? I was wondering when we actually can spar again. If you say it won't matter until I get really, really better, then how will I know? Oh, good. Tintin replied in a relieved voice. It would have been really weird if Naruto had started to have a crush on her. Him being shorter than her by so much thing was seriously noticeable. Well, I'm going to need to see how I do against actual ninja in combat in a few months. Tell you what, if you're any better, come back here in 5 months and challenge me, and I'll see if you're any better. 5 months. Naruto whined. That's a long time. I can't come back here for 5 months. Tintin giggled. No, Naruto. I didn't say you can't come back. I just said you can't challenge me like you have been for 5 months. You can still come back and ask me stuff. I mean, I have been a Jinin longer than you, and it's my responsibility to be a useful senpai to a rookie like you, isn't it? She said, ruffling his hair and getting a laugh out of his facial expression from it. Fine, Naruto shouted. In 5 months I'll knock your block of Tintin. Just you wait. Like I would actually let you catch up to me and pull that miracle off. Tintin flicked Naruto's nose. If you actually beat me in 5 months of training alone, I don't know yet. We'll figure that out later. Naruto held his nose and glared at her. All right then, it's a bet. For something 5 months from now that I can beat you. Someone like you will never beat someone like Tintin. A cool voice said. Both turned to see the boy with Tintin the other day, standing at the edge of the field with his arms crossed. Niji. Tintin said expectantly. Is it time to meet back up with Guy-sensei? Niji wordlessly nodded before turning his attention back to Naruto. From what I've been told by Tintin and by my other teammate Rock Lee, you are a dropout just like he is. Hey, Naruto barked indignantly. I didn't wind up a dropout in the end. I graduated, and then I finished the other Genin test. I'm a ninja just like you. Niji simply smirked, and you're absolutely wrong there as well. Fate has already decreed that I would be better than you from the beginning. It clearly showed itself based on our respective positions in life at this point, and it clearly showed from our respective performances in the academy as well. Tintin was top kunoichi of our year as well. Do you really believe that 5 months will be enough to defeat someone on her level? Absolutely, I believe it. Naruto shouted at Niji. So that's what it was when he saw him the other day. That look on his face while Tintin was helping him. The prick just thought he was better than him. Well, he wasn't taking that crap from someone he had a shot at proving it wrong against. So what if she's better than me and wiped the floor with me the first time? I'll just get better so she doesn't do it next time. I'll get stronger than Tintin somehow. And I'll get stronger than you so I can shut your damn mouth. And that's all I really need to know about that. Niji actually laughed momentarily. The only thing keeping Naruto from heading over there and decking Niji in the face was the fact that he was trying to stay out of fights like he promised the Hokage, and the fact that he would have needed to run over there. And head-on charges didn't have a good track record for him. From what I've seen and been told, you have no skills, no redeeming traits valuable to a shinobi, and no inherent talent. I'll tell you this once, since if it doesn't get through the first time, it simply won't at all. Once a failure, always a failure. You can't change that. With that, he turned to leave. Guy-sensei is waiting for us, Tintin. It's time to go. Tintin glared at Niji for speaking to Naruto that way. Bastard. She muttered under her breath when he got out of earshot. She placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. If you really want to get stronger, just remember what I said. Don't measure yourself by day to day. Do it over time. I'll be here to give you advice, okay? So don't worry about it. You'll be just fine. She didn't want to leave him like that after Niji said all of those things, but she had to get back to her own sensei. Who knows what the man would do if she were late? Naruto just walked away out of the field. That guy? Naruto couldn't rightfully call Sasuke a bastard ever again. Sasuke was just antisocial, especially compared to Niji. At least Sasuke wouldn't verbally come out and say he was better than you without that not even being the point at hand. As a matter of fact, Sasuke never really said anything about how much better he was until you called him out on it. Niji just did it for the sake of doing it. I'm definitely going to beat that guy, Naruto said to himself. Konoha Archive Library. Shiho was laughing uncomfortably as Naruto sat across from her at a table, glaring at her lightly over the book he had in his hands that she had prompted him to read over the course of his last few visits. You aren't mad I didn't tell you about the test? Are you mocking? His silence spoke volumes as the only answer she needed. But I couldn't just tell you. It's an important indicator of if a student is ready to become a genin or not. Naruto's glare faded and he put the book down with a sigh. I'm not really that mad, Shiho-chan. It's just been a really long day. Have you found a jutsu in here yet? He asked her. He knew Hokage Gigi wouldn't lie to him about something like that. There had to be some really cool stuff in this library somewhere. There just had to be. He would find them, and then he would stomp a mud hole in Niji's pompous ass and walk it dry. Shiho shook her head. I haven't had the time to actively look. Atsuto-sensei keeps me really busy logging the books back in and all of the other things I have to do. I haven't had time to thoroughly go through the catalog and see where they are. There aren't that many, Sensei told me, and it isn't like there's a cool jutsu section of the library. Naruto's face fell. That would be so cool if there was. Then this wouldn't be such an issue. Didn't Gigi know like 1,000 jutsu? Why didn't he just make some scrolls in his spare time and fill this place up so there could be one? That was what he'd do when he was Hokage and knew even more jutsu than the old man did. Fill a section in this place up with them so a down on his luck genin could learn some cool stuff. There was cooler stuff in the scroll of seals. Hey, it was easy the first time. Maybe he could take that again and get something? Nah, even if he could, was he really supposed to be causing that kind of trouble? I guess I'll keep on coming back and going through this place until I hit the mother lode then. Naruto said with an encouraging smile before a frown took over. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to start with my team tomorrow. Well, I guess I can still come by here sometimes. I'm not going to be busy all the time. Shiho gave Naruto a smile of her own. I'll help you, Uzumaki-kun. I'll keep looking for stuff to help you out. I'm holding you to your promise of being Hokage and running the village with me helping you when you get there. I should start helping you now, right? Naruto looked at her in awe for a time. She was actually saying she believed in him? He thought she was just messing with him when she alluded to it on the day they met. But she was serious. Someone actually thought he could do it. Naruto gave her a grateful look. Thank you, Shiho-chan. And then when I help you get to the top, I can institute a change in curriculum for the Ninja Academy the way I always wanted, she said, changing the tone of the moment. I mean, if I could end up getting the dead last graduate of his year up to snuff enough to get to Hokage, that would be incredible. Naruto face faulted out of his seat, not slowing her down one bit. And if I actually end up being head of the department one day, that would be all the stroke I needed to get it across. Yes, you will be Hokage Uzumaki-kun. I won't settle for anything less. Naruto picked himself up off of the ground by the table. Yes, Shiho-chan. I'll definitely be Hokage, he said, giving her a thumbs up with a sweat drop on his head. Databeo. He said weakly, without enthusiasm. Shiho started laughing like a mad scientist and started talking to him rapid speed about all of the things he would be going over for her project, as she so called it. Sakura-chan, Ino, hell even Tinin when she's fighting. Why are girls in this village so scary? He thought to himself. The next day, Asuma led his team to the foot of the Hokage Tower and looked at all of them. Shikamaru still had the same lazy expression on his face as always, and there was no outside indication of how he was feeling other than not particularly wanting to be there. Ino was looking rather energized and cheerful for what they would be doing today, and that wasn't even comparing to Naruto. Naruto looked like a squirrel on caffeine and amphetamines running around an active artillery field. His every motion was jerky and twitchy and full of vigor. He wasn't even sure if the kid had even slept the night before. Hell, it didn't look like he even needed it, all things considered. He had a feeling if anyone tried to lay a hand on the boy, he'd bite it off out of pure reflex. Talk about being wired. He led his bright-eyed, well, except for Shikamaru of course, genin inside to the mission distribution area, where he saw his father the Sandaime Hokage sitting to greet the genin and give them their first mission. Hello, Hokage-sama. Team 10 is here to receive their first mission as a squad. Hiruzen smiled warmly at all three of them, who smiled after Asuma said that. He started reaching for mission scrolls. Well, I have to say to each of you, good luck, work hard, and make Konoha proud to have trained such fine shinobi as you. Now for your first mission, you actually have a choice. Naruto's face lit up. What? What? Is it rescuing a princess? Taking down an enemy fortress? Ooh, is it rescuing a princess while taking out an enemy fortress? He thought to himself. Asuma had to bite his fist to keep from laughing when he saw Naruto's face. Hiruzen smiled gleefully. You have the choice of walking the dogs from the Inuzuka clan kennel, pulling weeds from the garden of an old lady, cleaning out the storage area of a general store, or helping an old man who lives at the edge of the village chop and stack firewood. The expectant looks of the three genin froze on their faces somewhere between the anticipation of the notion of their first mission and the horror of the abject reality of it. Asuma looked at their faces and quickly tossed a camera to his father, who caught it. Oh yeah, that's the look. Take the picture, Dad. Hiruzen did as asked by his son before throwing the camera back. Yeah, that's definitely going to be the team picture for sure. Do you want a copy? He asked the old man. Bring it by once you get it developed. Hiruzen replied. Now which one will it be? Asuma stroked his chin. Do you guys like dogs? He got 3 near lifeless nods. We'll take that one then. Hiruzen handed him the scroll, and Asuma pocketed it before pushing his shell-shocked youngsters out of the room. Come on, guys. The work of a ninja doesn't do itself now. After Asuma had physically herded them all out of the room, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and lit up his pipe before taking a relaxing inhale of it with a wistful sigh. Sometimes I really, really love my job. A few seconds later, Naruto's yells of resentment echoed into the room. Ah, the cycle continues. Omake. Asuma let out a derisive snort. And how exactly is a group of green-as-grass genin going to pull that off? You'd be better off hedging your bets and fighting between yourselves for the one guaranteed spot. You know that you all have a snowball's chance in hell of actually beating me, right? Naruto grinned. Just pass us, and you don't have to find out. Asuma smirked. Well, that's fun, because I was needing a workout anyway. You brats can try. By all means, feel free to. Shikamaru and Naruto smirked. Fine, your funeral. Naruto, you're on go. Ino scowled deeply, confusing Asuma. Wasn't she supposed to be behind her teammate? She was with them firmly just a moment ago. Naruto made a cross-hand seal. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu. 50 clones surrounded Asuma, getting him to lift his eyebrow in interest. One more chance, sensei. Pass us, and I won't have to do this. Asuma rolled his eyes. Whatever, kid. I'll be the judge of how bad this is. He absently noticed Shikamaru holding his nose, and Ino was trying to burn a hole in the back of Naruto's head with her eyes. You asked for it, Naruto said. Harem no jutsu. Kata no kurinai. Harem jutsu. Kurinai style. In a massive puff of smoke, all of the Naruto clones transformed into a mass of kurinais, all naked and hanging off of Asuma. Asuma, dispelled before the memories of it actually hit the real one. Asuma held his composure for as long as he could, which was roughly 0.0375 seconds before he flew back over the trees from the power of his forced nosebleed. You pay her asses. His voice carried as he flew away. All of the clones dispelled, leaving one Naruto standing by himself. He turned around to his teammates with a smug grin on his face. You see how easy that was? Didn't even need the dialogue to keep him distracted for it. Shikamaru spoke in a nasally voice as he held back his own nosebleed. Good work, Naruto. Troublesome bastard. Ino was gritting her teeth, trying to melt Naruto's brain with her own mental powers. Don't you ever do that again. Ever. Naruto shrugged at the blonde girl. Whatever works. In the middle of her team's final Genin test, Yuhi Kurinai stopped in the middle of the forest she was running through and looked up at the sky. Why do I want to cause physical bodily harm to that blonde Uzumaki kid right now? Sensei. She heard a stoic voice call out only to find herself surrounded by bugs inching towards her and a small white puppy growling as it slowly advanced on her. Shino walked into sight. There is nowhere for you to go. My bugs have cut off any retreat you could take. Yahoo Kiba shouted as he stood next to Akamaru. I knew we could find her boy. Sensei, is there something the matter? Hinata asked, as she noticed Kurinai's sidetracked expression from before. Kurinai sighed. I'm not sure. But anyway, Team 8 passes. Chapter 5. The Routine of the Routine. The first mission involving the Inuzuka kennels wound up being by and large the thing that set the standard for the day by way of amusement. Apparently Naruto wasn't particularly a dog person. Well, that wasn't fair. It was more like dogs weren't exactly Naruto animals. You see, when Naruto took the leashes for the dogs he had been meant to walk, they had a total shift in personality from reasonably tempered, obedient, human-friendly animals to belligerent pains in Naruto's ass. For Ino, she got the smallest dogs, the puppies, the smaller breeds, easy for her. Shikamaru got the next step up, but they were so obedient, it was still easy enough for him. Naruto not only got the biggest, oldest dogs because he was the physically strongest, and it wasn't like he was going to back down in the first place because they were, in his own words, just a bunch of dogs. However, Naruto's dogs, as mentioned previously, did not like him. Once the leashes were handed over to him by Asuma, they proceeded to wear out the soles of Naruto's sandals by dragging him about the pavement outside of the Inuzuka clan compound. Naruto tried digging his heels to stop them, but they were seriously strong dogs, the strongest dogs he had ever met for sure, and they proceeded to drag him about until he tripped and fell, and then they ended up wearing out the fabric of his coat as they then dragged him around on pavement for 20 minutes until Asuma got around to checking on him and got him out of his predicament. Were it not for the fact that Naruto's clothes were so thick, he would have gotten some serious road rash. Asuma quickly got Naruto untangled from the leashes and stopped the dogs to hand them back to Naruto. Kid, I left for 5 minutes to grab some cigarettes, and I come back to this. We scratched his head. Well, technically the dogs got walked. He said, getting a glare out of Naruto. All right, we'll work on that. Let's take the dogs back and get paid. Naruto sighed and fell in line with his sensei as he glared at the now innocent-seeming dogs. Well, Naruto finally said, trying to find a silver lining in his first mission, at least I wasn't dragged through the grass. This could have been way worse. That's the spirit, kid, Asuma said, lighting one of his cigarettes up. You didn't get a face full of dog shit, and in this case you can take that as a victory. It's the little things, Naruto, the little things that make being a ninja all worth it. Small victories, you'll learn to accept them sometimes. The next mission they ended up taking was a mission to chop wood at the outskirts of the village. And once again, this wasn't a very difficult mission at all, just more troublesome than it had to be. Shikamaru, Naruto yelled as his axe split through another piece of lumber. Stop moving so slow. We've been here for 30 minutes. You've only cut 5 pieces. Shikamaru leaned on his axe and yawned. You've got it, don't you? Once you're finished with your pile, you can help with mine. Ino set up another piece of wood for herself to chop before frowning over at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, this really isn't the time to be lazy. We're going to be stuck here until we're done, and you're not pulling your weight. Shikamaru sighed. Why can't Naruto just do that jutsu of his, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, and get them to do this? We wouldn't even have to do anything if we could do that. We'd be done by now for sure. Naruto gave him a deadpan look. I tried that when we first started, remember? Asuma-sensei made me get rid of them. He said this was supposed to be a team-building exercise, and using Kage Bunshin were outlawed or something. That was blatant lie that Asuma was grateful Naruto or none of the others had picked up on or bothered investigating further and simply accepted at face value. Using ninjutsu for D-ranked missions was frowned upon, but not necessarily outlawed. However, doing these missions was supposed to build a rapport between newly formed genin squads, give them a base to understand taking orders, get used to the way things were to go, and keep them busy while they trained to improve their skills before getting real work. Besides, Asuma had to do D-ranked missions when he was a genin, and there was a damn war going on at the time. If he had to gut it out until he got promoted, then they were damn sure going to as well. Kage Bunshin his ass. Ino pointed at Shikamaru firmly. Pick up that axe and do some actual work, Shikamaru, or I swear I'll get Naruto to do something completely humiliating to you. You remember what he's capable of, right? Shikamaru somewhat paled at that. Doing this work was a pain in the ass, but having Naruto pull some horrible pranking crap on him would have been worse. He had never been a target of one of Naruto's efforts in the past, but he sure didn't want the manic blonde's focus to fall on him in that category. A few minutes of work to spare him 6 months of troublesome consequences was a sacrifice he had to make. He knew Ino was bossy enough to get him to do it too, even if he really didn't want to, so there was no way he was calling her bluff on the matter. Naruto gestured Ino over as Shikamaru began actually working and splitting his pile of wood. Ino, I kinda made a promise to some people that I would stop with the pranks. He said to her quietly. Ino rolled her eyes at Naruto and flicked him between the eyes. Shikamaru doesn't know that baka. I didn't even know until just now. You and me are going to have to whip his lazy ass into shape to get him to do stuff, or else we'll be doing the lion's share of this grunt work until we get something better. Naruto rubbed the spot where Ino flicked him and looked at Shikamaru working with a shrug. If it worked, then why not? The two blondes then proceeded to hurry up and finish their own work, while Shikamaru was muttering to himself and chopping wood handily. After finishing their day's work, Asuma directed traffic to their training field. Asuma looked over his team with a huge grin on his face. This was almost as good as smoking the last cigarette in the pack for him. Almost. He had watched his fresh little Jinin team trudge through the monotonous and spirit-crushing hazing process known to all shinobi of every age as D-rank missions for the first time, and he truly hoped that the entertainment value of watching them do the glorified chores and odd jobs never faded. He could seriously have watched them work all day. It was that entertaining. The last mission they took was the one that had them cleaning out the general store's storage, and that had just been fantastic to watch. It took forever for them to get actually started since once they walked past the clothing section to get to the back, Ino had dragged Naruto right over there to give him what she had called an emergency makeover, which led to Naruto screaming bloody murder at Asuma and Shikamaru to free him from the injustice. Asuma laughed and walked away to buy himself a carton of cigarettes while they were there and left the kids to work, and Shikamaru just left since he found getting involved to be too much of a hassle, thus leaving Naruto to be Ino's life-size dress-up doll that would not take no for an answer, and Naruto quickly shut up once Ino said that he was getting out of that beat-up orange jacket even if she had to use Shin no Jutsu, mind-body switch jutsu, to get him to cooperate. In the end, after a lot of griping from two stubborn sides that ran their time inside the store without having done a damn thing in an hour of being there, Naruto relented once Ino actually took aim at him with her hand seal and picked what she selected for him, allowing them to head to the back and get started, where they found Shikamaru asleep on the empty boxes in the storage room, which eventually led to now after they completed their work. Once again, all three genin were sitting under the shade of the tree and looking at their sensei. Naruto was tugging angrily at his new clothes until Ino swatted him one to get him to stop. He still had his headband on his head and his goggles around his neck, but Ino had managed to get Naruto into a pair of orange shorts and an orange short-sleeved windbreaker that was left open with a dark blue shirt underneath. Ino had also forced a pair of dark blue arm warmers kind of like hers onto his arms. Naruto had vehemently fought that one for a while, not wanting to wear arm warmers like what Sasuke had, but Ino had already granted him a concession in her mind by letting him keep the orange. Thus, by virtue of that, this was one fight he was going to lose in this instance. It didn't make him feel any better that all the money he had made that day went into getting a few pairs of all of those things, but Ino insisted that he would make it back tomorrow. Okay, Asuma said to them. It was a decent first day. I've seen far worse, and at least you didn't fail any of those missions, so good work. All three of the genin looked at each other. Who could fail those missions? They could have done those things in the academy. Ino looked at Asuma inquisitively. So, what now, Asuma-sensei? He pointed at Ino and Shikamaru. I pretty much know what you two can do. You both know your family techniques, and I've worked with plenty of Nara and Yamanaka shinobi in my time, even your father's. He looked at Naruto. I don't know that much about you though, Naruto. I know you can use Kage Bunshin, and quite a lot from what Hokage-sama told me. Apparently, you can also sense the locations of others. Is that right? Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Well, I'm not that good at it yet. I just learned the jutsu last week, and I need to learn how to tell things apart better, like what's a door, a wall, and other stuff. Shikamaru looked at Naruto. So what jutsu is it, and how does it even work? Naruto grinned at the chance to explain Iruka's cool jutsu to others. It's called Chakura Hankiriya no Jutsu, chakra echolocation jutsu. It lets me send out a burst of chakra that somehow lets me sense where stuff is around me, all over. I'm just not that good at it yet. If I use it outside, like where we are now, it works great. But if I'm inside, all I can sense is down a hall, behind me, or beside me. I can't tell people apart either, and when I use it in the streets and stuff, I can barely tell what's what. Shikamaru's eyes widened. That was a very useful move, but it had to take a ton of chakra to use, even sparingly. Naruto's chakra would be pushed out of his body and would saturate the air, staying connected to him long enough for him to feel the things around him with it. If Naruto ever mastered that move, no one would ever be able to properly set traps or ambushes against him. He could take away an enemy's advantage of surprise. Naruto continued to talk. Oh, and I'm also trying this cool taijutsu called Nabaken, Sticky Fist, that a friend helped me find. It's hard to learn it by myself, though, and making the clones over and over that dispel in one hit is a pain. Asuma smiled. Well, that's one thing that a team is for Naruto. Training partners. I'm supposed to be training all of you, helping you all get stronger, but I don't really know what I'm allowed to teach you as far as techniques go, nor would I actually know that any of you are suited towards using. You all don't look like you can fight the way I do. Besides that, you all have your family jutsu that you're to learn. Asuma pointed at them all. You're all just Jinin right now, but I expect you all to get very good very fast. You all certainly have the talent for it. Naruto and Ino seemed pleased to hear him say that, but Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Apparently someone didn't really want to excel. Naruto looked at Asuma and all of his teammates before frowning. But I don't want to use Nabaken on any of them. He said, it's not really nice, even in practice. Asuma looked at Naruto thoughtfully. Well, try it on me. I'll be the judge of that. When he saw Naruto shy away from actually wanting to beat up his sensei, Asuma insisted, Naruto, I'm a jounin. I can take it. I promise. Shikamaru and Ino prodded him to get up and give it a try. So Naruto stood up and stood in front of Asuma. I'm not that good at it yet. If it doesn't work right, then tell me. Asuma nodded and gestured for Naruto to come forward. Naruto hesitantly did so and came at Asuma, who had a guard up. Naruto led off with a punch that Asuma already had a guard prepared for. I don't see what's different about this style. It's just Academy Taijutsu, isn't it? He thought that when he lifted his arms to block Naruto's punch and respond, only his plan of action never got that far. Naruto's fist opened up into a hand that grasped Asuma's leading wrist like a leech. Naruto spun inside, still holding on to Asuma, and threw a back elbow low, or for Naruto, at the level, at his body that Asuma had to defend with his remaining arm. Naruto switched to a high elbow that Asuma had to keep from hitting him in the jaw. Asuma then shoved Naruto by the back of his head to get him out of his range and get them back at a distance from one another. But Naruto seemed to have a damn good grip on his wrist because he stayed attached and reeled himself in, jumping at Asuma, leading with his shoulder for an attack. When he saw this, Asuma added to Naruto's momentum, pulling his diminutive frame in faster before shocking Naruto with a shoulder-to-shoulder smash that jarred Naruto's grip loose and sent him bouncing off of Asuma to the ground. Naruto sat down on the ground, rubbing his shoulder and backside while Asuma analyzed what he had just seen. That style would be way out of the comfort zone of most shinobi I know of. All he needs is some size and strength, and only an Akimichi could decisively deal with moves like that. Naruto picked himself back up and went over to sit back down with Shikamaru and Ino. Naruto, why do you know how to fight like that? You never did that stuff in the academy. A shrug from the blonde shinobi was the response. I just felt like going over taijutsu, and I ended up finding that in the library. I don't know that much about it. There's some complicated stuff in the scroll, and my clones aren't that good of test partners for it. They dispel way too easily for me to get a good workout against. Shikamaru had also analyzed Naruto's fighting style. It seemed to be a lot of short-range offense, not so much with defense. Well, what else can you do with it? Naruto's eyes squinted in thought. Some throwing stuff and some grabby moves, but I'm not good at those yet, and Asuma-sensei is too big to use that stuff on. Shikamaru's eyebrow quirked. Throws and locks maybe? He thought. Asterisk psi asterisk, if Asuma ever makes us spar, I'm going to need to catch Naruto before he can ever get anywhere near me. Troublesome. Or maybe I could just throw the fight. Asuma took all of his information in about Naruto. All right then. Ino, fight Naruto. Ino nodded and Naruto jumped back to his feet. Shikamaru wouldn't fight either one of them, but the kid isn't stupid either. I'll need to find out just how smart he is soon so I can get the team dynamic down. Ino took up a basic stance that left her hands at a good level to make hand seals, a style taught by the academy and encouraged by her father for her to use. Naruto took a sideways stance with a wide base that left his body set lower than Ino's, his hands up in a perpetual guard around his face. Asuma could see this was an automatic deterrent for people trying to hit him in the face, or it was a way for Naruto to quickly grab onto someone that did indeed attempt to do so. Asuma looked between them both. Use of your jutsu is legal, but Naruto, keep the number of Kage Bunshin low, as in less than 5. We don't want to have Ino fight an army on her first day. Hokage-sama told me how many you can make. Naruto chuckled nervously and nodded before turning his attention back to Ino. Begin. Naruto immediately made 2 Kage Bunshin that flanked him and went forward towards Ino. Ino took a few steps back to buy her some space and some time to figure what Naruto was going to do, but Naruto's closing speed was faster than she anticipated, and she was forced to punch one of the Narutos in the face to keep from being surrounded. It burst into smoke, signifying a clone, leaving one more clone and one real Naruto to deal with. One Naruto was able to get behind her and made a lunge for her, but Ino saw him fight Asuma and picked up on Naruto's habit in hand-to-hand, grab someone, and then beat the crap out of them when they couldn't get away. And she didn't have the luxury Asuma had of being stronger than Naruto or being better than him at taijutsu. She had started to neglect taijutsu in the academy during the last quarter of the year when her dad started teaching her the clan techniques. Ino moved aside from the Naruto, trying to grab onto her, but when she turned to see what had happened to it, and if it crashed into the other Naruto, she saw that it had instead grabbed Naruto's hand and whipped him around to throw him towards her with added momentum. Ino quickly made hand seals, and just as Naruto got close enough to throw a punch, he ended up hitting a log in her place, signifying a kawarimi. The surprise from her counter allowed Ino to go about finishing off Naruto's clone as stealthily as she could, but that somehow wound up tipping off Naruto as he turned and saw her. As he came back at her, Ino realized that she wouldn't be able to land her ace in the hole on Naruto at this rate. He was moving far too fast and far too often for her slow-moving jutsu to get a beat on him and make contact. So she was stuck with hand-to-hand for the time being, since she was sure pulling a weapon would have been frowned upon by Asuma. Naruto, on the other hand, was getting annoyed. He was used to fighting his clones, and they were never shy when it came to trying to punch his lights out before he could do it to them. Ino was keeping elusive, and while he was faster than her, she was wily. His clone rush at the start hadn't disoriented her enough to get him in close seeing, and as how his clones didn't have the internal makeup he did to let them use his style effectively, they had to be decoys that would let him get close enough on his own. Stupid Asuma. If he would have let him flood the field with clones, he would have won by now. He already used 2 of the 5 he had been allowed, and Uzumaki Naruto was no liar or cheater, so he resolved to bring Ino down all on his own if he had to. One effective way to get opponents that weren't into attacking, being aggressive, or getting anywhere near him, he had read in one of those strategy books Shiho pushed on his during the last week, was to do something blatant that would never have a chance in hell of actually hitting them. They would think he gambled and failed, while really he had been trying to get them to make a move the entire time and was ready for their response. That stuff was actually kind of useful after all. Naruto let out a loud shout and jumped right at Ino with a wide, sweeping kick that she saw coming the entire way. Ino smirked and moved just out of Naruto's way, letting him land before letting a kick go towards his body that she knew would double him over. Ino's kick hit home with a dull thud that showed how hard it hit, but Naruto cradled her leg close to his body with a cringing grin. It hurt. Dud hurt. She kicked the shit out of him for sure. But he had been getting repeatedly punched and kicked by his bastard clones for a week. He could take a kick from Ino if it let him do this. Naruto held Ino's ankle under his left armpit and used it to pull her towards him while she was hopping on one leg helplessly. In order to keep her balance, Ino had to jump forward towards Naruto in order to avoid getting yanked to the ground. But when she did, she wound up getting bullied to the ground from a shoulder attack by Naruto, who then wrapped himself around her leg and made sure to gently extend her knee just to the point of extreme discomfort. It was clear he wasn't trying to hurt her, but he wanted to win, otherwise he would have just broken it and been done with it. That's enough, Asuma said, calling Naruto off and watching as he let go of Ino's leg. Instead of a shoulder block, he could have punched her right in the face or elbowed her or even headbutt her. Substitute that with a kunai, and he might have been able to turn that into a kill shot. And then once he grabbed her on the ground, he could have broken her leg. That's a really dangerous style, he was right. He then looked at Ino, rubbing her leg on the ground. He was faster and stronger, but she kept evasive for a while until he was able to get close. She was very good at stalling tactics, and in a fight alongside this team, that is very good for her. Not to mention we had been on missions all day before this, and we haven't eaten lunch. She was probably low on energy. Once they actually start fighting as a team, she has Naruto to do the fighting and Shikamaru to subdue them, while she can be a fantastic support kunoichi once she learns more of her clan techniques. Damn, Ino said under her breath as she remained seated on the ground. Where did that come from? She hadn't held back on that kick at all, and he just took it and kept going like a juggernaut. Little did she know that Naruto's clones kick too, and they kick way harder than she did in comparison. Naruto held out his hand in front of her with an apologetic look on his face. He must not have liked the idea of beating up girls. Ino accepted it and stood up with a pouting look on her face. You'd better watch yourself, Naruto. I'm not going to lose like that again. Next time I'll beat the crap out of you. Naruto's face lit up and he took on a confident grin. You can try whenever you want, Ino. I'm just going to keep getting better. Asuma moved over to both of them and rested his hands on their shoulders. You both did well there. He turned to Shikamaru, who was leaning against the trunk of the tree. Shikamaru, do you want to fight next? I'd rather not, he said blandly. I'm kind of tired from today. I'd just lose. Asuma gave him a deadpan look. Everyone else did just as much as you for just as long as you. I know, Shikamaru commented, and look at them. Naruto didn't look too worse for wear at all, but Ino was breathing kind of heavily after her fight with Naruto. Naruto looks like he didn't do anything today. He'd wipe the floor with me. I'm tired. And Ino? Ino looks exhausted. I'd have an unfair advantage, and I really don't like fighting women in the first place. Asuma's eye twitched. All right, you lazy punk. You act like I've never dealt with a Nara before. I've got ways to work around your unmotivated ass, for sure. Fine. You're all dismissed for today. Meet here tomorrow. Same time, same place. Shikamaru let a smile cross his face for a second. You act like I've never had someone tell me to do stuff before, Asuma. As long as you're not my mother, there's really not a lot you can do to make me work. He wanted to wave in a provoking manner at the smoking jounin as he walked away and turned back, but it would have been too much effort just to incite the man needlessly. Naruto looked at Ino, who was shaking out her leg. I didn't hurt you, did I? Ino noticed he was talking about her leg. No. It's a little stiff, but it's nothing a good night's sleep won't fix. Though, Ino shot him a provocative pose. How did you like rubbing up against me like that, Naruto? You were awfully familiar with me there, weren't you? Shikamaru watched Naruto's face heat up with a pitying look. Troublesome woman. Sorry, Naruto. You're on your own here. Red-faced Naruto stuttered out a reply. WW what? I was fighting. That was a real move. I learned it myself. I wasn't trying to do anything else, honest. Ino knew it was a legitimate move. It had extended her leg at the knee past the point of it being comfortable after all, and that was just him being nice. But she had just lost to him, and she would be damned if wasn't getting the last laugh today. You may say that now, Naruto, but you were so gentle with how you held my leg. And I'm not sure, but I could swear I felt you rubbing it. It felt so good, you flirt, she said with a sly, half-lidded smile. Naruto just stood there, a stammering mess, until Shikamaru came over, threw his old clothes over his head, and dragged Naruto away in a headlock. Okay, Ino, don't overheat the guy's brain. You might just break him if you keep it up. Shikamaru continued to drag Naruto out of the training field amid Ino's laughter at Naruto's reaction. You should have just kept your cool, Naruto. Now she's just going to keep doing it from now on. A muffled response from Naruto under his clothes came, but Shikamaru didn't bother trying to interpret what he said. I don't know what that means, but whatever. Ino kept laughing and let it die down as her two teammates disappeared from sight. She wiped a tear from her mirthful eyes and started on her own way home. Oh, this is going to be more fun than I thought. She was attracted to Sasuke, of course, but today proved to her that Naruto cleaned up relatively well, and he wasn't as bad a ninja as everyone had thought in the academy at all. And he showed that he actually responded to her when she flirted with him. That at least showed that he thought she was attractive. She could never tell if Sasuke thought one way or another on the matter. Maybe. Nah, Sasuke's still way better. But still, dash. No, I should just stop thinking about it. Naruto and Shikamaru had caught up with Chuji, who then proceeded to talk to them about his day. how things went with his sensei the previous day, and what he had done today. Most specifically, the test he made them do. Naruto looked at Chuji and shook his head. So his entire test was a trick to get you all to work together? How did that work out for you guys? Chuji wiped his brow. We ended up cutting it really close. Sasuke didn't want to work with anyone, and Sakura got knocked out before I could even find her and see if she would, so I had to try and fight Kakashi-sensei. And I lost. But Sasuke jumped in and tried to get a bell of his own, so we kind of ended up working together, a little bit at least. He ended up tying Sakura to a stump though, and kept lunch from her. Naruto looked at him curiously, while Shikamaru snickered slightly. Why would he do that to Sakura-chan? Chuji broke out a bag of chips. Well, he said she didn't do anything but look for Sasuke and get herself knocked out. Kind of embarrassing to call her out on it like that, though. I felt kind of bad, so I tried feeding her lunch, and Sasuke did too. The large boy shivered slightly. Then Kakashi-sensei came out with all angry with all of this lightning and storm stuff going, and then he said forebodingly. Naruto was listening intently as Chuji built suspense up. He said we passed. Chuji said cheerfully, getting Naruto to face fault. But then he almost left Sakura tied to the stump until Sasuke threw some shuriken at the stump and cut her free. Then I went to get lunch. Shikamaru nodded in acknowledgement of his friend's story ending. Hey Naruto, what are we doing all the way up here? We're all the way on top of the Hokage monument. Naruto pointed as they came up on a building. We're going here. I have to see my friend Shiho-chan before she goes home, because I don't know where she lives, and following her to find out would be creepy. The library? Chuji and Shikamaru both said before they remembered him saying stuff about it not too long ago. Why? Shikamaru asked his teammate. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. She told me to come back when I could because I would be busy since we're starting missions and everything. Well, I'm free now, and I don't have anything to do. Why not? Shikamaru conceded that point to him. There wasn't a real reason not to. It was one hell of a walk, though, but the top of the Hokage monument did have a good view of the clouds. Maybe he'd come back up there in his own spare time. Naruto led them inside and let anyone within the walls know of his presence. Shiho-chan. Shoo. Naruto recoiled. Apparently there were a lot of shinobi that decided to go to the library today. Sorry, he said quietly. Atsuto, who was seated at the front desk, shook his head at the sight of the blonde. Kami kid, you'd think after the third time you'd have gotten the point. Libraries are meant for studying. That's a whole lot easier to do without some random brat yelling at the top of his lungs. Naruto crossed his arms. That wasn't the top of my lungs. Naruto said increasingly louder. This is the top of dash. Chuji had moved to cover Naruto's mouth as he saw tick marks for on Atsuto's head. Atsuto settled down once he saw that Naruto had been reined in by his friends. So what brings you here today, kid? Shiho's about to go home, so you can't get her to do anything for you today. Naruto stopped glaring at Chuji for cutting off his tirade to pay attention to Atsuto. I didn't come here to get Shiho-chan to do something for me. I just don't know where else to find her except for here. He replied somewhat ashamedly. Wow, Atsuko said in mock displeasure. You don't even know that? What a crappy friend. When he saw Naruto's expression drop, he realized he had been taken seriously. Whoa, Naruto, I was just messing with you. No, Naruto said as a storm cloud formed over his head. You're right. I suck. I don't even know where Shiho-chan lives. It's like I'm only using her because she helps me out a lot. What kind of friend does that make me? Shiho came from the archives section of the library and saw Naruto standing by her sensei. Atsuto-sensei, I finished taking catalog of the new intelligence. Atsuto gave her a stern look. No, I didn't look at any of it. Shish-sensei, I did it once and I apologized for it. I didn't know it was supposed to be confidential. He's a genin. What's confidential about a genin? His eyes glinted dangerously, getting Shiho to laugh nervously. Right, my mistake. It won't ever happen again. Atsuto sighed. You're so lucky I know why you did it. Anyway, you're done for the day. Go on home. And look who came to see you. He pointed at Naruto, who waved to her. Uzumaki-kun. Shiho exclaimed. Come with me. She rushed over to him and grabbed his arm, pulling him out of the library before he could even say hello. Chuji looked at where Naruto had just been standing in shock, a dust trail leading out of the door. What just happened? Shikamaru had a similar look on his face until he palmed his face. I don't know. That guy finds himself in more troublesome situations than just a few. Chuji watched the dust trail fade. Should we follow them? He might need some help. Shikamaru sighed. Yes, sure. He started slogging out the door. Let's go follow them. 15 minutes later, Ichiraku Ramen. Shiho stared at Naruto as he barreled through a large bowl of miso ramen. She wasn't staring at him because he was eating like he hadn't seen food in 6 weeks. It was more like she was looking for something that wasn't really there. Seeing him place his bowl down after drinking the broth, she spoke up. Uzumaki-kun, I went over your academy grades. Naruto gave her a look saying, how did you get those? Shiho tilted her glasses with a proud look. I work in the Konoha Archive Library. There are records there on all ninja past and present. Naruto seemed to easily accept that answer. And I was wondering if anything I made you learn actually stuck with you so. She pulled out 2 stapled sheets of paper. I want you to take your written graduation exam again. Naruto fell off of his stool and quickly climbed back to his feet. What? Why? I don't want to take it again. I just passed it a little over a week ago. Shiho gave him a dry look. You passed with a 50. I know you can do better this time. And it's not for anything. I just want to see if you can do better after what I did for you all last week. Naruto could see the pleading look on her face, and it easily ended up breaking him down. Damn, girls were really getting him to do what they wanted today. Where was his backbone? Good, fine. He said, do you have a pencil? The test was slapped down on the counter, and a pencil was stuck in his face. Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? He looked up right before he started. Am I on the clock? Shiho shook her head, but her lips quirked in amusement. No, but I'm not staying here all night, Uzumaki-kun. It's almost sundown. Now get started. You'll do great. Naruto shrugged and went up against what was once his greatest foe on 3 separate occasions. Okay, Naruto, 40 questions. You've got this. Question 1. Name 3 countries that border Hi-no Kuni. Extra credit if you can identify whether or not these countries have hidden villages and can name the ones they possess. Damn it, I don't dash. He stopped his mental rant and blinked. Oh wait. Yes, I do. Ta no Kuni. None. You no Kuni. Yugikure. Nami no Kuni. None. Naruto grinned before he started to focus again. Okay, question 2. What was the bridge in Kusa no Kuni that was the site of one of the greatest successes of the Third Great Ninja War and the Yondaime Hokage? Shiho watched Naruto work and had many thoughts running through her mind as she looked at him. She had been through Naruto's personnel files to see firsthand exactly what his true strong and weak points were and found that they were highly classified. Why? She had no idea, until she actually managed to get a look at them, of course, and stumbled upon the reason for the privacy. Who would have thought that some loud little blonde kid was the entire reason that the entire village was still in one piece after what had happened 12 years ago? How did him having the QB in his body make him different? How did it feel? How did it get there? She wanted to ask him this, but did not for 2 reasons. 1, he wouldn't know what the hell she was talking about. He didn't know about the QB in him. And if she told him, he might not believe her. He might freak out. Who knew what would happen? The second reason was because it was an S-ranked secret, and while she wanted to tell him, and was going to tell him right after she found out, she had been taken aside by her sensei and told that anyone who revealed that secret could be put to death by order of the Sandaime Hokage. When she asked why, he said he didn't know and it was best she kept it to herself. But looking at Naruto's oblivious face, she found it hard to keep such a heavy secret from her friend, especially when it was about him. He should know that there was a demon stuck inside of him. It wasn't fair that he didn't know about his Jinchuriki status. Wouldn't that be dangerous? There he is, Shikamaru, and he's at Ichiraku Ramen? Awesome. Good choice, Naruto. Shiho was stirred from her thoughts abruptly by Chuji's loud voice once he threw back the curtain to the stand and took a seat, almost surprising her out of her seat. I'll have 3 large bowls of beef ramen. Keep him coming, he said boisterously. Please be quiet, Shiho said once she regained her composure. Uzumaki-kun is taking a test right now, mister. This is embarrassing. I don't know your name. His name is Chuji. I'm Shikamaru, and we know you're Shiho. Shikamaru walked in a moment later and looked at Naruto hunched over the counter working on his test given by Shiho. All right, I'll bite. Why are you making Naruto take a test? It seems like a whole lot of hassle for nothing. It's not for nothing. Shiho insisted. I need to see if Uzumaki-kun actually got anything out of what we went over all last week, or if I just wasted his time. If I just wasted his time, then I need to adjust my curriculum to suit a student of his needs. She giggled. I actually did have a full class, so it's a good experiment. Shikamaru took a seat in the stool between his best friend Chuji and his teammate Naruto. So what's the point of teaching him stuff? The academy is over. Shiho nodded. Yes, but this is a test to see if my way of getting him to learn things actually works. If it works with the review things I made him go over all the time at the library, then it can work with just about anything he needs to learn, and he can apply it to anything. Do you know that he wasn't even really there to learn anything? He did it with his clones. This is the ultimate test of my theory on his Kage Bunshin because I didn't teach him anything on this test personally. I did it through his clones. Shikamaru watched Naruto intently go through his test. So why him? Shiho smiled. Well, Uzumaki-kun is, how should I say this without being too blunt? She placed a hand on Naruto's head and rubbed his hair comfortingly. Uzumaki-kun is dumb. Really dumb. I mean, he's really, really dumb, and he even knew it. She noticed the tick marks on his head as he tried to ignore her and decided to stop teasing him and get to the point. I just want to help him out, really. At first it was because he had never been to the library before and I wanted to show him around. But he's a really sweet person and it's not fair that no one's trying to do anything about it. With a little fine-tuning, he could have been Rookie of the Year if anyone would have bothered to give him some personal time. Naruto grinned at that, but stayed focused on his test. This was way easier. The last time he was drawing blanks all the way through. The only reason he was able to get a 50 on the last test was because of the questions on the Yondaime Hokage that were sprinkled throughout in multiple choice format, some repeating. There were next to none of those on this form of the test, and it still felt way easier. Chuji stopped eating the ramen he was given at hearing that. Naruto? Rookie of the Year? How? Shiho shrugged. Okay, how to put this? Well, you know his Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. None of us here could even make one without nearly killing ourselves. Uzumaki-kun makes 20 just to read things in the library. He said he maxed out once before at around 1,000, and I'm not sure if he's being truthful or not, but even if he isn't, he has more chakra than any Jinin I've ever heard of before, rookie or veteran. I don't know of many Jounin that can say they have that much chakra to spare. Chuji dropped the noodles he had in his chopsticks upon hearing that. Just off of sheer chakra capacity alone, he's more advanced than anyone else. Shikamaru took note of all of this. Why did it take this girl actually going into detail on this for something like this to actually be known? Shouldn't Naruto's chakra capacity have been something that the academy teachers knew about? That's why he found it so hard to do the academy jutsu. Because it took a minuscule amount of chakra to perform them. That's why they were academy-level ninjutsu. It wasn't his fault he couldn't do the Bunshin. That was supposed to be the easiest to do because it was supposed to take the least amount of chakra. For Naruto, that had to have been like trying to isolate an eyedropper worth of water from a lake or something. Naruto slammed his pencil down and put the test in front of Shiho's face, scaring her. Done. He laughed to himself and looked over at Chuji and Shikamaru. That was so easy. How did I ever think any of that was hard? Shikamaru smirked at his teammate. Maybe that's because you didn't have a woman trying to force the information into that empty head of yours when we were in school. Good job, Uzumaki-kun. Shiho said with a smile. You got 80% of your answers correct. I knew you could do it. Naruto spun around in his stool. Yada. So that means I'm not stupid anymore, right? Shiho shook her head. Oh no, you're still really stupid. Naruto face faulted. What I mean by that is, all I made you learn was review stuff. You should have at least known this stuff in passing. Most every ninja does off of memory. But about how smart you are. What do you know about chakra? Naruto squinted his eyes. We use it to do jutsu and stuff? Chuji chuckled while Shikamaru palmed his face and shook his head. Shiho giggled. Yes, but not quite. It's the mixture of your physical energy and your spiritual energy, gained from physical exercise and experience. It runs through a system in your body that circulates it, much like blood. It's more important than just that. Now what about the difference between ninjutsu and jinjutsu? Naruto's face drew a blank. They both do stuff? I said the difference. Shiho said. I figured you didn't know that when you referred to everything as a jutsu instead of categorizing it. We're not done with you yet, Uzumaki-kun. We're just getting started. Naruto lowered his head, getting her to pat him on the back. It's okay. You picked up these things so quick. Now you can learn about actual techniques. Hey, maybe if I can get the points of these things across well enough for you, you could start making jutsu of your own. That perked him up. It was true. He was a sucker for a new jutsu, and if he could learn enough that he could start making his own like Irika did, that would be ideal for him. Just another thing to make him badass. Chuji spoke through another bowl that he wound up being served. Yeah, Naruto, you can do it. She seems like she knows what she's talking about, and she thinks you can. Shikamaru nodded in agreement at his best friend's words and turned his attention to Shiho. So, what exactly do you plan to teach him anyway? Shiho's glasses shined at the sound of his question. Everything. Shikamaru couldn't help but pity Naruto with the way she said that. Naruto blinked as he had heard that from her. Wait. Everything? What do you mean everything? I can't learn every dashed. Shiho pulled a bowl of ramen in front of him. Look, Uzumaki-kun ramen. And it's still hot. You'd better hurry. Like a switch had been turned, he immediately dug into the bowl placed in front of him. Shikamaru's sweat dropped. Are you going to fix that too? Shiho shook her head and chuckled awkwardly at exploiting such an embarrassing weakness. I don't think I can. But seriously, would you even want to? Shikamaru stared at her for a while, making her uncomfortable with such a firm gaze. What is he looking at me like that for? Her cheeks started heating up at the thoughts of why. Finally, Shikamaru shrugged and turned his attention elsewhere. I guess I wouldn't. It's good to know I can sidetrack Naruto with a bowl of noodles. I might be able to use that from time to time. Naruto finished off his bowl happily. Man, that was good. He then looked at Shiho suspiciously. Now then, what were we talking about just now? Shiho said hesitantly. I was just saying that it's getting late, and I have to get home before I get into trouble. Naruto nodded. Okay, the sun has gone down after all, I guess. Do you want us to take you home, Shiho-chan? Shiho stood up abruptly, having just dodged a bullet of sorts. No, that's okay. I'll see you later, Uzumaki-kun. Goodbye, Shikamaru-san, Chuji-san. The other two waved to her as she left the stand. Shikamaru sighed as he watched his two friends order more food. That girl is kind of strange. Naruto nodded. A little bit, but pretty much every girl I've met so far is weird to me, Shikamaru. She's still nice though, really nice. If you get to know her, you'll like her. Whatever you say, Naruto. Shikamaru said unbelievingly. Remember, all women are troublesome. It's just to what extent are they troublesome? Naruto stopped eating long enough to point ahead. You do know that we've been being served by a woman the entire time we've been here, right? Shikamaru paled and looked forward to see Ayame giving him a sickeningly sweet smile and holding a ladle in her hand. Ugh, I hate you, Naruto. Naruto shrugged and went back to eating. I don't know why you hate me. I didn't say that. You were the one that had the brilliant idea to say that out loud. And you all call me stupid. At least I'm smarter than that. Naruto looked into his bowl. Hey, I am Nichin. When you finish chewing Shikamaru out about his dumbass comment, can I get some more, please? Chapter 6. Step Up. It had been a little over 7 weeks since Team 10 had been formed, and they had started finding their rhythm as a group. They had all been working hard, even Shikamaru, and had been getting accustomed to one another and how they all operated, especially after all of Asuma's training exercises, including the one he had them do today. Asuma looked at his team of genin as they were all sprawled out on the grass, scuffed up and exhausted. Well, that was good work, you guys. I thought you had me for a second there. Nice try with the decoys, Naruto, but you pulled the trigger on the trap too quickly. Ino, you let loose the Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch jutsu. Too soon. I wasn't caught yet. Shikamaru, you need better communication with your teammates. A good plan won't work if you can't readily adjust if there are hiccups. Naruto was the first to pick himself up off of the ground. What are we getting out of you kicking our asses twice every week, Asuma-sensei? Asuma grinned at the disheveled genin. Well, first of all, it's fun. He felt 3 glares of death on him. Second of all, you need the battle experience, and hopefully I'll end up beating you guys up worse than any opponent you'll actually wind up facing. And third, this was a test. Ino sat up, still somewhat disoriented. even after recovering from her missed jutsu. What test? We're supposed to be done with all of the tests, aren't we? Asuma stroked his beard. It was to see if you were ready for the next level of missions. Shikamaru stayed on his back looking up at the sky. And what would that be? Walking dogs, finding cats, and picking up dog crap at the same time? Or how about we mix the babysitting missions and the gardening missions? That would make a real high-profile one, he said sarcastically. Asuma turned away from them all and began to walk away. Fine. And here I was about to give you all a C-ranked mission for all of your trouble. I guess we can keep doing D ranks then. Or maybe I can pitch Shikamaru's idea of combining them. That would probably be a boon for the village economy. He stopped talking when he found himself unable to move. What? Does that not sound good to you all either? He said jokingly. Naruto spoke in a low voice. C-rank mission or the same threat from the day we met stands. Naruto's head gestured towards Ino, who had her hands ready to use her mind-switching jutsu. As a passing thought from before ran through his head, he sent out a pulse to see if they had the real one. They did. I can probably find Kurenai-sensei right now if I had to. It wouldn't be that hard, I'm sure. I have Kage Bunshin. Asuma's sweat dropped nervously. With his back turned, he couldn't even see the looks on their faces to tell if they were serious or not. And this time they really did have him caught. Damn teamwork. Why'd they catch on to it so fast? Oh, because two of their fathers are on a squad famous for teamwork. Now don't be so hasty, you guys. I was just messing with you. You're getting the mission, so just let me go. He couldn't see anything but silence went throughout the field until Ino spoke. I say we should still do it. He beat the crap out of us all month long. And look at my clothes. I'll have to get a new set. She pouted. You look fine, Ino, it's all right. Naruto said absently. And if we do it, won't he get us back for it? He is a jounin. I don't think I could duck him forever if I really had to. Asuma let himself smirk when he heard Naruto's first comment. He knew what was coming next and wasn't let down when Ino spoke again. I really look fine, Naruto? You're so sweet. I think you've earned something special from your Ino-chan. He could just feel Ino batting her eyes at Naruto as well as Naruto's gaping fish expression without ever turning to see and had to keep from laughing, lest Naruto retaliate. He was still at their mercy. Ino had taken to teasing Naruto like this regularly since it had worked so well out of the blue the first time, and Asuma had to say, it made his days more entertaining to say nothing else. It may have been embarrassing the boy, but they were all a team, and it was getting him used to girls, something that judging his earlier reactions he hadn't had much experience with. Ino seemed to enjoy his reactions too. Apparently, all her time spent on Sasuke ended up getting no positive reactions out of him. At least with Naruto, he would react in a way that didn't destroy her self-esteem. Dare he say they actually made her feel pretty. Could you guys do this another time? Shikamaru cut in, still holding his hand seal with a look of focus on his face. I don't know how much longer I can keep him like this. Naruto waved Shikamaru off. Whatever. You probably need the workout anyway. Ino laughed at Shikamaru, who dropped the rat seal. Clearly the moment had passed where they were serious about getting Asuma. Shikamaru sighed and stretched his back. Troublesome. You're a real bastard, Naruto. Naruto grinned at Shikamaru. I dabble from time to time. Ino raised an amused eyebrow at Naruto. Oh, dabble you say? I didn't know you dabbled in anything, Naruto. What else do you dabble in? Naruto gave her a deadpan look. I've been sending clones to work with Shiho-chan for the entire month. I see that word all the time. If you see a word all the time, you kind of learn what it means sooner or later, Ino. You still do that? Asuma said. I thought I told you not to keep doing that every day. No, Naruto said with a grin. You advised me not to do that every day, and I listened. I just didn't do it. Asuma gave him a deadpan look. Stop being a smartass and stop using big words on purpose just for kicks, no matter how entertaining it is. Naruto shrugged. I'll try. And why should I? The only reason anyone uses big words is because they want people to think they're smart. Every single big word I've ever heard has a smaller word that means the exact same thing for it. He blinked. Wait, what were we talking about before this? Finally, Asuma was able to get the team back on track. I was saying we're finally going to take a C-ranked mission tomorrow. You all make sure you have everything you think you'll need for a decent length of time away from Konoha. He knew they were ready for this. A C rank wasn't out of their league. Tell the people you need to tell that you'll be gone for a while starting tomorrow. See you in front of the tower at our usual time." He then left his team in the training field. Ino waved to Asuma's back and called after him. "Tell Kurenai-sensei, I said hi Asuma-sensei." Asuma almost tripped and whipped his head around at the speed of sound. "How did you know I was Dash?" He saw Ino grinning at him, as well as Naruto. Shikamaru even had a smirk on his face. "I hate you kids sometimes." He stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked away grumbling about brats. Should have never come outside that day. He was of course referring to the day his team met Kurenai for the first time. Flashback, 2 weeks prior. Shikamaru was crouched down and having prolonged staring contest with a cat that had a red ribbon in its ear. "Ino, you can't release the jutsu until we get the cat back to Madame Jimmy." The cat hissed at him, but the lazy Jinin only blinked at it. "You can hiss at me all you want to, but the last time someone tried picking it up, it turned Naruto's whisker marks into a tic-tac-toe grid. He's got your body safe and sound, so don't worry about it." He gestured behind him, where Naruto had Ino's unresponsive body held piggyback and had bandages on his cheeks. Asuma walked into the area and looked at the scene. "You know, using ninjutsu during missions like this is against protocol, right?" Shikamaru's gaze turned to him. "This troublesome thing had us running all over for it. Why would we keep trying to grab it when we could just do this?" Ino, in the cat's body, let out a meow and jumped onto Shikamaru's shoulders where she draped herself comfortably. "Seriously?" Another hiss was his reply. "Fine, whatever. I'll carry you. You troublesome woman, cat ugh. I don't even care anymore." Asuma watched as Ino rested on Shikamaru's shoulders in the cat's body. "All right then. Mission to locate lost pet Tora complete, I guess." Shikamaru smirked at Ino as the team walked out of the Hokage Tower after completing the mission. "You should have released the jutsu a little bit sooner, Ino." Ino glared at him as she rubbed her ribs. "Well, you said to keep it on until we gave the cat back. And how did I know that lady was going to crush the cat once she got it back? Poor kitty, having to take bear hugs like that. We should let it go if we ever get this mission again." Shikamaru let out a laugh. "Poor kitty? Poor me and Naruto. You call me lazy, but me and Naruto had to carry you in both forms all across town. I feel sorry for Naruto, actually." Ino took a swing at Shikamaru, who ducked it and moved away. "What are you trying to say, Shikamaru? Are you trying to call me fat or something?" The female member of the squad said threateningly. Naruto's sweat dropped. "I don't think he meant that, Ino. You weren't heavy anyway." Naruto was pretty sure he was referring to all of the weird looks that he had gotten from the villagers as they walked back through town, directed solely at him. From the way they looked at him, you'd think that the villagers didn't know his teammate was a Yamanaka and thought he had been attempting something indecent, but he was sure they knew. They were very famous in this village. It was more likely they were looking at him. People were always looking at him like he stole something. It pissed him off, honestly. Becoming a genin didn't help much at all. Naruto reached into his pocket to fish around for something, while Ino reacted the way she started to whenever Naruto gave her anything that could be construed as a compliment. "Naruto, you're so thoughtful. And you did take such good care of my body. It's good to have at least one teammate I can trust to know how to treat a lady. Maybe you should be in charge of my body more often, huh?" Shikamaru scoffed, but she ignored him for Naruto, who then pulled something out of his pocket to give him an excuse to lower his head and cover his blush. "Naruto, how did you get those?" Naruto had in his hand a pack of cigarettes and had freed one from its confines to place into his mouth. "What? Asuma-sensei has like one pack of these in each pouch of his vest/jacket thingy. He can let me get one." Ino raised an eyebrow. "How did you even get a pack off of him? He's a jounin and we're jinin." Naruto started digging around in his pockets for something else. "I have sticky fingers, Ino." That, and he was busy staring at the rack of dirty magazines in the bookstore when we had to collect the Merchants Guild taxes. He grunted in disappointment. "I need to buy a lighter." Ino watched Naruto place the pack back into his pocket. "Are you really going to smoke that? Those things will kill you, Naruto," she said, displeased at watching her fellow blonde trying to light up. Shikamaru shrugged. "Asuma does it. Naruto can do what he wants." Naruto looked at his two teammates, cigarettes still in his mouth. "He's not the only one I see doing this all the time. I just want to know what the big deal about them is. I can buy them myself anyway. I just didn't want to in case I didn't like them. That reason. and because maybe the stores would jack up the prices for him and call it a minor tax. Before he graduated, they called it a civilian tax. Shiho told him there were no damn taxes like that. What the hell was wrong with people? Asuma's team. Team 10 all looked in the direction of the voice they heard to see the pretty black-haired lady with the red eyes that had been there during team placements. Her team in tow. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. Have you just finished a mission? She got nods from all of the kids, bringing a small smile to her face. Good. We're all here to get a mission ourselves. The two teams of genin looked at each other. They hadn't seen each other since they had graduated and had a few things to catch up on. But first, dude. Kiba said, looking at Naruto. Since when do you smoke? Akamaru yapped on his head after his question. Hinata had a look of horror on her face. Naruto-kun smokes? Why would Naruto-kun smoke? Naruto shrugged. I don't know. Since he was going to say since 5 seconds ago, but the killing intent from Kurenai drowned out his response. Since. He couldn't rightly respond when he looked into her red eyes that seemed to be looking right through him. He felt like he was going to die if he said one more word. Saved by Asuma, is what he felt like when the man came out. Hey, you guys forgot your paychecks. Eager to get rid of that cat, huh? He said as he had money in one hand, and the other sticking a cigarette on his mouth. He grabbed a lighter and lit it as his eyes panned around. Hey, Kurenai. Since Asuma-sensei started making it look so cool, Naruto exclaimed loudly, his excuse and his scapegoat found. Let no one ever say that Naruto did not know how to think on his feet. Too bad it had to be at Asuma's expense, but as the saying went, better you than me. Asuma looked at Naruto strangely, not knowing what he was talking about until he saw the cigarette in Naruto's mouth. His eyes widened and he pointed at Naruto accusingly. Oh Naruto, you're so full of dash. He was stopped by killing intent from 2 different sources. What the hell? He knew one was from Kurenai, but where was the other one from? No way. The timid Hyuga girl was trying to shake him up? He would have thought that was so cute if Kurenai wasn't scaring the hell out of him at the moment. How precious. The little Hyuga girl was upset at him for Naruto smoking. Man, even a cute little Hyuga like her could glare a hole through granite. It had to be the eyes. Taking advantage of Asuma's stunned state, Naruto snatched the lighter from Asuma's hands, and after a few experimental flicks, he lit his cigarette and sighed deeply, exhaling smoke. You were right, Asuma-sensei. Bold flavor and relaxing after a hard day's work. Honestly, it tasted like hell to him, but he was supposed to be selling this thing for his immediate health right now. So he took another Tokay like it was the best thing in the world and exhaled again, with more strain this time. Smooth. He said in a choked voice. Asuma, Kurenai said firmly, I know you remember the speech Hokage-sama gave us all when we accepted our teams. We're supposed to be role models and set good examples for them. What kind of example does smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day set to your genin? Asuma was sweating bullets. To patronize friendly, local tobacco retailers? He yelped in pain when Kurenai grabbed him by his ear and pulled him away. Naruto took the cigarette from his mouth and exhaled as he watched Kurenai drag off and scold Asuma with her team trailing behind her. And there you go. That's what you call taking command of the situation. And now, I've got a free lighter. He gave himself a mental pat on the back at his masterful performance until he felt the collar of his windbreaker and undershirt get tugged, pulling him back. He looked to see that Kurenai had doubled back and come back for him. Hi. She gave him a rather cold look of disappointment, him in one hand, Asuma in the other, one being dragged walking on his feet, the other being dragged from behind, heels sliding through the dirt. I'm going to give your sensei a little lecture on responsibility, and then I'm going to break you of that nasty habit before you can get started like him. Naruto and Asuma looked at each other with Naruto mouthing, I'm sorry, to his sensei who just sighed in defeat and accepted his fate. Shikamaru looked down the road that his sensei and his male teammate were disappearing at the end of. So, does that mean we're done for today? Ino blinked at the same sight when something hit her. Wait, Asuma-sensei still has our money. She took off after them to see if she could catch up. She never did. The money was used to buy Naruto 3 entire cartons of cigarettes, which were then used to make him smoke them all in one sitting by Kurenai, who spent the entire time telling Asuma about the responsibilities he now had. Kurenai's Jinin squad watched on in horror as Naruto smoked 48 packs of cigarettes at once and then proceeded to puke his guts out and fade into unconsciousness immediately after finishing. Kurenai let both Asuma and Naruto go, seeing as her job was done. Naruto learned his lesson, as did Asuma, and after watching Naruto get physically ill off of the cigarettes, her team got the message that she wanted to convey: do not start smoking. However, her plan backfired miserably. Naruto, instead of being one and done to protect his own ass as he originally intended, ended up getting a taste and a feel for the cancer sticks off of Kurenai's little punishment. Asuma still continued to smoke regularly and seemed to encourage Naruto's growing habit as it gave him something to bond with the blonde over, as long as he wasn't stupid enough to do it in front of Kurenai again, and to date, he had not been. In flashback, Ino's house, later that evening. Ino was in her father's small storage area loading up her pack for the mission tomorrow. And where are you going that you need all of that? Ino's father Inoichi asked, standing by the door to the room. You have a mission to prepare for? Ino turned to him and nodded. Yes, Daddy. Me, Shikamaru, and Naruto are supposed to be going on our first C-ranked mission with Asuma-sensei tomorrow. Anything you want to tell me about what to be ready for? She switched to a mild glare. Since you didn't tell me about the second part of the Genin exam and everything? Inoichi laughed. No one could say anything about that. It was a test, Ino. But yes, actually. You're good enough for the mission. Just make sure you trust your teammates, and you'll all do fine. He then stopped for a moment as he thought. You know, I know Shikamaru pretty well. I've never met your other one before. In return, Ino shrugged and looked up at him. Naruto's a nice guy. And he's a way better ninja than everyone else thought he would be coming out of the academy, which is great actually. She smiled a bit. It's hard to believe no one thought he had a chance coming out of graduation. He's actually good. Kind of goofy from time to time, but he's more fun than Shikamaru is, that stick in the mud. Inoichi's face was momentarily stern. Uzumaki Naruto. His face then lit up. He's not really a bad kid at all. You should invite him over sometime. I already know Shikamaru. I might as well meet him too. Will do, Daddy, Ino said, straining visibly with her overfilled pack. Now could you help me close this thing up? Shikamaru's house. Shikamaru walked into his house and heard his father's voice call out. Shikamaru, come in here. Shikamaru sighed and made his way to the living room where he had been summoned to. What do you want, Dad? Shikamaru's dad Shikaku was sitting in a reclining chair with his eyes closed. So how was your day? Troublesome, his son replied. We did a mission, and then Asuma spent the second part of the day kicking our asses. If I knew being a ninja would have had me doing so much stuff, I don't think I would have let you talk me into it when I was little. Shikaku didn't physically respond. He grunted in understanding before speaking again. I said you could quit whenever you wanted, didn't I? Shikamaru yawned and leaned against the door frame in the room. Yeah, but Mom on the other hand said she wasn't going to have a dropout for a son, and here I am now. Troublesome, Shikaku said, yawning much like his son had a moment earlier. Shikamaru shook his head. You're telling me, I'm living it. Anyway, I have a C rank to go on tomorrow. Asuma finally said me, Ino, and Naruto could take one to see how we do. Shikaka chuckled, eyes still closed. Huh, that's right. You have Ino on your team. Poor bastard. Shikamaru grumbled something about troublesome old men. And Naruto? Heh, good luck with that. Has he pranked you yet? Shikamaru scowled slightly. No thank Kami. I would like to stay on the opposite end of that spectrum for as long as I can. That bastard is sneaky. He's already gotten Asuma. He won't touch Ino with any. And that means I'm a potential target. It's best to not give him a reason. He stood there and thought for a moment. Hey Dad, why do people seem to have a problem with Naruto? He isn't that bad of a guy. I've met way worse people, and his pranks aren't that bad. Everything he does can be fixed in an hour. At that, Shikaku cracked an eyelid and gazed at his son for a moment before shutting it again. Too troublesome to explain. You're a smart kid. Figure it out on your own. Shikamaru got off the wall and walked away. Whatever, Dad. Troublesome old man. Shikaku muttered when Shikamaru left. Troublesome brat, he said with a smirk. Konoha Archive Library. Naruto frowned as Atsuto shrugged. Shiho didn't come in today, Naruto. I don't know what to tell you. Well, has she ever missed before? Naruto asked, getting a shake of the head as his response. Well, let me go check on her. She might be sick or hurt, or something really bad. Atsuto nodded. He couldn't leave to go check on her the way he wanted to. She may have been his apprentice, but he had to keep watch over the library as well. He wrote out her address on a sticky note. Here. This is where she lives, since you still probably don't know. At that, Naruto grinned sheepishly. Make sure she's all right, and if she isn't, come get me. Naruto nodded and ran off on his way. After a few minutes of searching, Naruto found the right address. Shiho appeared to live in a nice-sized 2-floor home across town from him. No wonder she didn't want him to walk her home. It was so far away. But she shouldn't have known that. He never said anything about where he lived. He knocked on the door. Shiho-chan, it's Naruto. Are you okay? You didn't come in today. No response. He knocked and waited 3 more times before getting nervous and picking the lock, a skill he was proud to say he had learned all on his own from when he would leave his key inside his house and lock himself out. It was kind of awkward explaining to passing A and BU about why you were trying to break into your own house, and he could swear behind those masks those guys were laughing, bastards. Naruto felt the lock click open and made his way inside. Holy crap, he exclaimed once he got a look at Shiho's ground floor. The entire ground level was a maze of bookshelves filled with books of all kinds. How does someone live in all of this? He started making his way through, calling out her name, but getting no response. Something finally hit him. Duh. He crossed his arms and shut his eyes to let off a pulse of his location jutsu. He had gotten better with it now. He still had trouble with walls and things, but he could catch a person's presence in the woods pretty well if his training with his team was anything to go by, and he didn't need the hand seals anymore. He got a signal and began to make his way over to where he sensed her, only to find a massive pile of books. Shiho-chan? I sensed you over here. Where are you? He heard a muffled cry from underneath all of the books. Wah! He made a mass of Kage Bunshin, who all helped him pick up the books, where he found Shiho at the bottom, crying tears of joy. Are you all right? She nodded. Thank you so much, Uzumaki-kun, she said, getting helped to her feet by the clones, who then started looking around. I was trying to get something down to study from this morning when all of a sudden that whole pile fell down on top of me. And I live alone, you see, so I didn't have anyone to call. She let out a sigh of relief, only to see Naruto looking at her strangely. You live alone? He asked. But all the time when you had to leave before I could offer to take you home, you always said you had to leave right then, or you'd get into trouble. Shiho looked down. Well, I didn't want you to see my house, Uzumaki-kun. I was afraid that you would think I was even weirder than before if you saw that I lived well here, she said, gesturing to the books that made up her bottom floor. Naruto shook his head. Well, that's stupid. I don't care that you have books, Shiho-chan. I mean, there are a lot, but so what? I like all kinds of ramen. You like all kinds of books. We're both weird, I guess, he said, getting a smile out of her. What happened to you, family? Shiho smiled apologetically. Well, my father was killed in the attack by the QB, and my mother suffered serious injuries from it that never really healed, you see. She died when I was 5. Naruto frowned deeply. Wow, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring anything bad up, Shiho-chan. Shiho momentarily placed Naruto's face with the QB, but quickly wiped that thought aside. The real QB wouldn't have cared anything at all about her parents. The real QB wouldn't even have helped her out or even tried befriending her. As a matter of fact, Naruto was tormenting the QB with his very existence, keeping it trapped, unable to do a single thing, and that brought a smile to her face. It's okay. It was a long time ago. At least I got to know her. You never knew either one of yours, so I can't really complain. Naruto grinned at her. I got used to it when I was little. There's nothing crying over it will solve, so why waste time with it? Exactly, Shiho said cheerfully, but none of these books are really mine. They all belong to my mother. She worked at the Konoha Archive Library as a part of the cryptanalysis squad until her death, and she filled the house with all of these. She's the reason I do what I do now. She encouraged me when she realized I might be really good at it, so when Atsuto-sensei offered me the chance, I jumped at it. She cleared her throat. But anyway, what did you need to see me for? Naruto remembered why he came looking for her. Oh, well, I'm leaving on a C-ranked mission tomorrow, and Asuma-sensei said I would probably be gone for a while, so I'm just telling you that I won't be around for a bit. Shiho gave him a stern glance for a moment. Amount of exits in the house at first glance, Uzumaki-kun? Know your surroundings. Naruto rolled his eyes. The amount of windows on the front of your house would make me believe between 5 and 7. 2 are doors, front and back. The others would be windows, but that's just for down here. I wouldn't know about upstairs. I didn't think about it. Very good. It's 7 by the way. You see, making you read that section of tactics on knowing your location did help. Now give me the number of choke points you can find in this floor, she said. Naruto looked around blankly before turning back to her with his eyes squinted. Really? Because with the bookcases and everything that would take a while to put together. Shiho-chan, I could trap an entire platoon in here if I had to. Ask Shikamaru about that. Asuma-sensei said his IQ is like over 200. Shiho blushed at the implementation of Naruto's teammate's name and laughed sheepishly, but he chalked that up to him embarrassing her about the state of her home. Well, never mind then. Anyway, good luck on your mission. I know you'll do great, she said to him. Naruto grinned at her. You know it. All right, now I have to go pack. He turned to quickly and abruptly leave by running, but wound up smashing his face into a bookcase. He steadied it and proceeded to watch his step all the way out the door by Shiho-chan. The next day, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Ino were all standing out in front of the Hokage Tower in front of Asuma. So today's the day. Are you all ready? He got 3 nods before pulling out a scroll. I already picked your mission for you, so we could get started. Anything to say? He asked. Naruto shook his head excitedly. No more useless chores. Ino frowned. Why didn't we get to pick? Shikamaru rubbed his shoulder. How far away is it? I don't want to have to carry this pack too far for too long. Asuma's sweat dropped. While he said it in the most ass way possible, Shikamaru was the only one that asked the right question. We're to be heading to the village of Tui, 3 days away from here to deliver a letter meant to be received by Kusagakure. We'll meet up with a squad of Kusa ninja once we arrive. Questions? Naruto raised his hand. Are we going to have to fight anything? Asuma shrugged. Maybe. There's always a chance of combat when you leave the village. But if you're asking if we're going to directly be forced to fight, then no. Missions like this don't normally anticipate conflict. There's little chance of danger on these. Shikamaru sighed. Walking all the way to a far-off village. That's just what I wanted to do for a week, he said sarcastically. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Okay, I can just take this mission back and exchange it for a day's worth of nice, easygoing D-ranks. I hear the Academy commissioned some help in moving the new equipment into all of the classrooms and taking old equipment out. All of the classrooms. Ino and Naruto grabbed Shikamaru's arms and dragged him away from the tower. There's no need for that, sensei, Ino said cheerfully. Come on, let's go before we lose the daylight. It's morning, Ino. We have all day, Shikamaru commented, letting himself be dragged because, hey, that was just ground. He didn't have to cover himself by walking. A few hours later, Naruto looked around himself as Team 10 continued on their way to Tui. On the road like this, Naruto's team position was as human sonar. Having so much chakra meant that every 2 minutes or so Naruto could let out a pulse to scout the area around them. Irika said he would never be able to use the jutsu the way Naruto could and stay battle-ready. But Naruto chalked it up to his massive chakra reserves and took it as a blessing. We're pretty far away from Konoha by now, aren't we? He asked, getting a nod from everyone else. Good, he said, taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting it up in his mouth. Ino looked at him, shaking her head. That will kill your lungs, Naruto. You should really stop. I'm surprised you don't smell like an ashtray by now. Asuma-sensei too. Naruto looked over at her. I can't help it. They're not that bad. And I smoked an entire carton's worth dashed. 3 cartons worth. Asuma interjected, smoking his own cigarette carelessly. Right, Naruto said. 3 cartons worth of cigarettes at once, and I didn't feel it once until after I was done. And that was in my stomach. And Asuma kicks our asses and runs circles around you guys, and he smokes 2 packs a day at least. Asuma nodded. Well, my reasons for not being affected too badly by it are different than yours. I channel chakra to my lungs to tone down the damage. You have a demon in you, kid. Not that you know that. Sighing in defeat, Ino threw her hands into the air. Fine, I give up. 2 of the people on my team are now addicted to smoking. If Shikamaru starts too, I'm going to lose it. Shikamaru rose to her remark. Yeah, as if. I'd never pick up that habit. It's too much work. First, you've got to pull the cigarette from the pack. Then you've got to put it in your mouth and light it. Then you've got to breathe it in and out without killing yourself in the process. And then no matter what, 30 or 40 years later you die anyway. It's too troublesome. You being lazy is a good thing for once. Ino said, who would have figured? Asuma signaled them to a stop. Okay, let's see your packs. The group looked at each other in confusion until he elaborated. I need to make sure you all brought what you needed for this mission, so packs off. This is for a grade. He joked. He looked through Shikamaru's first. Good. You've got a good amount of equipment and rations for a mission of this length. Clothes to change into, and it's all placed in here neatly. He gave Shikamaru a dry look. Your mother packed this for you, didn't she? Shikamaru didn't have a hint of shame towards admitting it. She said I needed to redo it, and I said it was too much trouble. Of course she did. Asuma passed it back to Shikamaru. I'll tell her to make you do it yourself next time, and see how lenient she'll be if you don't. Shikamaru paled as Asuma moved on to Naruto. Okay, Naruto, you're up. Naruto handed his bag over, letting Asuma look through it. You have a good amount of clothes to change into. You have good rations, but a lot are instant ramen cups. Naruto shrugged. What? They're fast, easy to make, and they have energy, at least to me. And they're cheap. Fair enough. Asuma said as he kept checking. You went kind of Spartan on the weapons and tools though. Only kunai and shuriken, and not many of those. Those aren't so cheap and easy to get for me, Asuma-sensei. I don't pay sticker price for most stuff. Taxes, they say. Naruto said. He could tell that Naruto was confused about why, but apparently from the way he dismissed it, he was used to it. Asuma kept the growl out of his voice lest Naruto think he was angry with him. He'd be paying a few stores a visit once they got back home. Most stores that sold weapons were run part-time by shinobi. Shinobi that weren't afraid of retaliation from a fresh genin for hiking up prices. It's all right, Naruto. We'll get you rightly outfitted when you get back. Ino put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. If you need to, I'm sure you can stock up on some things from my house. We have tons of stuff that we keep too much of anyway. It's got to be hard keeping your own place and buying everything for yourself. Ino didn't rightly get it, but the only tax she was aware of was sales tax, and that wasn't much. He also said it plural, so that meant more than one tax. What taxes? Thanks, Ino. Naruto said with a grateful smile through his cigarette as he placed his pack back onto his form, and they continued on the road towards their distant destination. Is this village even in Hai no Kuni, Asuma-sensei? Nope. The bearded Jounin responded. You're all getting to see the world for the first time. Isn't that half the reason why you joined in the first place? The shinobi forces of Konohagakure no Sato. Join up. Meet interesting people. Kill them. He noticed the owlish looks he was getting from his genin. That used to be the old slogan back when I was a chunin. 3 days later. Damn it, Naruto, you can't take this from me. Asuma said almost hysterically as they entered the town they were intended to be in. One of the things I was looking forward to as a Jounin sensei was watching you all fall off the side of a tree on your heads for a week. You were going to be the most entertaining one. Naruto looked at Asuma strangely. Sorry, Asuma-sensei, but it was an exercise in the Nibaken scroll. Sticking to surfaces with chakra. In a week? I just now got it. How the hell did you figure it would take a week? Asuma calmed down. Well, it's a chakra control exercise. Since you have the reserves of at least 5 regular chunin, exercises like that are always going to be rough on you. I'm surprised you didn't come to me about this. Naruto turned away. Well, I'm not going to walk up to you and say I can't get 2 steps up a tree. It was my own training. I'm sure when Ino and Shikamaru can't get their own clan stuff down, they can't just come to you about it. Asuma scratched his head. Well, they have family members that are shinobi, Naruto. You don't. I'm the one that's supposed to be responsible for you. And if you can't get something, you shouldn't hesitate to come to me. Ino looked at him inquiringly. So you can walk up stuff now? Like that wall. If you walked up to it, you could stick to it? Naruto nodded. Yep. I can do it for my hands too. He kept his hand wide and stuck his palm to Ino's arm. Now if I get a hold of you, good luck getting me off. Try. Ino jerked her arm around, but found herself unable to even budge Naruto. She stopped struggling. You're sticking to the ground too, aren't you? Naruto let go of her arm, and they all kept walking. You've got it. All right, Naruto, stop showing off. Shikamaru said, we're not in Konoha, and I really don't want anyone we could end up fighting knowing how you're going to fight them. Naruto nodded and continued down the street alongside his team. Naruto repeatedly poked at Ino's sides, who poked him back. Only he was able to get his fingers to stick to her when he did it, which felt weirder to her, giving him an advantage. He rather liked having the shoe on the other foot, and felt he could afford to mess with his fellow blonde because he could sense anything around them. No one was going to get the drop on him. Thus, Naruto continued messing with Ino. Only this time, when he stuck a finger to her side, he used the rest of them on his hand to tickle her to get her to stop poking him and concede defeat. The villagers of Tui were treated to the sight of a blonde boy with a Konoha headband, whisker marks, and orange clothes grinning madly, while tickling one of Konoha's famous Yamanaka clan in the middle of their street while she was trying to take a swing at him. In order to stop his students from acting up any further, Asuma lifted them up and separated them between him. Asuma-sensei, you're no fun. I almost had her. Naruto said once it was over. As if Naruto. Ino said, regaining her composure, and trying to glower, the occasional chuckle and small blush on her face blowing her poise. Asuma smirked, sorry Naruto, it's work time. You can find Ino to play with after we're home and safe. He said suggestively, however it went over both of their heads. Naruto rolled his eyes and placed his hands behind his head as they kept walking. Whatever. Ino's got better things to do than hang out with me when she's free. She does that enough already. No, I don't. Not really. She disputed his statement. It's kind of hard to meet up with the people I used to know in the academy now that we're Jinin. I see you guys more than anyone else these days. I can't even find Sasuke-kun around. If they're anywhere near as busy as us, then Forehead is hogging all the prime Uchiha time, and I'll never get to see him. Naruto and Shikamaru shared a look of distaste before returning their faces to normal, lest Ino see them and chew them out. Naruto had gotten his ear talked off several times in the past for shooting down anything Sasuke-related. Asuma's face suddenly hardened over as his eyes caught something down the road. Look alive, you guys. Down the road was a group with Kusa headbands. All three, including the one perceived as the Jounin, were also looking at their Konoha counterparts with completely businesslike looks on their faces. The two groups met in the middle of the street, all civilians clearing out in case of a full-out shinobi dogfight in the middle of the village. Asuma walked forward, as did the leader of the Kusa team. Asuma simply handed over the scroll from earlier to the man, got a bow in return, and went back to his team, as did the other man. Asuma prompted his team to walk away, and they did, all the way out of the village. Well, Asuma said, placing a cigarette in his mouth. Mission complete, he said, getting all of his Jinin to face fault. Naruto jumped to his feet. What the hell was that? That was it. Yep. Asuma replied brightly. What? Were you expecting fireworks or something? Naruto blinked at him blankly at how he was just playing it off. To hell with that. This was his first real mission. He was pissed. Yeah, actually I was. Naruto barked at him. What was with the old-school showdowny face-off in the middle of town if we weren't going to fight? That was just a waste of good tension. My eye was almost twitching. Ino held her breath so long I thought she was going to pass out. He pointed at Ino, who was taking huge gulps of air, while Shikamaru rubbed her back and muttering obscenities under his breath. Asuma laughed loudly at how his Jinin had interpreted the whole scene. All of that was just formality, kid. We might be allied with Kusa, but ninja will be ninja, and we don't trust each other as a bylaw. That was just all theatrics. Although I'm glad none of you blew it by sneezing or something. Then that guy and his Jinin would have been laughing their heads off all the way back to their village. They already knew you were a bunch of baby-faced newbies. No need to give them a reason to try and pick with you. Shikamaru raised his eyebrow. Those other guys were Jinin? That was a Jinin team? Those guys looked like they were all 18 or something. He then had another thought. Are we going to be Jinin that long too? That would suck. Picking up dog crap and shopping for old people on a daily basis. The entire team shivered at the thought of running D ranks at that age. I'd rather do C ranks like this. This was actually pretty low-key. I like it. Asuma shrugged. Well, get good enough to pass the Chunin exams and escape this horrible existence as a Jinin, and you can run C ranks on a regular basis. Or you can underachieve and you can stay like those guys, doing odd jobs and getting to leave the village once every blue moon. It's up to how good you want to be really. That and whether or not we're at war, but that's a whole different set of circumstances. Asuma took the cigarette from his mouth and exhaled. Yep. Back to Konoha and good old D-ranks for you guys. Good job back there. Ino crossed her arms and grumbled. Yeah, we did great. She said sarcastically, we sure scared the other team with our mad dog faces. Oh well, at least the pay should be good. The next morning, Naruto had been looking up for about 5 minutes. They had all taken shifts on keeping watch, and he had the last shift, thus leaving him with the morning run. About right around the time just after the sun came up, a hawk was circling above the camp, and Naruto hadn't the faintest idea on what to do. Hey Squirt, how you doing? Asuma said as he alerted Naruto that he was up and about. You feel dead on your feet yet? Want to crash out in your own bed once we get home yet? Naruto shook his head. Damn, you fucking ball of energy. Energy and win. Naruto corrected. The win's the most important part. I'd hate to be a ball of energy and fail. He then pointed up. What is that thing doing up there? Asuma squinted and saw the hawk before signaling it down to him. He took a scroll from the animal and sent it back from where it came. Once he read it, he let out a sigh and rolled it back up. Naruto, go get Ino and Shikamaru, and you guys break up camp. We're moving out in a hurry. Naruto was confused. What was that Asuma-sensei? Asuma looked down at his diminutive genin. That Naruto was one of Konoha's messenger hawks, and the message was for us to back up another squad already dispatched on a mission to Nami no Kuni. Sending a whole squad of Chunin would be a waste of resources since there's already a whole Genin squad and a Jounin there, so we're going to help out. He pulled out his first cigarette of the day irritably. Naruto looked at how angrily he lit it up and had to comment. Is this going to be one of those days you keep telling us about? Asuma's only response was to stick a cigarette into Naruto's mouth and light it. Asuma placed his lighter back into his pocket and looked at the freshly risen sun. All I'm going to say is you better enjoy that. Chapter 7. Have Blade will travel. It was a 2-day excursion moving at the fastest speed that Team 10 could collectively muster to get them from the side of the country they were on all the way to the other side where they were meant to head over to. A message from Konoha to Asuma and his team informed them that they were needed to head to Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, to provide assistance to another squad of Genin along with their Jounin sensei that were in over their heads. Despite cutting a very good pace to make it to the coast, that was where they ran into a problem, as getting from the mainland to the island nation would prove to be rather bothersome in itself, as seemingly no ships were making their way to or from the country. Ino had a hand on her hip as the 3 Genin of the squad took a rest in a port town at the border of Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire. She looked out at the ocean where she could barely see the outlying island at the outer limits of the horizon. How did anyone else get there in the first place? What are we supposed to do if we can't even reach the place we're supposed to go? Are we just going to fail our mission off of a technicality or something? Naruto was sitting on the edge of a nearby wharf, kicking his legs over the edge and looking at the ocean. He had never seen it up close before. It was great. Asuma-sensei is handling it, Ino. All we can do right now is just wait for him. Yeah, Ino, Shikamaru said, laying down in a pile of thick rope as makeshift bedding. Asuma's a Jounin. They're supposed to be experts at every aspect of shinobi life. I'm sure he can find a way to get us to Nami no Kuni sooner rather than later. Until then, just chill out and rest up. No doubt whatever we end up doing once we get there is going to be troublesome. Ino rolled her eyes and walked over to the pineapple hairstyled Genin, poking at him with her toe. Shikamaru rolling out of bed this morning and putting on shoes was troublesome to you. Shikamaru closed his eyes and let out a yawn. That doesn't mean I'm wrong about this though, does it? Ino looked at him with a twitching eye before giving up on him and turning back to Naruto, who was for some reason doing push-ups. Naruto, what in the world are you doing? She asked him. Naruto didn't stop and continued. I'm bored to death here, Ino. You should be resting. We ran all the way here, she said, trying to convince him to stop for the moment to save some energy. What's going to happen if we run into trouble dash? When we run into trouble, Shikamaru cut in blithely. Right, Ino said, acknowledging the fact that he was more than likely right about that. What's going to happen when we run into trouble and we have to fight? You'll be all tired. Nope, Naruto said brightly. I'm A-okay. And push-ups never made me tired. I might as well do something while we wait. Laughs, at least I'll be all warmed up when it's time to actually fight right. Ino shook her head at his answer and plopped down at the edge of the wharf much like Naruto had done beforehand with a sigh. What's the matter, Ino? Naruto asked, slightly concerned. You look upset. Ino panned her eyes over to him, noting that he had stopped with his random exercise so that he could listen to her. Well, why is it us that had to go? There had to be a squad with more experience that could have been sent. Naruto stood back up and dusted himself off. Come on, Ino. You were one of the best in our class. Are you saying you can't handle it? And Shikamaru is smart, really smart. Like, he's scary smart. Besides, we've got Asuma-sensei with us and a whole nother team. We should be fine. Ino smiled at his attempt to make her feel better about the situation. And what about you, Naruto? You talked about us, but you didn't say anything about yourself. What do you bring to the team? Naruto stared at her for a moment before rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. One-man radar and human meat shield. Ino gave him a deadpan look in response. That's really not funny, Naruto. That better not be how you really see yourself. You're the only one out of us that is good at actually attacking. With your Kage Bunshin and that taijutsu of yours, I think you're the strongest genin on the team. Shikamaru spoke from over where he was laying down. Ino's right, Naruto. In an active battle, you're the only one of us that can guaranteed beat their opponent single-handedly. Ino's jutsu puts her at a disadvantage in case she misses. My jutsu is good for trapping, and I have to find other ways to beat people. Without you on this team, we'd be sitting ducks. You or your clones can watch Ino's body when she uses her jutsu, and you can finish off the people that I get with my jutsu. Ino lightly slapped the side of his leg and grinned at him. You're our teammate, Naruto, so stop it with the fluctuating self-esteem. Sometimes you think you're the baddest genin in the land. Other times you think you shouldn't have even graduated. Do you need me to go into your head and get you all sorted out? She said jokingly. Naruto rolled his eyes but returned her smile. Hey, you don't want to do that. Irika-sensei said that my mind is a scary place. That's because he saw your grades in school. She quipped right back at him, jokingly raising her hands in the seal needed to fire her Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch jutsu. Get ready to black out for a few minutes, Naruto. I'll kick you awake when I'm done with your body. Naruto started bouncing on his toes. You have to hit me with it first. He gloated in a challenging manner. Ino winked at him. From this range, I barely have to aim. Shikamaru, watch my body, would you? All right, that's enough of that. Asuma said sternly as he made his way back over to the group. Stop playing with your jutsu. Those are meant for serious work. There was no humor or anything in his voice. Naruto looked at Asuma strangely. Asuma-sensei, yesterday Shikamaru took control of me with his shadow and made me slap myself. You laughed so hard you swallowed your cigarette. What's changed between now and yesterday? How could he put this that wouldn't tip them off to something being wrong in Naruto's psyche? Asuma quickly rattled off an answer. We can't get to Nami no Kuni by normal means when over a year ago there was never any problem doing so. That has to mean that things are rather suspicious either here or there, and I would rather the enemy that may or may not be watching know what you can do because you decided to play with your jutsu while you were bored. He almost cringed at his response. That excuse was flimsy at best, and he knew it. Hopefully they wouldn't call him on it if he had a serious enough look on his face. And they didn't. Sorry, Asuma-sensei. Naruto and Ino said in unison. Still, in his head he needed to come up with something better. That excuse would only work for the duration of this mission. He might not come up with another one if they decided to mess around like that again. And the last place he wanted Ino to be was crawling around in Naruto's head, lest she come across a dark little secret, one that could potentially tear her mind asunder. Shikamaru gave Asuma a long, hard look for being so strange about Ino using her jutsu. He placed it in the back of his mind for later and spoke up. So do you have a way for us to get over there, or are we landlocked and have to go home? Because I'm completely cool with going home. Asuma sighed at Shikamaru's expected attitude. Remember, Shikamaru, there is always a way to get anywhere no matter what, and it's called money. We're going to pay someone with a boat to take us across, but we're going to need to get some money fast. They want way more than I have on me to make the trip. How much? Naruto asked. Asuma scratched his nose. 300,000 Rio. Naruto and Ino stared at Asuma blankly after hearing the amount of money they needed to gain passage to Nami no Kuni. What? Both of them exclaimed simultaneously, getting Asuma to clean out his ears after hearing both loud blondes shout at him. Yeah, Asuma said when the ringing in his ears stopped. Apparently there's a sort of blockade around Nami no Kuni. Ships trying to get onto the island have to pay a steep tax to get in. Apparently, it's orchestrated by the powerful shipping magnate Gato. He's got control of Nami no Kuni's trade routes. So unless we can actually pay for passage aboard a ship and the extra that's needed to actually get there, not to mention the amount that they need to pay to actually be allowed to leave. How in the hell are we going to get 300,000 Rio? Ino asked angrily. We're kids. A month's worth of D-ranked missions doesn't top out at 300,000 for all four of us combined. It barely tops out at over 100,000. Shikamaru sat up from where he had been laying down and began thinking while Ino fumed over the situation and Naruto stared at his frog wallet sadly. Hey, Shikamaru said, getting everyone's attention. I think I have an idea. Everyone moved over towards him. Naruto, how long do you think your Kage Bunshin can hold a hinge? 12 hours later, Nami no Kuni. As night had fallen, from a distance at the outskirts of a port town in Nami no Kuni, Team 10 watched the ship they had taken to the island nation disembark back to the mainland hastily. They had slipped off of the ship unseen while Gato's harbor patrol had gone on the ship and collected the money from the captain. Instead of a patrol, they looked more like a bunch of thugs. Damn good plan, Shikamaru. And good work, Naruto. Asuma said to the lazy genin and the orange aficionado as he patted the nearby Naruto's spiky blonde head for a job well done. So when do you think those Kage Bunshin of yours will dispel? Naruto started counting on his fingers. I don't know. I can hold a hinge for like a week straight if no one makes me break it, and I have to split my chakra evenly to make one Kage Bunshin. The longest I've ever had one out was 4 days straight, and I just had it doing odd jobs. Cleaning my house, studying some notes, just useless stuff that didn't take chakra, and I just let it be. I blacked out when I dispelled it though. Ino snapped her fingers and pointed at him. Oh yeah, that was the day you didn't show up to the training field a week ago, wasn't it? Naruto nodded. But these ones are holding the hinge, so I don't know. He let out a sigh. I made a bunch, and they're still holding out so we don't get busted. I'm going to black out again when they go though. I know it. So can we get to where we need to go fast before I do? How many did you make? Ino asked. Again, Naruto counted out on his fingers. I made enough to put in that sack in increments of 5,000 Rio, so I made 20. Shikamaru shut his eyes to think. One clone can last 4 days doing nothing. Naruto himself can hold a hinge for a week himself, and he made 20 clones, all hinged. The clones can last almost a day and a half as they are before they dispel if nothing happens, and we were on that boat for 12 hours, so I would say that they have at least another 24 hours before they fade. And by then, everything should be good. The boat should be back in Hai no Kuni, and the hinged clones should be placed with other forms of money so that they can disappear. With any luck, it will be assumed that someone in the organization took the money. Asuma said, wrapping it all up. All right then. That's plenty of time for us to find the team we're meant to assist so we can get the full breadth of the situation. Shikamaru took it upon himself to ask the question everyone else had neglected to ask thus far. So who are we here to help? And what are we even doing in this country in the first place to help them out? All valid questions, Asuma said as he led his team along away from the village. He sparked a cigarette as Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru looked at him expectantly. That I will answer once we get to where the team is shacked up at. We hate you, Asuma/Asuma-sensei. All three of the younger ninja said in unison as they followed behind with dry looks on their faces. Asuma exhaled a plume of smoke and walked along with a smile on his face. Ah, the sounds of teamwork, such a beautiful thing, he said before breaking out in a run, prompting his team to follow behind swiftly. 2 hours later. Knock knock. Coming. A knock at the door garnered the attention of a beautiful dark-haired woman that made to open the door before being stopped by Sasuke, who pulled a kunai and went to answer it in her stead. Opening the door, keeping his weapon hidden from view, Sasuke saw three of the students from his class that graduated along with a larger bearded man with a cigarette in his mouth and a vest much like his sensei's. You must be Kakashi's student, Uchiha Sasuke, right? Asuma asked, blowing smoke at Sasuke as he did. Intentionally or not, he couldn't tell. Sasuke held back a cough and waved the smoke out of his face. Yeah, and I guess you guys are the team Kakashi sent for to help us, right? Asuma nodded. Correct, kid. Team 10 at your service. Sasuke looked back at the woman inside of the house and gestured to her to let her know everything was okay. At that point, she came to the door and greeted the new arrivals with a warm smile. Hello, my name is Tsunami. You all must be the group of ninjas sent to help the others protect my father. She bowed to them. Asuma smiled at the woman. Well, I am Sarutobi Asuma. He pointed behind him at the kids. The lazy-looking boy is Nara Shikamaru. The blonde girl is Yamanaka Ino. And the blonde boy in orange is Uzumaki Naruto. Shikamaru waved half-heartedly. Ino smiled brightly at her, and Naruto gave her a grin. Although the thing about him that got her attention was the thing she saw him holding in his mouth and trying to light at the same time. Well, it's nice to meet you all, she said before pointing at Naruto and Asuma, but I don't allow smoking in my house. I'm sorry. Naruto blinked before looking at her with puppy dog eyes. He hadn't had one in days, and he hadn't even taken a puff yet. He thought he deserved one after single-handedly paying their ferry with his chakra. Couldn't he at least imbibe a bit before he blacked out with a monster headache in a few hours? Tsunami refused to budge on the matter due to the unchanging expression on her face, and Naruto dropped the cigarette with a sigh before putting it out under his foot. Asuma did the same, only with more hesitation, but upon doing so they were invited inside. Sasuke stood off to the side as they all came in, and Tsunami closed the door behind them. He looked at everyone pass him uninterestedly until Ino walked past him. Hello, Sasuke-kun. I missed you all of this time, she said, getting a roll of the eyes out of the stoic genin. Apparently Naruto wasn't the only one who had censor capabilities, because when Ino said that, Naruto could have sworn that Sakura did too when she yelled down the stairs before she was even see. Leave Sasuke-kun alone, Ino pig. He was doing just fine before you shoved your snout into the house. How could I shove my snout into anything with your massive forehead already filling the place up? Ino yelled back. I know Sasuke-kun is sick of your company after 2 months. Now he can spend time with a real kunoichi. Naruto looked at Tsunami as the two young female ninja began squabbling over Sasuke, who looked like he would rather be anywhere but there. Do you have anything blunt to hit one of them with? He asked dryly. Because if not, we're going to be here all night. Ino turned to Naruto, ignoring Sakura for the moment. Naruto, you really wouldn't hit me, would you? Naruto shrugged vapidly. I've already done it before. Those were spars. Ino sent back at him. Seeing him turn away, mumbling so, made Ino smirk in victory. Now where were we, forehead? She asked, about to start up a whole new series of insults between herself and Sakura. All right, enough. Asuma cut in, getting sighs of relief from Naruto, Shikamaru, and even Sasuke. Where's Kakashi? We still need to understand the severity of the situation, and I kinda want to hear it from him. Sakura looked at the jounin she had failed to notice during her spat with Ino and got herself together. Kakashi-sensei is upstairs with Chuji. He has chakra exhaustion from the battle. Naruto looked over at Sasuke. You guys fought? Who did you fight? Sasuke shoved his hands in his pockets and walked upstairs as it was clear that was where the group was soon heading, a jounin. 30 minutes later. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru stared blankly at Team 7 with their jaws quite slacked at what they had just heard. Everything was clear and simple when they were told of the mission to protect Tazuna, the bridge builder. They were still along for the ride when they were told about being attacked by the two Chunin demon brothers. They were somewhat lost when they were told that a Momochi Zabuza, high-class jounin missing ninja, was next to attack them, but hearing how the battle played out somewhat assuaged how they were feeling. But the combination of everything heard beforehand along with the amassed knowledge they continued to be given, as well as the full scope of the situation, hit them rather abruptly. A long silence was broken when Shikamaru spoke. So you're telling me that we just ran all the way across an entire country, scammed our way onto a ship to get here, and we can't even leave now until this bridge is built because the blockade of the trade routes are locked down tight? A nod from Chuji and Sakura was the response. Ino spoke next. And you just got through fighting 2 Chunin and 1 Jounin that you thought you killed, but he got away because someone that was able to pose as a hunter ninja and actually fool your Jounin sensei into thinking the Jounin was dead got away with him to let him rest up for the next go-around. Naruto finished up for them once Ino's question got a response with another set of nods. And in addition to that, the one orchestrating all of this is one of the richest men in the entire world, and he actually has Nami no Kuni under his heel and has full control of the country. Not only that, but he kills anyone opposing him, and that includes the guy you're here to protect, because the bridge would ruin his hold on the nation. Again, a nod from Sakura and Chuji. I see, Ino said before turning to Asuma with anime tears running down her face. Asuma-sensei, can we go home? She asked, getting a face fault out of Naruto, who sprung to his feet swiftly after. No way, Ino, Naruto said. If Chuji, Sakura-chan, and Sasuke team didn't cut out and leave after they knew what they were into, we can't just leave. We pulled one over on that Gato guy and his thugs when we first got here before we even knew what was going on. We can do this. It's a Jounin Naruto, a Jounin, and a Hunter Nin, Ino said, not really feeling too good about this whole thing. Naruto pointed over at Asuma and the down Kakashi. We have 2 Jounin and the rest of us. Ino found herself somewhat on the losing end of the reasoning, but did not let the matter die. If this Gato guy has enough clout to control the country, he has to have a lot of people working for him to enforce his rule. That's an army, Naruto. Shikamaru scoffed and pointed at Naruto, who grinned and waved to her. He's an army, Ino, he said, getting some confused looks from Team 7. And he's right. We can do this. We just need to know what they know so we can be ready for the next time around. Well, yes, Kakashi said, still looking rather haggard from his battle with. Exactly. There isn't much we can do with us knowing nothing of where Zabuza is or where Gato is if we want to get drastic. However, there is one thing that we can do that will help us. The Genin all looked at Kakashi expectantly, getting Asuma to chuckle. Kakashi's right, though it's one of my students' least favorite words. We're going to train you kids up for the next time. Gato's headquarters. A man walked into Gato's office with a serious look on his face. The small businessman in a suit and diminutive sunglasses sat at his desk, flanked on both sides by 2 bodyguards. One, a young man with white hair, marks under his eyes, a dark purple hat on his head, and a blue hooded jacket. The other was a shirtless man with brown hair, an eye patch, tattoos on his body, and a few scars to go with them. Both of them were in possession of a katana to go with their bodyguard status. The man stopped in front of the desk and started speaking. Boss, our boys got some information from the ship that stopped here earlier today and left right after. 2 of them disembarked and ended up telling us that a team of ninjas got off of their ship. We never saw him, but they are ninja, so I figured it was worth telling you. Gato let out a growl. What? Are they coming out of the woodwork now? He said in a seething voice. That whelp Zabuza better get it together and get his ass in gear. Gore, I'm not paying him anyway, but he doesn't know that, and I expect him to get the job done. The man spoke to Gato again. Apparently 3 of them were just kids. Gato lifted his right arm to reveal a cast on it. Zabuza had a kid with him too, and the little bitch did this. But you might have a point. A few kids can't take on an entire contingent of my soldiers. The greedy little man smirked and laughed to himself. Something to think on, I guess. The next day, forest surrounding Tezuna's house. All right, kids, Kakashi said brightly from his place, standing on crutches next to Asuma. Today we'll be teaching you all a very important skill that every shinobi learns over the course of their career, early on like the rest of you are now. Asuma had a grin on his face. I was looking forward to teaching this. He then gave a light glare to Naruto. One of you tried taking my fun away by already learning this. He then grinned again, but Kakashi is somehow making up for it by replacing him with 3 of his own genin for my demented amusement. Kakashi gave Asuma an eye smile. I'm so glad I could make your day, Asuma. He turned his attention back to the genin. But you will all be learning how to climb trees. Naruto raised his hand. Yo, Kakashi-sensei, Asuma-sensei, I can already do this. Sakura nodded in agreement. Yeah, we all already know how to climb trees. How is this training, Kakashi-sensei? She asked curiously. Shaking his head at the pink-haired girl, Naruto spoke again. No, you guys can't. I can though, he said, getting a tick mark to form on Sakura's head due to how he made the rest of them sound. We can all climb trees, Naruto Baka. Sakura said, fuming at him. What do you think you're trying to say, you idiot? Sakura's inner personality roared inside of her psyche. You might get the concept, Naruto dashed. Asuma interjected, trying to save his genin from a furious fisticuff, courtesy of Sakura. But the way this exercise is done is to accentuate the most difficult way you can possibly generate chakra through your body. You might have worked it out for your hands, but elsewhere would be a different story. Naruto looked between Asuma and Kakashi repeatedly before sighing and moving between them, pushing them aside to walk towards a tree. That was where all of the normal stuff ended, because Naruto started walking straight up a tree with a dull expression on his face. He then walked down and got back into the lineup with the others who were looking at him oddly. He ignored them for the moment and looked at Asuma. I learned how to do that from my taijutsu scroll because I needed it to make my taijutsu style more effective when I grab somebody like I told you. Well, I had to learn how to do it with every part of my body because I have some moves that need me to keep a hold with other parts of my body to make me harder to shake off. So you can do this? Kakashi asked. Naruto shrugged. In my sleep. He then took note of the stares he was getting from the others. What? Since when could you do that? Chuji asked, remembering Naruto having trouble with, well, everything in the academy. He and Shikamaru had never really talked about training when they hung out. He found it too troublesome. 3 weeks. Heh. At first I thought it was something cool that only I could do since I'm learning the style, but I found out it wasn't from Asuma-sensei during the last mission. Naruto responded with a grin. Ino asked a question next. You never did that when we were training, Naruto. Not even during spars, you didn't stick to anything. In response, he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, I could get a good enough grip on my own during spars. Using chakra to stick would have been overkill. And using it with my feet for the moves I'm talking about, well, those moves aren't as nice as the things you normally see me do. They aren't sparring moves. Besides, when did I ever need to walk up a tree for anything? Just for kicks, he walked over to the same tree and started walking in circles. Yep, this sure came up again and again while we were doing that babysitting mission. He said sarcastically. Right. Kakashi chimed in. Well, you just saw Naruto do it. You need to channel chakra to your feet and make your way up the tree. You might want a running start when you do it though, so the momentum will help you when you start off. The two jounin threw out 5 kunai at their students' feet. Use those to mark your place and try to beat it each time. All of the genin, sans Naruto, picked up their respective weapons and took off at the tree. Sasuke made it to his first and took a few steps up the tree before the bark exploded under his feet, forcing him to backflip off and land on his feet before he fell. Chuji's attempt was 7 steps up the tree before tumbling down and rolling back, ending with him sitting and looking up at the tree. Ino was feeling good about herself as she continued putting one foot in front of the other as she climbed the tree. The first branch was well in her sight and she reached out for it, but lost her concentration and wound up falling back to the ground, upset enough to kick the tree, which ended with her hurting herself and hopping on one foot cursing at the tree. Hey, this is easy, Sakura said as she sat up on a high branch overlooking the others. Naruto looked up at her and whistled. Wow, Sakura-chan? First try? It took me a few days to actually get it. With clones. He added to himself mentally, actually really impressed with her, after speaking aloud. Good job. Sakura held up a V sign and stuck her tongue out before turning to Sasuke. How was that, Sasuke-kun? Well, it looks like my team's own Kunoichi is the first one to get this exercise, Kakashi said with amusement. Maybe someone isn't working hard enough for me to warrant going back to the house to pick up lunch for them? Chuji let out a horrified gasp and jumped to his feet to keep working. And maybe the Uchiha clan isn't all it's cracked up to be. Sasuke glared up at where Sakura was before going back to start trying again. Sakura looked at Kakashi incredulously. What? Now he's going to hate me. You talk too much, Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru didn't immediately take off like the others did. Instead, he sat and watched the others take a few tries. Ino took 2 more tries before getting it along with Sakura, who took another trip up. The 2 girls glared and started jawing with one another once again. Chuji kept up at his work with a determined effort to show Kakashi he was trying hard enough to get lunch later, but he kept smashing the tree before getting very far. He then looked at Sasuke, who seemed to have the same idea as he analyzed what was going on. So if I use too much chakra, I'll end up being pushed off of the tree like Chuji and Sasuke. Is there a certain amount I need to generate? Do I need to generate a consistent amount and keep it? Troublesome. I need to figure this out and tell Chuji. Naruto let out a yawn as he stood watching everyone else. He thought of joining in, but him running up and down the trees repeatedly would have just wound up pissing everyone else off, and there wasn't anything he could really get out of it anyway. He placed his hands behind his head and began pacing about in a bored manner, getting Asuma's attention. Naruto, do you have anything you're working on that you could be doing right now? He looked at Asuma and blinked, surprised at being called out, before shaking his head. Asuma made a thoughtful noise. And you say you've got this exercise down pat? Naruto nodded with a grin and jumped at a tree before sticking to it back first. After a few seconds, he dropped onto his feet and rubbed the back of his head, seeing as how he had smashed it into the trunk when he was trying to be facetious. Okay, smartass. I get it, he said with a chuckle. He turned to Kakashi. I'm going to take Naruto off somewhere to work on something so he doesn't waste any time here. All right, Asuma, Kakashi said, pulling out his orange Iko book. I've got things here in the meantime. The others watched Naruto walk away with Naruto in tow for a moment before getting back to work. Sasuke's eyes lingered on him the longest before turning back to his tree and continuing to train, gritting his teeth determinedly. I am not going to fail and be left behind, he said to himself in an effort to get himself to step it up. Asuma led Naruto to the dock out front of Tezuna's house and stopped at the edge of the water. Naruto simply stared at the water and then at Asuma, waiting for the man to do something or explain something to him. Eventually, Asuma dramatically placed one foot out, getting Naruto's full attention. Not that the boy was saying anything, but his eyes were clearly interested in either seeing something awesome or something hilarious. The Jounin stepped off of the dock, but instead of a loud splash followed by Naruto rolling on the dock laughing as hard as he could, Asuma was standing on top of the surface of the water as if he were still on land. He took a few steps out before turning back to Naruto and making a grand gesture. Well, how? Naruto asked squeakily. Asuma quickly explained. Channel the chakra to your feet as if you were walking up a tree and go for it. But the amount you have to use to stay up will change consistently, making it harder than tree climbing. Get to it. Naruto nodded excitedly and did as instructed before falling into the water. Asuma broke up in laughter. Oh, Kami, it would have been funnier if I had them all do it at the same time. But this is why Jounin choose to become sensei, the precious moments like this. Naruto surfaced and pulled himself back onto the deck, sitting on the edge and staring at Asuma while still dripping wet, clothes drenched. Naruto opened and closed his mouth multiple times trying to think of something to say before giving up. Well, son of a bitch. His eyes widened and he patted around in his pockets before pulling out a drenched pack of his cigarettes. Son of a bitch. He looked up at Asuma. Asuma-sensei? No smoking while you're training, Naruto, he said, walking back towards the shore. Once he reached the dock, he ruffled Naruto's soaked hair. Well, get to it. Oh, and can you send some clones to check on Ino and Shikamaru while I go with Tazuna today? I don't really want Kakashi's lazy streak to keep them from getting the finer points of their training down. Actually, one clone should be good. Naruto nodded and stood up before forming the seal for Kage Bunshin, making one appear in a puff of smoke. Naruto stood still after making the clone before it dispelled, and he fell backwards, almost into the water. Asuma moved swiftly and caught him before he could fall in the water and potentially drown. What hapdash? He asked before stopping himself as he remembered yesterday. Wow, those clones sure lasted a long time. He picked Naruto up and took him inside the house. The entire scene was witnessed from a window in the house overlooking the ocean by a small boy in green overalls and a white, blue-striped bucket hat. Hours later. Ow, Naruto whined, sitting up on a couch in the living room. Why does the backlash suck so much? He asked himself only to notice a small boy standing in front of him, looking at him rather angrily. Hello? You're going to die here, you know? He said matter-of-factly. Naruto just stared at the kid in shock before speaking. I don't think so. I just got hit with too much information at once, and it kind of scrambled my brains for a bit. If I can get an aspirin, I should be fine. It's no big deal. The boy's glare on the young shinobi grew more intense. No, you idiot. Gato. Gato's going to kill you guys. You and all of those other people that came here. He said as if it were a fact, as if it had already happened. Naruto just looked at the kid with a twitching eye before noticing himself covered in a blanket in his boxers. Damn, not cool. He stood up, keeping himself covered. Okay, whatever. I'm going to go ask your mom if she has anything for my head so I can train. He walked into the kitchen, seeing Tsunami sitting at the table just looking out the window. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have any aspirin? And could you tell me where my clothes are? She looked at Naruto and smiled warmly. Of course, dear, and I'm sorry about Inari. He was like that to the others too. I just don't know what to do, she said, quickly moving to a cabinet and retrieving 2 pills that she handed to Naruto. Here you go. Your clothes are outside drying. They should be done by now. Let me get you a glass of water. Naruto accepted the pills with a grateful smile of his own. Man, no adult was ever this cool to him in Konoha. That's okay. I don't need the water, he said before quickly downing the pills and heading outside where he saw his stuff hanging up, his sandals on the ground underneath them. He reached for his clothes before looking back at the ocean. Meh, I might as well stay like this. I'll just end up messing my clothes up again. He immediately hopped over to the wharf and attempted the same process as the first time before dropping into the water again. Tsunami heard the splash and came outside to see Naruto pulling himself out of the ocean. Are you okay? She asked. Naruto spat out a mouthful of seawater and gave her a thumbs up. Yep, I'm good. Just training to walk on water, he said to her before making another attempt, actually staying up for quite a while this time before dash. Gah, he shouted before going under once more, this time getting out with a growl. Are you sure this is possible? Tsunami asked, not knowing much about what was that ninja did regularly and how they went about doing them. Naruto nodded. Oh yeah, don't worry. I'll definitely get it soon. I've got to get stronger to make sure your father's safe after all, don't I? He gave her a wide grin that she couldn't help but return. Naruto would up steadying himself and taking step after step out onto the water. He finally turned around and found that he had made it well over 50 feet from the dock. You see, I told you I could do it. He shouted back to her now that his head was no longer ringing from his dispelled clones. Tsunami looked at him in amusement and clapped for his achievement. Good job, Naruto-kun, she said before noticing some strange black mark on his torso. Naruto-kun, what's that mark on your stomach? She asked. Naruto blinked in confusion and looked down at his stomach, but he wasn't experienced with his water walking yet and fell in the water. He swam back to shore and sprawled out on the deck before looking at Tsunami, panting somewhat. What was that you were saying? He asked. Tsunami was about to repeat what she asked when she looked at Naruto's belly and saw nothing there any longer. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry about that, she said apologetically. She messed up his training for something she didn't even see. Oh, it's all right, Naruto said, sitting back up and pushing the water out of his ear. I've got it, and that's all that matters. All I have to do now is get used to fighting on the water like I can on walls, and there's only one way to do that right now. He stood up and made 40 Kage Bunshin before they all went out onto the water, ignoring how shocked Tsunami was at seeing all of those blondes appear out of thin air. Naruto was still shaky, but he was out there, and there was only one way to solve that problem about his steadiness on the water. Naruto stared at his grinning clones who were all stretching and trying to punk him with their confident faces. So come on, all of you. Let's do this. That shout was the last precursor before Naruto and his clones commenced brawling atop the seawater. Tsunami watched as Naruto set himself in his low Nabakan stance while 3 clones came at him. The first of the 3 quickly grabbed onto Naruto, using their superior numbers to disorient him for the time being. It grabbed Naruto's right arm and worked it behind his back, trying to garner a joint lock and quickly disable him somehow. Naruto switched his dominant leg and spun around, freeing his arm and delivering a back elbow strike to his clone's face, dispelling it in a puff of smoke. Another clone came through the smoke screen caused by his defeated brother and leapt at Naruto, attempting to wrap him up and leave him a sitting duck for the other clones to come in and pummel him. Naruto moved to the side and let his clone miss, instead having it jump through the surface of the water. The impact disrupted his footing, and he dropped an ankle into the water, leaving him wide open for one of his other clones to land a hard punch to his face. Naruto grit his teeth at taking the punch cleanly and shot a headbutt to the body of the offending clone, not hard enough to dispel it, but hard enough to disrupt its strategy, giving him time to regain his footing and hit a cross-arm chop to his clone's throat, dispelling it. He didn't see the other clone that he had forced under the water, but he did see the others he made, standing off to the side, none of them moving in to replace the ones he had beaten. Naruto released a pulse of his sonar jutsu, sensing something close below him, and jumped just high enough to avoid a pair of hands reaching up to grab him from below. Naruto stomped hard on the water, driving his feet through the surface and delivering a harsh stomp to the face of his sneaky clone, finishing him off. He sighed to himself before he looked up and saw 5 clones of the mass he made walking out to fight him this time. Hours later, the exhausted members of Team 7 and remnants of Team 10 came out of the forest on their way back to the house along with Kakashi, only to see at the time for them, surreal sight. Naruto in a fight with himself, with 5 of himself. Now that didn't surprise Team 10 at all. They knew he could do that. Team 7, on the other hand, had no clue. Why is Naruto doing that with the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone jutsu? Sakura asked rhetorically, not really expecting a legitimate answer. Those aren't regular Bunshin, Kakashi said. They're Kage Bunshin, clones like the ones that Zabuza used. Only they're full-on copies of the original that can use jutsu, bleed, and all kinds of other things. He's sparring with them. Never mind that. He does that all the time, Ino said, fully used to Naruto's signature jutsu by now. Look at where he's doing it. He can stand on the surface of the water. Huh, Kakashi said, sounding mildly disinterested. Asuma must have shown him this exercise after they left. He picked it up very quickly, I have to say, to be able to engage in a battle on the water after just a few hours. Well, that's still beyond most of you at the moment. Tree walking comes first, and then you can possibly think about trying this exercise. He finished as he made his way back towards the house. The others watched as Naruto finished off the last of his clones. Naruto had the clone face down in the water, pulling its arms back and holding its head down with his heel on its head while it struggled against him. The original grit his teeth and did not let up despite his clone thrashing to free itself. Finally, the clone popped and Naruto slumped weakly on the water, panting heavily and rubbing his throat. Okay, I'm never doing that to any of my clones ever again. Drowning isn't cool at all. He slowly walked his way back to shore and fell out face first on the dock as the others walked up to him from the edge of the forest. Hey guys. Ino kneeled down by him. Are you alright? You sound half dead. Naruto let out a weak, unintelligible groan before speaking. My clones we used to get here popped. I blacked out. Then I came out here and did this for the rest of the day again, and again, and again. Laughs, I wonder what I'm going to do tomorrow. So how did all of you guys do? Sakura smirked. Ino Pig and I have it down perfectly, after she saw me get it first of course. Ino growled at Sakura, who continued, Sasuke-kun and Chuji are getting it, but Shikamaru, I don't know if he has it or not. He only did it a few times, and then went to sit down. Naruto moved his head to look at Shikamaru, who stared right back with that bored look in his face. Of course he did. Can someone help me stand up? Ino and Chuji both slung one of his arms over their shoulders and picked him up per his request. Ino grunted as she picked Naruto up. Why are you just in your boxers? She asked, somewhat dismayed at having to touch him like that. Naruto rolled his eyes. Because I had to fall into the water like 100 times today and my clothes would have wound up soaked, Ino. But when you learn it, you can wear all the clothes you want to. Tell me how that works out. He said jokingly, getting Ino to dig a sharp knuckle into his ribs. Smartass, she said before changing her tone. Hey, could you teach me how to do that tomorrow? Naruto answered with one question of his own. Can you stand on a wall or a tree while barely even thinking about it? She didn't really know how to answer, so he did for her. I'll ask Asuma-sensei tomorrow. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing tomorrow anyway. Chuji spoke up. So where do you want us to put you, Naruto? He asked. Naruto grinned at the large boy. Oh, just put me over by the clothesline. I need to get dressed anyway. Thanks. They placed Naruto by his clothes and went inside the house while he put his stuff back on. After a moment, Naruto noticed Sasuke standing nearby looking at him intently. What's wrong, Sasuke team? He asked. He hadn't even said more than a few sentences to the guy since he and his team had arrived. Sasuke's coal-black eyes seemed to bore into Naruto. It was really starting to mess with him. The guy never even paid him half a mind before in the academy, just like most everyone else. I want to spar with you, he said, when I finished the tree-climbing exercise. Naruto blinked once before answering. Sure, I guess. But why would you want to spar with me? It wasn't that he didn't want to, because he did. He wanted to fight Sasuke since his time in the academy. But when Sasuke started beating him again and again in spars, and he showed less and less interest in fighting Naruto, he thought Sasuke didn't exactly return that sentiment. So why would he want to fig dash? Naruto smirked to himself as he realized why. Sasuke thought Naruto was as strong as he was, or at least stronger than anyone else on either of the teams there. Now he had a chance to actually prove it to others and himself. Sasuke was widely perceived as the very best genin of this year coming out of the academy. If Naruto could beat him, it would be the best possible litmus test for him as far as how he was developing as a shinobi. Finish the tree climbing training, and then we'll talk about it, Naruto said to Sasuke, looking forward to actually going head-to-head with the boy that was on the exact opposite end of the spectrum in the academy that he was. Sasuke returned Naruto's smirk with one of his own. Whatever you say, dope, he said confidently. Naruto shook his head and stood up, picking up his sandals instead of putting them on as he would have to take them right back off once he got inside anyway. You won't be able to call me that after I actually beat you, team. I'll show you who the real rookie of the year is. The two gave each other challenging looks until Sakura's voice called out to them. Sasuke-kun, Tsunami-san says that food is ready. Get Naruto and come inside. Naruto gestured towards the door, getting an amused scoff out of Sasuke, who walked back towards the house. Dinner was largely uneventful. Asuma sat away from the table and Kakashi took his food on the couch, while the Genin and the family of Tazuna took all of the seats at the table. Everyone only got one good helping, though, because Chuji was seemingly famished from his training today and took it upon himself to hoard seconds, thirds, fourths, and etc. Naruto finished his food and gave thanks to Tsunami before turning to Asuma. So, sensei, I can walk on water now. I can even fight on water now, too. So what do I do tomorrow? Asuma looked over at Naruto and smiled at him. Those Kage Bunshin of yours are ridiculous, you know that, he said under his breath, but Naruto caught it as he nodded keenly in agreement. All right, you only have one jutsu fit for battle, and you're our team's muscle, so to speak. So I guess I'll show you a little something tomorrow before I go with Tazuna to work on. Naruto had a look of excitement on his face. Sakura looked at Kakashi. What about me, Kakashi-sensei? Or Ino Pig? We finished tree climbing. Asuma rubbed his beard and looked at Kakashi. Naruto can give them the water-walking exercise, and they can work on that. They should get that just as quickly as they got tree climbing. Kakashi nodded in agreement, getting smiles out of both girls. I'd better get the lion's share of the pay when we get back, Kakashi. I'm doing your work for you. Kakashi shrugged. If I felt that I would be of any use if Zabuza or anyone else showed up again, I would go with you, Asuma. Thanks, though. Don't worry. I've been keeping a good eye on your students for you, he said in his characteristically dull, yet chipper voice. You didn't watch me all day, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto slipped in, poking a hole in the man's statement. Actually, Naruto dashed. Kakashi interjected, giving what everyone swore was a smile had that mask not been covering his face to the boy. I got back before Asuma did, and I saw you training at the end, so I technically did watch you while Asuma was gone. Naruto gave him a dry look, ignoring the snickers from everyone around him. I don't think I like you too much right now, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's smile never dropped. Oh, don't say that. I'll grow on you soon. Trust me. By now, everyone had finished, and the girls were helping Tsunami with the dishes when Sakura took notice of a picture with a missing section. Hey, Tsunami-san, what happened to this picture? It looks like a corner is missing, like it was ripped out. The civilian family all bristled at the seemingly innocent question from the pink-haired female genin before Tazuna finally spoke. That part of the picture used to contain the image of a man this country called a hero. At hearing that, Inari stood abruptly and ran out of the kitchen and upstairs. Inari. Tsunami called after him before turning to Tazuna. Father, you know you can't talk about him around Inari. She then followed after Inari upstairs. Kakashi looked over at Tazuna, who had his head down. So I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that there's a story there. Tazuna nodded. What would you mind letting us in on it? Tazuna took off his glasses and wiped any smudges he might have on them off. Seeing as how part of it has to do with the entire reason you're all here, I don't see why not. He took a deep breath before continuing. This is the story of a man that inspired our entire nation. A true hero of Nami no Kuni. Everyone else in the room sat in rapt attention as the old bridge builder began his story.